Hello and welcome to 100 Wolves Pitching Contest. Probably it looks like we were on Ibiza, but don't get tricked. It's just Wrocław. We're streaming from one of the hottest places in Poland. But it's hot also because today 100 startups will compete for recognition, fame, glory and funding. However, it takes much more than money to success in the industry. You need to build a solid brand, you need to know how to protect your brand, how to acquire customers and attract them like a magnet. And today we will teach you all of that during the workshops, roundtable and networking. Remember, you always learn the most from the other people in the same industry. Well, speaking of presentations and learning, the first presentation of today is going to be delivered by Wybe Schutte. He is the Head of Business Development Europe at XE, and he will talk about the startups, investors, and the impact of foreign exchange. By the way, I am Monika Dawidowicz, and I'm really proud to be the MC today. I hope you will enjoy the whole experience, so take a seat and enjoy the show.
To be here in Warsaw and in Poland.
Microsoft and our partner ecosystem are creating artificially intelligence-infused solutions to help you make your business more intelligent. There are many examples already. The future is here today. We want to contribute to the growth of the Polish economy and for the Polish digital valley to become a reality.
Welcome everyone to XE's presentation at the Wolves Summit, live from the very sunny Amsterdam actually at the moment. My name is Wybe Schutte. I'm the Head of Business Development at XE, the world's trusted currency authority. And most people know XE from the currency converter app that many of you might have used when traveling overseas. But we're also known, and we support many businesses with their international money transfer, currency risk management, or hedging solutions. And in today's presentation, I'm hoping to tell you a little bit more about the impact of foreign exchange can have on your business. And that can be from a startup to a big corporate, and anything in between, and even for investors. So it will be very important to understand what type of risk you're in and how you actually can mitigate that. So in today's fast-moving FX markets, companies both large and small need to ensure they protect their bottom line against the impact of currency volatility. And at XE, we work with many clients in many different industries to minimize their risk exposure. And I'm hoping to explain to you today a little bit in the 20 minutes that I have on the importance on understanding that risk and how you can mitigate it. And that's actually not about speculating on the FX market. We do this by quantifying the risk each client faces and providing them with tailored FX policies and products that are relevant to your needs, actually. We know from research in the UK that around 70% of the companies in the UK still use their bank. And when looking at alternative solutions to for example, your bank, the last thing that you want to do is add any additional risk to that transaction. So a little bit of history about XE to start with. XE has been around for 25 years. We have offices around the world. More recently, we've been acquired by Euronet Worldwide, a Nasdaq-listed company with a market capitalization of around 7 billion. We're fully regulated by the FCA, in the UK, as well as the Dutch Central Bank in the Netherlands for Europe, and other regulators around the world. We have an investment grade credit rating, which means that that adds to the security of your payments. And to date, we have transferred over 160 billion in 127 countries. The online platform that you will be able to use if you, for example, become a client with XE, but also the own systems that we use have an enterprise-grade security. But first, a little bit about the FX market in general. The daily volume in the FX market amounts to a staggering 5.3 trillion on a daily basis. So that's a lot of money that is transferred each day. Of that, around $2 trillion is traded on the spot FX market, and the spot FX market is exchanging currencies at that day, at that time, and you also have other solutions like hedging solutions or forward contracts. The most populous center by volume is by far London, followed by the US, Singapore, and Japan. And it probably doesn't come as a surprise that the most traded currency is the US dollar, with 87% of all trades done in US dollar. And this also reflected in the most popular currency pairs. So euro dollar, dollar yen, and sterling dollar are the most popular currencies. But how does that look like, for example, for the Polish zloty against the euro? Because that's probably more of interest for many of the companies like yourself in Poland. Here you see a graph of the full last year. So that's from June 2019 to June 2020. And directly what you can see that there's a huge drop in March when the COVID-19 lockdowns started. And this is exactly one of the risks that any company in the world, because basically this drop is not unique to the Polish zloty or euro. Almost any currency has seen this major change. These type of market uncertainty and big drops creates a risk for any business. The positive point from this is that you as a business are able to protect yourself against those drops, and you can do that already from a very early stage, and it's actually not very difficult. On the graph, you can see that the difference between the high point and the low point is around 8.5%, which basically means that it would cost you 8.5% more to acquire the same amount of euros in middle of March than it would have done in, for example, January. And I can show you that with an example as well. So let's take the example of a shoe business. We call it exclusive shoe business, a shoe brand in Poland. Non-existent, by the way, but it's an example. It's established in '97, sells both in brick and mortar as in online channels. It has the headquarters in Poland, a turnover of 50 million, and imports goods from European suppliers. Well, in the example, actually Shoes ordered 3 million euros of supplies in January 2020. But instead of exploring alternative solutions to acquiring that, they stuck to their typical approach of buying the currency 3 months after placing the order. Which in this case, if you've seen the huge drop, it would mean that they would have required an extra 7% or 914,000 Polish zloty to acquire the same amount of euros. And this, of course, a big risk that companies have, and luckily you can mitigate that risk. Of course, we understand that in the future, it's difficult for you to understand all these changes, and that it's not part of your core business, especially as a startup, as a beginning organization. You have many competing priorities. You're busy. It's the expertise that it takes these days in the financial market to understand those movements. We understand that it's difficult to protect yourself against that. We also see that there's a lack of confidence in FX expertise. Assuming other FX solutions, for example, are market speculation, and that you continue only on the rate that you get. What we try to tell our clients and work with our clients on is, it's not market speculation, it's actually an insurance policy. And we try to help our clients mitigate the risk that they run. And I think that would also be the biggest takeaway probably from hopefully from this presentation, is that looking at your FX policy, at your risk policy, is not about gaining money or speculating on the market or speculating on the market movements. No, it's just to protect yourself against those movements and mitigate the risk. So basically you have your ease of mind of, okay, that's covered. I can now basically focus on core business. And that is for all the startups, for example, that are at this event, are building a great business with a new product or a new service, and providing that great service to your clients. Within XE, we have a certain approach to hedging your FX risk. And we take a 5-step approach. And although it's within human nature, and especially with entrepreneurs like yourself, to jump straight through number 5, which is market timing and execution. We all love to make a quick decision and move forward. But with this 5-step plan, which For a pretty straightforward business, especially smaller in size, these 5 steps can be done, for example, in a 1-hour call. So it doesn't have to be an elaborate process or a very big process. It can be done relatively quickly, but it does ensure you that you end up with the service, product, and protection that is suitable for your business. And that's one of the services that we provide, basically for free if you become a client. In a very high level, it starts with risk identification, understanding what type of risk your business runs. And in the following slide, we'll tell you a little bit about the 3 types of risk that you can have. Second one is quantifying the risk. What we do is we put a number on the risk, so a number in absolute terms, so that you know and understand the risk that you have. Once you understand that the risk that you run and the amount that you run, we go over to the strategy and implementation, and basically look at, okay, how much risk can your business tolerate? How much risk are you willing to take, and what is your risk profile, before we moving over to the hedging process and understanding in your environment, in your market, what type of hedging tools or hedging services are available to you in that business, until we end up with market timing and execution, which we probably all love the most. So if we look at the risk, there are 3 types of risk that your business can have. The first one, the most common risk that you will encounter, is the transactional risk. This risk arises when businesses have dealings overseas in foreign currency, either by importing overseas goods and services or exporting them. While the dealing in foreign currency exposes you to a currency volatility, especially when the price has already been committed contractually. So if we look back, for example, at the example about the exclusive, they made the order, they committed to buying the goods for 3 million, they paid after 3 months, and they had a exposure of risk of the 914,000 Polish zloty. So that's definitely a big risk and something that you can protect yourself against. The second one is translational risk. This risk arises when a business has an asset or liability in a foreign currency on its balance sheet. As you can understand, if you have something, for example, you're a Poland-based business, you report in the Polish zloty, and you have assets on your balance sheet in euros, which means that depending on the frequency of reporting each quarter, your balance sheet could go up or down based on the market movements of the euro, the Polish zloty against the euro. And the third one is the economic risk. This happens when there's a movement in the exchange rate, which can give corporates a competitive advantage when competing for a business. Again, taking the example of shoes, exclusive shoes, a customer in India is deciding between a German business based in the Eurozone and Poland for a USD denominated contract. If, for example, in that case, the euro starts to weaken against the Polish zloty, over the tender period, the euro-located business could reduce the USD cost of their product, and therefore make their quote more competitive against exclusive shoes. But again, the most common risk that you will encounter is the first one. That's the transactional risk. When we understand what type of risk you have and you encounter, we can look at quantification of that risk. And it's very important to understand that, of course, a fixed risk can either have a negative or a positive impact on your business bottom line. The quantification helps to understand the net exposure and the risk can have on your bottom line. And it's very important to look at, for example, the highest, the most extreme, the least extreme, or average scenarios, and try to put a number on that risk. Once you understand the risk, you can have a look at, okay, how much can we tolerate? Do we need to hedge? Do we want to have 100% hedge, or would like, for example, to be 50% hedged and look at what the market does for the other 50%? To understand a little bit on the market changes, we had a look at the past 9 or 10 years of the developments in the Polish zloty against the euro. And here you can see the changes over time. With the biggest difference between the high and low was in 2011, which was a staggering 16.4%. Well, in, for example, 2019, it was 4.6%. To give you a little bit of reference on a 10 million euro Polish zloty exposure, net exposure, with the lowest range, you would run a risk of around 460,000, while the impact would be on the highest percentage range, around 1.6 million. By understanding the risk that you have and actually putting a number on it, you can decide what steps do we need to take. Once you understand that, you've put a number on it, you can have a look at what are you trying to achieve. Is it simply to reduce the impact of FX volatility on the business by a prescribed amount? Do you want to be 100% protected? So that, for example, in the previous example given about the order of 3 million, instead of basically paying at the amount, the time that you will receive the goods 3 months later, you could also have chosen to actually take a forward contract and lock in the rate at the moment that you sign the contract in January, which basically means that whatever happens with the market, you know you will have to pay that specific amount in Polish zloty to get that 3 million when you have to pay the provider of the goods. And then with the strategy and implementation, we can look at the timelines and hedging percentages, and the choice of hedging tools can then link to the objective of your strategy. Once you have agreed to your strategy, of course, the next stage is to make sure you have everything in place. And it's important to understand that it doesn't really matter if you're very small, if you're even a startup, or if you are a small to medium, a startup or scale up, or a very large corporate. Any business, and I think that many of you as startups will encounter foreign exchange challenges. So that is working with different currencies, and it's relatively straightforward and easy to protect yourself against that and protect your bottom line. So with almost 2 minutes to the end, I want to share some of the conclusions. I understand that we've been it went very relatively quickly, and there's much more detail in the end, of course, if you're starting to look at your specific case, and I'm more than willing to look at that, of course, with you together and see what risks do you have and how can we help you. What we always tell our existing clients, as well as any future clients, is that don't allow the emotions of fear and greed cloud your judgment in relation to your FX strategy. Your FX strategy, your risk mitigation in that sense, is not about gaining money or losing money on the FX market. It's basically to have an ease of mind, protect your bottom line against those risks. Because we saw before, for example, there was a drop of 8.5%. And this means that if you have profit margins between 5 and 10%, it could mean by that single drop you would have lost your whole profit margin. We always advise to have a policy in place that can be as simple as a one-pager to, of course, a very big a policy. And it's better to make an informed decision that gives you the confidence when markets move against you. And a neutral environment is always best. Events such as the Brexit referendum in 2016, the Swiss franc move, or more recently the COVID-19 are great examples of event risks and potential impact to your company's bottom line. Well, if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me on.
Welcome back to my pink sofa. I think that's the best stage of this edition. However, we have 3 other stages where startups are pitching. This edition, well, that was unexpected. We had so many applications that we had to create 3 separate but simultaneous stages for all of them to pitch. Well, it will take all day, but in between the pitching contest, we have some presentations and discussion panels for you. And this one will be about how to build your brand effectively. Well, this is crucial to achieve success and get from point A of living at your parents to point B of being a new business revelation. We have 2 experts and a moderator who will walk you through that journey. So say hello to Ting, the CEO of Aimazing. Flavia Richardson, she is the Vice President of Early Stage Practice Silicon Valley Bank. And the panel will be moderated by Maciej Sadowski, he's the CEO of Startup Hub Poland. Enjoy the discussion.
All right. Hello, good people of the conference. Hello, friends of World Summit. Hello, my new friends from the panel. I wave to Flavia and to June. I'm very happy to meet.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Within this framework today, and we will have a panel about branding, how to effectively build branding, because I think I am one of the victims of an illusion that okay, I will build a brand and it will go spontaneously. Well, no, actually, everybody can have a logo type or a mission of a company, but not everybody is prepared well enough to have a real branding. And our humble guests will help us understand better their stories, their experiences with building branding, so that also the participants of the conference can have some new ideas, tips and tricks, how to make it better, how to bootstrap your brand, how to build it from the scratch, or how to maybe rebrand something that has already been established some times ago. Before we start, we have around 50 minutes, so we will have super comfortable opportunity to talk and exhaust all of the topics. I hope that you guys on the other side of the wire will meet and know better Flavia and June, because their experience is something that being shared can really be beneficiary for us. So this is a great opportunity. But before we start, I would like to do something that I usually do on World Summit formats, which is thank you very cordially to the whole team of World Summit in these difficult times when we need to meet online. They are preparing everything for us in such a fashion that we can smoothly go through topics that are most important for us, most interesting, most fascinating, and we can enjoy the fact that we are building one great community of high tech all across the world with great speakers. And this is everything thanks to Patricia, Mike, and guys from World Summit. So thank you very much for that. And now, without further ado, let me just in one short sentence introduce you to great people that I have privilege to see over my window in this frame, which is Flavia Richardson and June Ting. Flavia, we'll start with her. She's from my, let's say, from my fairy tale. She's an investor. She manages portfolio companies, more than 8 years, having several great early stage projects in her portfolio under her management, under her careful sight and wise support. She's right now working, so you are right now working, I will refer to you because we are right now in the same room, although virtual.
Right.
You, Flavia, you are working in Silicon Valley Bank. It's not in Cali, it's in London. And you are doing with financial, with transactional, and with high-tech topics in your organization. And we will shortly go to listen more about the path that you went along to get where you are. I'm saying it's my fairy tale because I really like venture capital transactions. And June. June is an entrepreneur, a startupper, probably a person that you guys that are listening to our panel are very much want to follow in his career. Because you, June, as I recall, you have funded not one, not two, but 3 startups already. So your adventure with building new ventures, new endeavors is already like, what, 15 years or something? And the project that you are right now running, Aimazing, is the project that was the 3rd one of yours, and that has probably one of the strongest brands in our startup community. I will go then to Flavia, if we hear each other well. Flavia.
Yes, I believe that we hear each other very well.
Very happy to hear that. You are in London, in a city of great opportunities, but a city also of great transition and great changes right now. Can you tell us just briefly, for our audience, to know you a little bit better, what brought you to this complicated, though fascinating industry of building and investing into high-tech teams, Flavia?
Yeah, interesting. So I actually qualified as a lawyer. So I've studied quite a lot in that respect as I relocated to the UK, and it was really a mistake. I never planned to go into investment. I wanted to follow my path, and I was very happy with the path that I picked when I started university. But as it happens, destiny has a way, and I ended up working for an international overseas group that was expanding here, and they were looking at making investments in property and then in technology. And I was perhaps very fortunate to be given the opportunity to learn from zero how to put together deals and how to present them to investment committees, and most importantly, how to work with the companies before investment and post-investment as well, as they are in the portfolio. And a few years later, I have ended up creating a sort of mini portfolio for the organization, and left to join as portfolio manager for London Co-Investment Fund, which when I left about 1 year and 4 months ago, had about 140 plus companies. So a very important kind of catalyst for the ecosystem here. So that is my pathway. It's just naturally developed that way, and it has been a continuous learning journey, applying myself and being very challenged by some of the situations that I have faced with portfolio companies, with companies that I mentored in the ecosystem. I have been for about 1 year an expert at the European Commission for their SME instruments. So it has been quite a I would say very diverse journey. I'm still learning, so I don't think it ever stops.
And Flavia, before we go smoothly to June and his experience, the path he had in his story, I want to very briefly ask you, we will come back to it later, of course. Our topic today is about branding exposure, branding building. Can you recall, Flavia, what was the moment, what was the first time you really realized that branding is something super crucial for startups? Was there you was born with this intuition?
God, I don't think anybody is born with it. I think branding is probably one of the most misunderstood areas of building a company. For me, it clicked in my second role in investment, where I had companies in my portfolio that were doing very similar things from a sort of technology perspective. And then the puzzle became, so why is one able to resonate with consumers, so people that they were targeting in the market, and why was another company completely unsuccessful, even if they invested substantially more capital in their marketing and advertising. And that is when I started to work with a number of specialists that I developed for the ecosystem and for my portfolio then, quite a number of activities with experts in the field. And I think that the findings, as we'll discuss them, are quite important, because branding is like the culture, is that invisible thing that you have to think very seriously about in the beginning and throughout the journey, that can underpin your success. But it's very hard to quantify. And maybe throughout this discussion, we'll get to some sort of consensus of how founders can approach it.
We definitely will. And I'm happy that you have already mentioned, Flavia, that there are so many of misunderstandings or bad myths or bad illusions around branding. I am happy to announce right now that this panel will be very substantive, because we will try to actually attack these myths and these impressions that might be elusive sometime. But right now, June, where are you? Where are you right now? In which city do we find you? Well?
Yeah, hi everyone. I think it's my pleasure to be here, right? So happy to meet you guys, everyone. I think because we are now inside the COVID-19, and then the entire summit become the virtual, and then I have the chance to participate. I'm in other side of the the earth. I'm now in Singapore. I'm Malaysian. So as just now mentioned, right? So I started my first startup when I was 15 in Malaysia. Then I went to Taiwan, still in Asia, for my university, and then I start my second startup in Taiwan. Now I'm in Singapore, so I start my third startup in Singapore. So yeah, so the company for Aimazing is about 5 years in for now. When we cooperate, it's about 5 years. So mainly what we are actually doing is we are organizing and analyzing the offline transaction data. So agree with Flavia just now mentioned, right? A lot of people misunderstanding about the branding, especially like for us also, because we are starting as a very young startup, a young team, and then we want to serve with the bank. So we are providing a fintech solution. So when we meet to the customers, and then we thought like, oh, we need the branding, we need to keep spending amount on the Facebook marketing, right? And then people is like, oh, what is your background? I said, oh, we just graduated. I have about 2 years experience working inside the investment banking. And then I saw this problem. Then do we have a very solid team? Then I think that is what I think there's until we find a good mentor to guide us, like one, actually we need to structure how we do the things right? And then for now, I think it's on the right track, I can say, right? So I think very happy to be here. I think so hopefully today we can have some very interesting discussions, and then can take something back. Yeah.
Definitely, I share the same hope. I think this hope is well grounded and well based. We will, having you two guys, we will have really splendid opportunity to dig deeper into the subject of branding. I will also try to attract you to this line of thinking. I run a NGO, Startup Hub Poland, that attracts people from abroad, so very much like you guys, to come to Poland and to find this place a very powerful soil for growing up high-tech businesses, for making high-tech investments and transactions. We are bringing startups from 65 countries to Poland. We attract them to R&D centers. And for me, it was something that actually we could not start without, because and the way for us was that we did not know whether we should brand our Startup Hub Poland Foundation, or we should rather concentrate on the branding of Poland itself, because in a way Poland was our product, Poland was our offer. We were hustling Poland all across the world. So I realized that we need to make very tough decisions of how to start talking about our mission and our activities. What is our DNA in our endeavors? What is our identity? And here is my question, and I'll go to Flavia if you don't mind. Flavia,
Sure.
this is a moment. There is a moment in every business probably when you need to ask this very specific and very tough question. So how do I start with defining what my brand could be? And when, let's take me as a figurative example. I am a startupper, let's say, or June is a startup. We are going to you and we are seeking for your wise advice. How do we start within our teams, with our mentors, with our investors, the topic of branding? Is there a logical course of action we should follow? How do we start this discussion?
Okay, so very tough question, because we haven't discussed what branding is. But let me tell you, if you were a company that I mentor and this was your biggest challenge, I think there is a process, and branding is the answer to the question, why do I do the things that I do, and what values do I have as a founder or as a founding team and as a company. What is the mission that makes you get up in the morning and work 100-hour week? I think that those are the first things that that is the sort of exercise that I would really want you to do, because I think that will tell you how you should send the message onwards. That will feed into your marketing and advertising, and that will feed into the culture that you will have to the employee, with your employees, and the way your clients will perceive you in the market. So it starts with looking within the founding team. What really motivates you? Why do you want to build that fintech company? Is it because you want people that have never had a bank account to be able to have access to financial products and be able to, hedge their risks much better? Do you develop that investment fund because you want to invest in companies that can help make this planet more sustainable or address social inequalities? Are you building this consumer brand because you want to develop products in a supply chain that is sustainable? I think that when you have this sort of, when you start to build a company, you have underlying values that motivate you. And I think founders sometimes look at the digital expression of branding and marketing and advertising, but they don't ask themselves, what am I really trying to send to the person applying to work with me, wanting to be my client, wanting to be my investor? I think that it starts within. At least this is how I see it. And some of the specialists might agree with me, some might completely disagree.
Obviously, this is a very free panel, and this is a strength of our discussion that we might disagree with each other. Let's check with June. If you disagree with this idea, and I can help you to disagree a little bit, saying, guys, and it's really true, it's true. I meet who are saying, Maciej, we found very interesting niche, a very interesting deficit of the market. We want to exploit this niche and we want to be hell of rich guys. So sometimes they don't look at their business from the perspective of values, of mission, which I personally very much like, but they are saying we will be rich. The Excel says, computer says we will be rich if we do this and this. June, how it is with you? I think we cannot highlight this motivation. Like, my brand is this fintech company will make me and my investors rich, because it's not simply.
Well, good question. I think for as a founder, I think definitely money reach is one of the motivation to make us wake up every day. I think that need to be very honest to everyone. I think like if you thought about like I spent about my 5 years, 10 years, and then I exit my company, and then my intention is not making money. I think maybe that's not right, right? So I think definitely yes, but I think agree with the Flavia is like actually the most of the thing that pushing us, I think, is not money or not reach, right? Become rich, because I think it's from us example, like I think when you start a company for the first 3 to 5 years, the risk is very high, like the 95% or like 80% you will close down the company, right? If you want to become like rich, maybe you go for like a personal feel is like if you go to investment banking or invest in someone, maybe you can have a more sustainable, right? I think for startup wise, is actually there need to have a reason for you to like wake up every day. There's a mission or there's something that you think you can solve. Then at the same time, I think the other things like reach will be like the second motivation for us to move. So I think we go through that same journey. Like at the first, we make a lot of mistake that we misunderstanding about the branding. So we thought like we just need to spend a lot of money, and then we keep posing on the social media. We spend a lot of time at the offline event, then we can get that kind of exposure, right? But I think most of us for now is like I think the mission and the vision of the company is very, very important. Like they need to be like aligned with the entire company. Like everyone know that. What is the mission of the company? So it's very interesting. Like some of our product guys, they will ask like, "Oh, we want to build this new feature, and then is this aligned with our mission?" Right? So
Exactly.
I think that built inside the entire company culture, the company DNA. I think then when we do the marketing campaign, when we do everything, I think when the people see this, I think then we are deliver the right message to the audience. So I think what we also do the one of the branding will be like for in our case is actually we spend a lot of time with our first few customers. We make sure that they are super happy with that with our product, right? Then after that, I think from there then we move one more step. So yeah, I think from me, I think to answer the question is like yes, definitely money reach is one, but I think the what makes you to move on, I think that will be very, very important. Yeah.
Okay, actually, I'm super happy that you both mentioned those intellectual / emotional elements of our mission of our companies, of our endeavors, because many startuppers think, for example, when it comes to the branding topic, they say, yeah, look, we have a very nice, colorful logo type. This logo type is our brand. But Flavia and June, you are saying that brand is something actually very different. As I understood from the beginning of our discussion, it's more like set of values, the vision, the mission. Flavia, can you tell me what are those intangible elements that creates one's brand?
Okay, well, okay, so you know what? Maybe we can just disperse the first myth. When we're saying branding, we're not referring to marketing collateral, which means it's like your logo, the color scheme that you're using, the way you design your website. That is, I don't think that is branding. That is ultimately can help you reflect some of the values. However, I think for me, branding is how you do those things that you want to do. So let's say something very so that everybody knows. Let's take neobanks. These are new banks that have been around for at least the last 10 years. They try to challenge mainstream. If you think about we have thousands of companies, and I think probably tens of thousands around the world that try to do something like that. But why do we only have a handful that are successful and why do those brands appeal so much to younger population around the world? You know, we can look at N26, we can look at Revolut, although lately it has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. And you have to take a step back and think, you know, what is the message that these companies are sending to their users? You want to be different. You want to challenge the mainstream. You want to have access to services that you don't have right now. The same way somebody with, I don't know, £1 million in their bank account can. So it starts with values, what you stand for. Why do you do the sort of things that you do? And most importantly, how you do them. And we all know very bad examples of companies that might not necessarily reflect too much on how you do it. And the risk, if you don't reflect, if you don't have that exercise as leadership, as founders, is that you risk losing great talent. Talent grows, and people are emotional creatures, both as consumers, as employees, as investors as well.
Investors, yep.
Yes. So you notice there are some amazing companies out there that have got a lot of funding, and yet they're bleeding talent. They can't retain a single executive for more than 6 months. We know quite a number of such companies in Europe, and yet you have to ask yourself, you know, why is that happening? And why, out of nowhere, then you have some amazing companies that have great culture, and they manage to make the progress and attract great talent, and then great performance follows, and then amazing investments, happen at the end of this process. So I think that it's not about how, you know, whether you make money or not, to kind of go against what June said. You can make money in different ways. You don't have to be in development. You don't have to be in technology. There are professions out there that are high risk that can make you money. There are conventional businesses out there, like, you know, having hairdressers. If you know how to do it well, you could be a multi-millionaire many times over, from hairdressers, pharmacies, cleaning companies, and fixing cars. So you don't have to be in innovation. You don't have to be a CEO in that way. It's about how you do it. How do you go about? How do you motivate the people and inspire them to believe in something that hasn't been done before the way you want to do it? And I think that that's a lot harder than simply, starting a business and just wanting to get 100 million at the end of it.
I agree with this, in a way, sad and very serious diagnosis that in our industry, in our world of high tech, of scaling businesses, fast growing businesses, it's really a difficult topic. I agree with that, although it's not as beautiful as many young people who are hearing, oh, startup, it's so fancy, I will get one. I will. It's not as easy as it sounds, as it appears to be. This is why I go to June. This question, I will basically have the same question, but what are those intangible elements of branding that you are actually implementing in your everyday work? But before that, a very short question. So I sense one difficulty in branding our early stage companies. If I were a branding manager of Procter & Gamble or any other big company, Motorola, whatever, I know my products. I know how my market will look in 1 year, more or less. I know it's changing, but I can imagine that at least. I have good reason to imagine what my company will be in 1 year or 2 years. And with you, startuppers, this is a terrible start because it's so difficult. You need to build your brand over, as Flavia said, over your actions and over your activities, but you need to promise a story, promise a value that will benefit to the whole world, which will be in 2 years, let's say, because right now we are small, we are tiny, we are startups or early scale-ups.
Okay, so I think just give an example, like what we know about branding we just started the company. So I think the very famous experience or very famous case will be like, oh, a lot of people will say that, like, you can see like Coca-Cola, right? When they have advertising, so the message they are trying to deliver is is happy, is cool, right? So actually, at first, we was like kind of like follow this kind of strategy. It's like, we try to deliver the message like happy and cool. But as a startup, it doesn't work because Coca-Cola is a very famous brand. Everybody know Coca-Cola selling soft drink, right? If you are a startup, you're trying to deliver a message at a very high level, right? It's like I'm trying to have an advertising just for happy. Then all the people don't know like what you're trying to do. So they only know, okay, happy, but what we're trying to do. So actually what I was thinking, like, as a startup, as a first, the branding will be like, you really need to deliver the message that the people can really understand, can easily to understand. All right, I think that will be a very important thing. Like, if not, then yeah. yeah.
Flavia, you.
No. I was actually thinking that June is, stumbling into something really valuable, and I just thought of a great example. You all and the audience would agree that there are a number of beer companies out there, right? You go to the supermarket, we all do, and we probably have a few hundred types of beer and ales, right? It's the same in the UK, in my home country, Romania, the same thing, I bet, in Poland. But I'm going to tell you a story about a company that I'm very passionate about. I've never worked with them, but they're here in the UK. And a few years ago, they appeared out of nowhere. It's a company called Brewdog. And if you look at, their sort of marketing collateral is like even the name Brewdog is, for me, it tells me that it's out of nowhere. It's underdogs, a company that started at the grassroots, and they developed their first microbrewery, and they thought to themselves, you know what, we should have sustainable supply chain. We should produce locally. We should produce smaller batches. We should, be quality over quantity. If you were seeing them in the beginning, maybe 7 years ago, you would think, are you insane? Are you just building another company producing beer when we have so many hundreds and such, multi-billion-dollar companies producing beer globally? But the way they thought to themselves, we're standing for locally produced, high quality. Yes, a bit more pricey, but you pay for quality, and you pay because whenever you buy a beer from them, it's produced somewhere around your area. So they're creating jobs. And the way they position to the consumer, they even have their pubs, and even the food is locally produced. And right now, it's a few good millions of investment later, they have a supply chain across the whole country. You can find it in every supermarket and in every bar you go. And I feel that it's because the founders started asking themselves, what do I stand for? Locally produced. Tick. This is my business model. I want people to taste quality and taste the difference. Because I value quality. I want to be able to, if I drink it in Poland, I want to be able to say, it's produced in Poland, because that is great. You have a presence there, and you're building there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is that although we have touched the base, you guys have touched the base in terms of how to build a brand for an early stager. Can we right now try to give some handful easy to use tips for our guys and girls over there on the other side of the wire, willing to actually. What I envision is they participate Wolf Summit, they entered our room, they listen to you, to us, they benefit from the branding topic, but they are thinking, okay, so right now, Can I have a manual? Maybe you can recommend a great mentor which we can find online who is teaching some basics, but you are those mentors. Can you try us to understand like 1, 2, 3 most reasonable steps, most crucial steps to build a brand? In technical words, like what we do. I'm finishing a panel with you and I'm starting building my brand. Where do I start? June, can we start with you and then we will to Flavia?
Sure. I think give an actual example for what actually we are doing now is I think the first thing is to building up the brand to deliver to the right message. What we are already do is actually talking to our customers. So that is very, very important because as just now mentioned, right? If you are thinking like as example like Asia, Southeast Asia especially, we are focusing on the offline businesses. So a lot of people, they are trying to build up their company, then they were using a very sexy word like I'm helping the offline businesses go digital. So this kind of word, then they become branding. So our company is actually helping you to go digital. But actually, when you really talk to the customers, they don't understand what is going to digital. Like, is it going to digital meaning that I'm help you to open up e-commerce or helping you out to do the data analytics? So that's why I think like after you're talking to your customers, then you will know like if your target customer is this group of the people, please using the right words that they can understand. It's not like using a very sexy word that just want to catch the people eyeball. But and end up, I feel like it's quite hard, right? So at the first, again, it's like we are also using that kind of word, like, oh, we are helping all the offline businesses to go digital. But end up, we realize that they don't really know like what we are trying to helping them. So for now, we are very simple, is we are helping them to increase their sales. So they understand. So increasing sales, and then so when I think for now, what we're trying to deliver to the customers is maybe it's like a simple word or simple sentences, and then when they know like when they need help, they can think about us. So yeah, I think that is what like talking to the existing customers, figure out like what kind of thing or what kind of words they can understand based on that, and then yeah, go like spread to the market. Yeah.
Flavia, Madame, can we listen to your suggestions?
Yeah. Okay. So I think that is really good that June picked on doing
Listening
your
to
market
customers.
research.
Yeah.
Doing your market research, listening to your customers, engaging with them very early on. I would add that absolutely branding is a process. It probably requires the founder to take a step back, to put all of those pieces together, and then ask themselves, how do I want the company to operate? What are the sort of guiding principles that I am unapologetic applying every single day? Because that will inform how you're going to build this company and how you're going to tell the story of why you build this company, what motivates you. And once you have done that, I feel that obviously not every founder will be very good at marketing and design and user, UX, UI. They're not going to be, not everybody has that background. And I think it's recognizing that there is a point where you have to bring in an expert. You have to consult with various different specialists to be able to design that, to relay what you stand for in a sort of graphical and a visual format. And this is where absolutely your logo and your website design and your app design and the way you interact, all of those things will come naturally. But I feel it's definitely starts with the way you know your market, then it goes into how you engage with your customers and having those surveys and interactions and extracting as much information about what do they respond very well to, and quantifying and analyzing, is this the right, is this the right message? Is this the right logo? Is this the right scheme? Do they like this way of explaining my product or not? I think it's slightly more scientific, but the first thing you can do, absolutely know your market, know your customers, and know yourself, and know to use specialists when it comes to that collateral, to creating that collateral. And collateral for me means obviously logo, color scheme, website, app design, and many more. So from that perspective, is figuring out how you're going to do all of those parts and creating a process that you as a founder, you're going to go through. It's not going to be overnight. It's not going to be in a week's time, but you're going to get there, and it never stops.
I normally when I run or when I participate in a panel during Wolf Summit where there is lots of audience all around me, I'm usually saying, guys, this is the right moment for this beautiful audience. Today I cannot see you, unfortunately, but I still believe you are beautiful. To raise your questions. We have this option to have live comments, but for me they are unavailable. That's why I'm asking Alicia, our friend from Second, who are organizing it for us. Do we have any questions? Or if you want to summon some questions, 1 or 2 questions, I will gladly throw them to this online channel to Flavia and June. If not, I have one more question before we end in around 10 minutes, which is, all right, I perfectly can understand what are your vision, what are your best advices for me, a young 35 years old entrepreneur, to build my own branding. And right now tell me, I made a mistake. I communicated wrong values that I do not really believe in, or I think actually the merit, the substance of my business. How can I rebrand? How can I rebrand my organization since it's already discovered by investors, by corporations? Flavia.
Okay, so my question to you is, why don't you believe in the values that you've put on in your plan?
Yeah, I have to.
What do you really believe in? What are the 5 words that define what you believe in?
Yes, let's say that I don't know, because I very much in my values I rather try to find a good, intellectual experiment for us to answer the question of rebranding. But let's try to think. Well, I can say my brand promise was too aggressive, or it was too fluffy, on the other hand, or it was too egoistic. It's any reason. I want to change my brand. How do I rebrand a startup, an early stage startup, especially since some of the investors have already spotted me on a stage in Cali, in London, in Poland, in Singapore. They know my old brand, and right now I have a very difficult task. I mean, the figurative startupper, to recreate the brand. Are there any good paths for me? Are there any good methods I can do that? Shall I speak openly? I want to propose a new version of my brand, or do I do it step by step, very, very delicately? Flavia, let's start with you, and then June will have a longer time.
Okay, so first things first, there must be very good reasons why anyone, especially a startup founder, would want to make that change. Is it because you're not getting enough traction? People are not responding to the message? And then I would ask the question, how do you know? Have you tested various different messages, and then you reached out saying that Poland is the best place to find developers in Europe? Is it true? Is it not true? I don't know if that is enough, enough in terms of branding. I think I would take you on your own journey, and I would evaluate why do you believe certain things that you do, and why do you think a change is necessary, and why do you think that change is potentially the right one? How do you test those assumptions? See, branding is not this sort of fluffy concept about words and colors and schemes.
Yeah.
It's about testing. It's about this continuous iteration process. Think about even your website. in order to get the right format, you're probably going to test 5-6 different types of websites in order to see which one the user responds well to. And June will definitely know this better than anyone. So you will use a lot of analytics to be able to extract that, or you're going to use systems that tell you what people spend time looking at on your website so that you can design it better. I think it's the same with how you think your brand is going to be perceived. It's having that continuous conversation. So if you want to make a change, you will need to be able to define and discuss this with your target, a sample of your target audience. So if it's, if you're going to go back on stage, you already know how vast majority of the audience is going to react because you've already done the test. You already had those discussions.
All right. Thank you very much for that, June. So I understand that we can treat the brand as the next iterations of it's not that I need to have one brand till the end of the days. I can really reproduce my brands. Is it correct? Can we proceed like that with the branding?
I think for me, I think I will ask the same question like Flavia asked before. Is like, why, if you just follow the progress, right? I think for the branding, it's not like, okay, I want to deliver this message. I want to try to let our potential customers know that we can help them. I think the next day everybody will know. I think there is a process, and then this process may be 6 months, 1 year, or you keep deliver the message to the customers. So that's why I don't really see like why is a company, if you have this kind of like process, and then you every step that you actually really understand your customers, so you will fine tune at very early stage. I say like without like you already at like 5 years later, and then you just one day you figure out like, actually everybody know us, and then we are not fit into the market. I don't think that there will be the company will really doing that. But if yes, I think maybe you need to think of like, do you want to like start another company, or like you want to like restart again, right? Because if you are start like every time when you move a very small step, you need to always ask back like, is this aligned with the mission? And then is it talking to enough customers? And then is it this really can help them? And then I'm moving forward, right? So if at the very early stage, I think if you figure out anything, you can just find you because not much people really knowing you. But if you already like, it's like, I think in Southeast Asia, there's a unicorn like Grab, right? So there's like, I don't know, like Series G or Series H. I don't think like they can like rebrand their company. Yeah. So I was like, if just follow the progress. I think for the branding, it's not like 1 month. I just invest in this and 1 month, and then I can't get the result. I think there's a very long-term game to play with.
You need to unmute yourself.
I think you.
Yes. Thanks. I mute myself just not to produce any echo for what June was saying. I made a compliment that haven't been heard very well by the audience nor by you. And the compliment was that we already learned a lot from your experiences, but still I sense like I could spend hours with you talking more about branding. Since we have last minute, can I ask you for a Twitter kind of summarize? What will be the next big branding challenge for startuppers in terms of like do the principles change, or you rather think that we will just stick to those knowledge that you have shared with us?
Oh my! Can I go first?
Yeah, but very briefly.
The next branding frontier is going to be virtual reality and augmented reality And from a data perspective, it will create, measuring what people react to is going to be a lot more complex. I mean,
So
I'm kind of, I'm thinking MRI scans and seeing how people react and their brains react to make products a lot better.
Nanoscience, behavioristic, AR, and VR. June, what about you? Your frontier?
I think the big challenge for branding, at least I saw in especially in Southeast Asia, I think will be like because of the COVID-19. Actually, a lot of people, like when I talk about the potential customers will be offline businesses, they are really moving up to digital, to the online platform, as Flavia mentioned just now.
So we need to concentrate much more on the digital right now, more than offline that we used to have before. June, Ting, Flavia, Richardson. June from Singapore, Flavia from London. Maciej, Sadowski from Startup Hub Poland, from Warsaw. We're very happy that we could talk to each other and to be listened by the great audience of Wolf Summit of 100 Wolves. Thank you very much, and I wish you to spread the knowledge about branding all across the planet, because it's very valuable. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Maciej.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wow, what a discussion. Well, thank you, June, Flavia, and especially Maciej for your really inquisitive questions. But now we're moving to some other part of the online experience of 100 Wolves pitching contest, exactly to the pitching stage. And, navy is the original color of Wolf Summit. That's a tradition that we want to stick to. However, we invited an outsider to host this stage. Well, he's an outsider, but industry insider. It's Tom Bernhard. And I have to tell you, honestly, that he's one of the most nice to be around people you could ever meet in the industry. So please take your seat and enjoy watching startups pitching on the Navy stage.
I want to go into the pitches, and then later on to hear a bit more about yourself. But Maciej, go ahead, give us a 1 minute idea of who you are.
There's still a lot of noise on
Could be Daniel's noise.
Hey, everyone.
Okay, I'll try anyway. My name is Maciej. I'm based in Copenhagen, and there's still a lot of but I work as a business advisor. There's a lot of echo, so I work as a business advisor. I've done so for the last eight years. I think maybe I'll just do like this, and it's not that bad. I've worked as a business advisor for the last 8 years, helping more than 1,000 startups to take Dream to the level of unicorn. And prior to that, I was a banker for many years. I have a background in finance and economics, and I'm very excited to be here today. I'm looking very much forward to see the pictures, and I'm sorry for all the noise I'm making. And I hope, we can fix the problem so we can have fun.
It could be, Daniel, if you can hear me, if you try to mute your phone, it could be from you. We're not sure. We're going to kind of isolate where the problem is. But mute yourself for a second. That seemed to have worked. Lasse, can we hear you now?
Yes.
Okay, so Daniel, it's coming from you. Okay, we'll put you back on in a second when you're on. Okay, and since we kind of lost all that, Lasse, give us again intro 1 minute of yourself.
Okay. I'm very glad to be here today, and there's still a very delay on what I'm saying. So I'll do like this. I've worked for the last 8 years in an organization called Copenhagen Business Hub, which is an organization helping startups to take basically their dream to the level of unicorn. I have a background from corporate banking where I financed many Danish unicorns and many Danish startups that never made it. So for the last 15 years, I've been in this ecosystem of startup companies trying to take their dream to an investor and get it financed. That's a very short pitch. And I'm very glad to be here, and I'm so sorry for all the trouble I may be causing with delayed sounds and everything.
No, it's all cool. So we're going to start with Daniel. And Daniel, what I understand from my guys here is that perhaps you've got a couple of tabs open. So if you have more tabs open on your screen, that may be causing some noise from your side. So try to close some of your other tabs or other device, maybe another device that's on, or another browser that you're not using websites. See if you kind of close the non-essential stuff. And
how about now? Is it fine?
It seems a little bit noisy, but it's tolerable. And then also share your screen. And when you share your screen, I'm going to push the button. Go for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Screen on.
It was 2017. I was there in my first time in life, and in this beautiful view from the CN Tower, I'm sitting there and realized the opportunity that was in Toronto. In 1 year, from 2016, the real estate prices raises up by 100%, 2 times. Only 1 year. It's a crazy amount for real estate. And I was thinking to myself at the CN Tower, at this beautiful view, what can I do for not missing the next opportunity when I see it? So I was thinking about Bonanza. The problem that we're solving is at the real estate market, you have a great value for knowing the future prices. It can reduce your risk. It can help you marketing. And for knowing these future prices, you need a lot of data. And you need a lot of communication power. Our solution is using data science and AI. We want to combine all the exposed and free VA channels to one big database and offer this to our customer for being exposed to the future deals in the real estate market. Our BI channels that we want to use is like consumer spending, the socioeconomic status, free parking spaces, and almost every little tiny data that you can think that have any impact about the real estate prices. Our main target is the apartment buyers and the sellers, in Israel, and the realtors. Also, the second market is the REITs, Real Estate Investment Trust, and this is our market. I want to say that we want to start in Israel, to learn from this country and expand to another country. So my business model is one software, one standard software for the realtors and the investors in 800 minutes. It's almost $250 US. For the REITs, we're talking about a one upgraded software. We want to give them more value for the REITs, and we're talking about a 1% commission for the REIT transactions. My team is me, the CEO, and Omer and Uya. They both really talented and experienced data science. And our current status, we already have the prediction algorithm with the POC. We're still working for the mining server developing. And we in first connections for our first design customer, because we want to build this product from the field, from the market, and not from our imagination. And we will be happy to be in touch with you. That's all.
Cool. So we're on schedule. Q&A. Ladies first. Diana, questions.
Hi. So what's your competition in Israel and generally globally?
In Israel, the situation with two competitors. They don't give any prediction, but they do give hype. They named yet second, and which means second hand, and Medlam. They both really known for the BI. They don't have any prediction in Israel. In the global, we're talking about a very mature market in the US. We want to get in US, but we need we now premature for this.
Okay.
How much money are you trying to raise, Daniel?
For now, we're talking about the $250K US.
Okay. More questions, Diana, Lassa?
So if you want to get to the US and you say it's a mature market, so what's your differentiator from the competition that's already there?
From there, what we have for now is we want to be very exposed with our success, with our success percent. It's not available in the US. They don't expose their errors, their success, their mistakes. We want to be very exposed for our customers and for our future customers. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Yes, staying with the customers, how are you going to get these customers to use your platform?
When you're speaking about Israel, we want to start from the realtors. We want to start from the big networks we have in Israel, like Remax, like 21st Century. We want to start from there. And afterwards, we want to go straight to the college that's learning, that starting the real estate market. And this is for our first step for Israel marketing.
Okay. And how complete is your product now? There was a bad sound, so maybe I missed it out, but how finished is the product now?
Now we're talking about 70% of success, of correct prediction. This is only the start. We're still working on it. We hope that in 6 months of developing, we will achieve an MVP that we can market.
And one final question, how are you going to spend the money if you find the $250,000? Is it new team members or is it on marketing or?
Yeah, so we're talking about 70% for salaries, 15% for IT, and 50% for
and 50% for what? I didn't hear the last thing.
Okay. Executive.
Yes.
raising capital in Israel, with the market there, do you think you'll have investors from Israel? Or are you looking globally? What is your...
We wanted to start in Israel. We're talking about 200,000 sellers and buyers here in Israel. 30,000 in Israel. And about the risk, they managing in Israel 50 billion shekel, which is 15 billion US dollar in Israel.
Okay, cool. Daniel, thank you very much. We are going to brutally cut you off, it looks like. I'll stop. Get your screen on there. And where are you from? Where are you calling in from, dialing in from?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Cool.
we are based in
you.
Armenia.
Great, Armenia. Super, great.
Okay. Okay, today I'm going to show you the easiest way of making P2P money transactions. But before that, let's have a look how you do the transactions now. So in this online era, all the conversations about money are happening in the messaging applications where there are no banks and e-wallets. For making the simple transaction, you have to leave the conversation window, enter the mobile banking application or e-wallet, pass the authentication, fill in the required data about receiver, do the transaction, and then come back to the messaging application. So what if you can send money directly through any messaging application without even leaving it? Payword is the next generation keyword application for making P2P money transactions in any messaging application. So for doing a simple transaction, you just type the amount and the receiver's name, pass a strong authentication, and you send money directly through any messaging application. It works everywhere with Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, Wybe, Telegram, even with your cellular mobile SMS. We choose business model as a commission fee from corresponding transaction. Besides that, we have premium features such as money stickers, money pools, and other interesting tools as well. The initial market is Armenia because we are based in Armenia, but the mainstream is the CIS and the Europe. Now we are in the prototype ready stage. We already bootstrapped 10K, and we have a good partnership with Armenian major payment settlement company. And our current need is 200K, which will be spent on marketing, research and development, and in G&A. And what about our team? The CEO and CBDO has a strong experience in finance. The CTO has a very good product manager, and I have a good experience in marketing and sales. We break the limits of borders. We are available everywhere right under your fingertips. Thank you.
Cool. Very good. Okay, so questions, Diana.
So what do you need to start a cooperation with any messaging app? So how does it exactly work?
So basically, we don't need any integration. We do everything within our keyword. We build a keyword which makes you to do any transaction into any application which has an input field.
And do both sides need to have this keyword, or?
In this case, we have a very good go-to-market strategy. So we are able to send money even those people who are not our users. So you can send money directly to me, and I cannot have the application, but I will get the notification that I got the money.
Okay.
And then I have to, yeah.
That's a question for you.
Yes, could you maybe elaborate a little bit on how strong the technology is? What about security and these things?
Okay, the security is the same as every other e-wallet or mobile banking application, because what we did, we only changed the UI and UX of how people do the transaction. The background is everything the same security and the same authentications.
Okay, and could you elaborate a little bit on the go-to-market strategy? What is the beachhead? Where will you begin? Because there are similar services other places in Europe.
Okay, so, very good. We will start in Armenia. We will test the product in Armenia, and when we will finish the test, we will go to Europe and CIS with the partnership of the corresponding payment settlements. And we have a pre-partnership with Tempo. It's the it's the French-based payment settlement company, which allows us to do the transactions abroad as well, in whole Europe.
So what do you think are the biggest risks right now?
Can you repeat the question?
What are the biggest risks right now?
The biggest risk. Okay. The biggest risk I can mention the regulations, because in every country there are other regulation specifications that we have to pass to be able to do transactions there. Currently in Armenia, we already passed all the regulations in Armenian regulator, and for scaling, we just need to do a survey and pass the green regulations as well.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Lasse, more questions?
Yeah, I'm very much into user behavior. How are you going to get me to use this when you are entering the Danish market? Why is it that I'm going to use this and not one of the other services in the market?
Okay, because about 60% of your phone usage, you use your keyboard to type anything. And we are just under your fingertips every time when you need to do any kind of transactions. So I'm sure if you go to your country, one of your friends will send you money within keyboard, and you just will download the application and start using it.
Yes, and that leads to another question. How do you build trust to this small company you are now? Is that through partnerships or regulators verifying your whole setup, or how will you build this trust?
The best trust part is the partnerships that we now have and we will have when we will be scaled.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep this on schedule. Miran, thanks very much. Good luck with that. Thank you very much, Lasse, Diana. Okay, we're on to the next presentation, which is Skinhive, Kirill from Skinhive. And by the way, while we're doing this, in addition to the two jury members here with questions, those watching us can also submit questions by chat. So we see your questions by chat. I see Tom Hansen asked a question. We're out of time, sorry, but questions there on the screen. Kirill, over to you. Or you got a screen to share, or just a speaking?
I have a presentation, so how I want
share your
to
screen. So share your screen now, and then I'm going to reset the 3 minutes.
Oh.
You see that?
It doesn't work.
Yeah. Rafal, can you help with that?
Sorry, I forgot that screen sharing doesn't work on Safari. It works only on Google Chrome. So I will explain our startup by words. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah. So I'm Kirill. I'm a CEO of Skinhive, and let me tell about our challenge to skin health. The tricky thing of skin diseases is that you cannot evaluate the risks and consequences. It may seem like a simple mole, or an ordinary sport, but when it is not, it can be too late. Going to a general practitioner or dermatologist is quite difficult process and takes a lot of time. And the accuracy of GPs is not very big. It's from 25% till 70%. So they don't have 100% accuracy. And the price of treatment depends on what stage doctor can look it. And the price of skin cancer is the most expensive, and it can be differ up to 150,000 euros per one treatment, per one patient. And moreover, it's difficult to hide shocking survival statistics from 99% on the first stage and 25% on the last. Thanks to our solutions, we can save millions of euros and hundreds of lives annually. That is why, so thanks to our computer vision technologies and our neural network, it is very easy to make a picture of a spot, send to our application, and get a result. Nowadays, you can assess the risk of 50 skin diseases with the same accuracy like a professional dermatologist and get a result in a second. All you need only is a smartphone and SkinKnife app. We have a solution for medical professionals, for home use, and for third-party developers. This is a cloud solution. Market is very big. Only in the European Union, there are 1.5 million dermatologists and GPs who can use our solution. We this year we finished a Rockstart Accelerator, so this one, and now we enter the European Union market. That's why we are looking for 500,000 euros to finish our clinical trials and enter the European Union market. We have a small but excellent and strong team of medical professionals, data scientists, and IT engineers. So make your first, go to skinknife.com, make your first SkinKnife check, and it will help to stay healthy and improve the accuracy of SkinKnife neural network. Thank you.
Cool. So we're on schedule. So Q&A. Diana, you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Sure. So, what are other solutions like in this market, and is any of them popular and tested?
Thank you for the question. Of course, we have several competitors on AI skincare market, but only one of these have TIA certification, and our solution can detect many more diseases, not only skin cancer, but viral diseases, fungal diseases, dermatitis, acne, and so on. So we can detect many more diseases, and we have solutions not only for home use, but for professionals and for IT specialists.
And how open are the professionals to use the app? How much do they trust that?
We already done our scientific paper. Soon it will be appear on our website, skinknife.com. We have a lot of feedback from PhD dermatologists from different countries. Our accuracy, so it's metrics sensitivity and specificity is from 80% till 95%. So it's very good accuracy. It's like a professional dermatologists, so they trust our solution. And I'm extremely proud that we start a pilot project in Belarus in collaboration with Novartis and the main oncology center in Belarus, where we are originally from.
Okay, and how long will it take to take it to the market?
We started this project about 2 years. As you know, healthcare startups is not very easy thing. You need to pass a lot of regulations, clinical trials, and so on. So now we are ready to enter the European Union market. We plan to finish our certification process at the autumn this year So we will start. We will enter European Union markets this autumn. But we have possibility to work in not regulated markets like CIS countries and so on. Yeah.
Okay. Last question from your side.
Yes. Could you elaborate a little bit on the clinical trials? What is it? Is it 100 patients or 100,000 patients or how?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So in our scientific paper, we made the same test like our competitor, Skin Vision. Maybe you know this application. So we saw their scientific paper and their clinical trials. They used 6,000 of benign formations and 300 of different types of skin cancer. So we used the same database. We took 6,000 of benign formations, 300 skin cancer cases, 300 human papillomavirus, 300 acne. We tested it by our neural network and got a perfect result. Yeah.
Okay, and could you elaborate on the business model?
Yeah, our business model, we work on a subscription business model, and it depends on how many images our users analyzed via our neural network per month. And it starts from 25 euros for personal use and up to 15,000 euros for enterprises.
Okay, cool. I'm going to cut you guys off there. Kirill, sounds very interesting. MedTech approach, hot subject right now. So we are on to our next presentation, which is from Ferodus. And let's see who that is. That is Vedran Rasetsky. Vedran, okay, you on? You have a screen to share? If so, do that now. Yep. You see that on your, hopefully you're on Google Chrome, right?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you very faintly, not very well.
Okay.
Let's just speak a bit more.
Now?
Yeah, better.
Better.
Yes.
Okay, I find the microphone.
Do you have a screen to share?
Okay. I think that I can't share. I will explain.
Okay. So no problem. Let's go straight to it, Vedran. Over to you. You got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Go.
I presenting fitness cell. It is the basic part of building outdoor gyms. These outdoor gyms are based on ferrofluid technology. It is technology like used on Audi cars for suspension of the car, but we use it on the fitness equipment. This technology allows us to control movement of human on a fitness cell or equipment. We plan this equipment basically for outdoor use, but also for indoor use. But our outdoor use is a main purpose because it is cheap, and we think that it's a good idea to complete classic fitness chains. When you have in one city, for example, 10 or more fitness chains, and you have some part of the city which don't have, for example, a hall or enough space for classic gym, so you can install outdoor gym on green surface, on the complete, very outdoor. This fitness cell allows you to train during the winter, during the sun, because it have a special roof with sun collectors, which power complete equipment. This equipment is sustainable, don't need any kind of power, and it can literally be used on any part of the city. For example, gym chains now seeking alternatives for training with COVID-19, which is also good because it is training outdoor, and they also seek cheaper model for businessing, because standard model of the gyms, you need to, for example, reparation of the building, heating, climatization, or something like this. And And with our system, you have outdoor training, you have infrared heating from the floor. It is all powered by solar panels, and it is something unique in the world. We work already with the fitness equipment some 5 years on the market, and we are among the top brands in the Europe and in the world. And we success with this in 5 years. We also have experience with the ferrofluid technology, because I won the local startup, very small startup of City Bielvar with ferrofluid non-motorized treadmill. This is it.
Okay, cool. So let's go questions. Diana, you want to start?
Yeah. So what's the team behind the company?
I didn't hear you.
What's the team behind company?
We have our standard team. It is people, some engineers, some people from the, for example, Ruđer Bošković in this institute here in Croatia, and we have some team of 10 people from manufacturing, from engineering, for electronics and software.
Okay. So
we work with these people already some 3 years.
Once more?
We're working with these people already 3 years on the market, and we sell equipment. Standard equipment, not this innovation.
Okay. So if you've been a few years on the market, so what are your plans right now?
What is? I very bad hearing you.
If you've been a few years on the market right now, what are your plans right now? Scaling or?
Our plans now are we are in one European project where we working on some additional outdoor equipment, and this project is finishing next year in the 6th month. And in this project, we buying laser. This laser will help us to alter our production, because we have mainly hand manufacturing.
Okay, cool. Last questions.
Yes, a very short question to begin with. Could you tell us something about the traction on the top line? What did you make last year, and what are you expecting to make this year in revenues?
In this year, we are expecting some triple last year revenue. Last year revenue was some around 100,000 euros.
Okay.
Was last year. This year we expect 25 to 30.
And are you moving into any new markets besides your home market this year?
This year we're working on the European market standard, but we have some lot of questions from USA market. But this market is problem for us because of transports, and we need to establish some warehouse and sales in USA.
Okay. Is there any? I understand that the product has some kind of unique features. Is there a patent or design protection or anything?
No. This technology is it can't be patented. It is important that you are be the first, and this is not very simple. It is little not difficult but complex system. It is like oil which you change this oil with the electromagnets. You have thick or thin oil, and this control the cylinders.
And final question, I can see you can talk for hours about the product, and that's very good. Who is the customers? Is it private customers? Is it municipalities? Who's buying this?
Our business model for this innovation is to offer classic gym chains, but also to establish own franchising business. where we will offer this as a package, like a few stages, so a few packages, small, medium, and large. And for example, if someone wants to open this franchising in his city, we will offer this franchising. But our main idea behind this is to, from each profit of each customer, to invest in our opening new gym, like own franchise that we involve in this franchise. So on this way, you're building your assets in the company, you altering your company assets, and also you have cash flow every day, because this system is planned to be like you came with the mobile app, enter this gym on outdoor, you train and you go, and you don't need to pay some monthly fee, but you have fee by one day. And on this system, you get the money like cash every day. You have production, and when you connect the production and everyday cash flow, you have something special in the business. Very rare companies have this.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the questions. Sounds very good. Outdoor fitness, the right thing, right time. So good luck with that. Thanks, Vedran. So we are on to the last presentation of this particular, last pitch of this particular session, and that is Hear Me from Poland. Kasia from
Hiya.
Breslau. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you guys doing? I'm just
good.
Sharing my screen. Can you see
share
it?
your screen. When you're ready to go, we'll go.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
3 minutes, go.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, I'll just go with full screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. So, we are Hear Me, and we are here to bring some peace of mind in these crazy times. But let's start from the beginning. So, it's a good start, right? So 66% of people with mental disorders never get help. And what's really interesting is that it isn't a problem of money or that the help isn't available. But the main reason that keeps people from getting help is shame and stigma that surrounds mental health. And our solution is a platform for online therapy that's first and foremost anonymous. To create an account, you just need your private email address and an alias or a nickname. It's secure. We created our own app with end-to-end communication, and it's flexible. So you schedule an online session with a therapist on our app and choose the most comfortable way of communication, either video call or live chat. And during the COVID-19, this market has exploded. So according to our research and analysis, in the next few months, 50% of all therapy sessions are going to be online, and it makes out 130 million euros in Poland. And our go-to-market strategy is B2B, so it's more of a employee benefit. So it's more B2B2C, right? So we target mid-sized IT companies that work 100% remotely. We target them through HR partners and managers. We find them on LinkedIn and Facebook HR groups. And our unique selling point is that all of our therapists have IT experience, either working in HR departments or being IT workers themselves. And we sell two kinds of packages: pool of hours of all employees to use, and individual packages for individual employees. So this person is sure that they get a session each week, and we have 30% margin profit on each hour. And 1 week ago, we finished our pilot with one company that prolonged the contract with us. So we're very happy with that. And we have 4 more companies in the pipeline, and 2 of them are hire more than 150 employees there. So they're quite big. And we ask for 200,000 euros for basically scaling up our current operations. So we want to hire therapists on a contract because it's more cost effective. We want to put more features in our app and make it the most beautiful mental health app in the world. And going to the B2C market in the future, we need more money for sales, marketing, and PR actions. And our team I'm Kasia, and I'm in charge of marketing and relationships with psychologists and therapists. Our CTO, Paweł, has created similar telemedicine solution for global medical companies in Poland. And Michał, our COO, has worked with IT project for global computing IT brands, and also working in innovation departments that cooperated between that created cooperations between big corporations and startup. So
cool. Very interesting, very exciting, great idea. Mark, tell me how my sound is now. You said it was a bit weak. So question starting now, Diana.
Yeah. Thanks. You have great energy. So
thank you, because I'm very nervous. That's why.
You're doing great.
Yeah, great. So if you approach a companies, so what's the reaction usually? So do most of them want to use you and pay you, or what do they think?
I love the question. I'll try to be as brief as I can, because of course it's very complex and it depends on the country, of course. And in Poland, the knowledge and education about mental health isn't as satisfying as we all want it to be, right? But that's why I put in our go-to-market strategy IT companies that are 100% remote, because they have organizational culture. And the companies with organizational culture are very happy to talk with us. We got the biggest reception and interest from them. So what we do is, and we also, that's our little secret, but now all of the world's going to know about it, that HR managers with psychological education, and there are a lot of them, are also cool people and amazing people to talk to, because they understand how important it is. And we also show that it's a good investment, because you save a lot of money, because burnout costs 6 billion zloty each year. So we also have the arguments for CEOs, but yeah, corporate, a company organization, it's the main thing that allows us to talk.
Okay.
Cool. Diana, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so one question and then Lasse. Okay, so I've seen a few apps like that recently, Polish Therapify or so on.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that if the main reason that people don't use this therapy is that they are shy, so won't it be easier for them to go to the offsite and to app which their employer doesn't know they are using, and so won't they be shy to use the app that the employer gives them?
Okay, so the thing is that we are the only solution right now in Poland that offers seamlessly and completely anonymous help, even on the B2B market. And we paid a lot of attention, and we structure it in a way that the CEO, the HR department, no one will never know that you're using the app. Furthermore, we send each week a report about the usage to this, to the company and the employer, so they know how many hours was spent and how many people are using, but it's still anonymous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lasse?
Yes, thank you for a very good presentation. I wrote down good energy as well, so the judges agree on this. How do you build trust to the platform? Because a platform like this would never work in Denmark, where you report to management about the use of the platform. It has to be completely, as I see it, brought outside the organization and offer to everyone at the workplace, or every employee, that they can take benefit from it. Will this make your sales more difficult, or?
So they're because we are not the first company that offers B2B psychological help for companies, and we've seen there are ways to build the trust. So we always start with an onboarding webinar with new employees, and our therapists talk to them. And what they do, that it's a law that the psychologist or therapist cannot share any information about other people. And because we work with IT companies, everyone is really interested what's inside our app. So our CTO, who's an amazing presenter, also gives presentation about how safe it is, what kind of technology we use, and also so we also use law and webinars and educational materials. But yeah, it was a challenge.
And just one final question: this mental health, what is that? Is it depression, stress? Well, how broad are you in your perspectives?
So we have certified therapists, we have coaches, we have trainers, and we only don't have psychiatrists. But what happens if you go to the psychologist and he sees that this that cannot help you? They send you to the psychiatrist, and we have a whole procedure also for that. So we have everything except for psychiatrist, which describes medicine and this kind of thing. So we don't have that, but we have procedures to send people to the right professionals when they need it. But apart from it, it's depression, burnout, especially burnout, anxiety, paranoia. During COVID, we've seen these are the most recurring topics, and we've also focused on it in our educational activities also on that.
And Kasia,
cool.
one last feedback to you. We the SSE BPO sector, shared services sector in Poland, is probably the biggest white collar employer. They'd be all over this, I think. So
thank you.
An idea for you.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, Kasia, thanks a lot.
Thank you guys so much.
Lassa, thank you guys. We're all for this session. Diana, Lassa, feedback on these 5 pitches from your forms. And thank you both, Diana and Lassa.
Wow, what a day. What startups? Well, before we move to another part of the conference, I would like to share a little personal story with you. When I was a little girl, I always heard, you don't have to excel at maths or other STEM subjects because you're a girl. Don't go study engineering. Study arts. It's more feminine. I mean, no offense to arts. I love arts. But these assumptions are quite fake. And here comes Perspektywy Foundation. It's a foundation that promotes women pursuing careers in tech industry, in tech area. And they launched the program She's Innovation, helping 10 young, brave, daring women to set up startups in the field of innovation and technology. And now you will be able to watch a short film about them. And guess what? Those women are pitching on stage today. So I keep my fingers crossed for them. And now sit back, relax, and watch the film.
Myślę, że mój startup zmieni świat. Myślę, że ten świat już się zmienia.
Co mnie napędza? Myślę, że jestem do tego po prostu stworzona.
Nasz startup pomoże ludziom w bardziej komfortowy sposób integrować się z nowymi technologiami.
Nazywam się Joanna Kolo i zajmuję się tworzeniem aplikacji do rozliczania wspólnego budżetu.
Nazywam się Małgorzata Nowakowska i zajmuję się osłonami chroniącymi płyty indukcyjne przed uszkodzeniami mechanicznymi, ale również też przed zabrudzeniami.
Nazywam się Anna Gorzkiewicz i tworzę startup Brainiverse, który będzie łączyć technologię i naukę z wykorzystaniem sztucznej inteligencji napędzanej ludzką inteligencją.
Nazywam się Adeta Michalska. Jestem założycielką startupu VegProBio, który produkuje wegańskie alternatywy na biału z wykorzystaniem bakterii probiotyków.
Cześć, nazywam się Brygida Citek, jestem CEO technologicznego startupu produkującego elektronikę użytkową.
Cześć, ja nazywam się Kasia i jestem mentee w programie Innovation Academy. Od niedawna prowadzę własną działalność gospodarczą Robokoba, która zajmuje się doradztwem w zakresie innowacyjnych technologii, w tym przede wszystkim wirtualną rzeczywistością.
Cześć, ja jestem Wiktoria Dziaduła i jestem studentką architektury i łączę architekturę z technologiami. Chciałabym scyfryzować branżę meblarską, to znaczy przełożyć faktyczne produkty na modele 3D, które później między innymi można oglądać w rozszerzonej rzeczywistości albo wirtualnej rzeczywistości.
Nazywam się Joanna Trojak i jestem studentką informatyki. Udało mi się założyć własną firmę, która będzie właśnie produkować aplikacje chatbot produktywności.
Nazywam się Agata Szczeszak, jestem z wykształcenia chemikiem. Założyłam swój startup. To, co robiłam naukowo, teraz będę robić jako przedsiębiorca.
Nazywam się Joanna Baran, jestem analitykiem biznesowym, natomiast po godzinach ogrodnikiem, analitykiem, copywriterką i biznesmenką, to znaczy pracuję w startupie Magnetika.
Dzięki programowi napisałam swój biznesplan.
Absolutnie świetna dostępność do ekspertów.
Ja czuję, że jestem na fali, czuję, że mała kula urosła do dużej kuli i to się po prostu zaczęło wszystko toczyć.
W przyszłych miesiącach widzę siebie jako właścicielkę prosperującej firmy. Po prostu nie wiem, co to dużo więcej powiedzieć.
Zmieniam świat, ale przede wszystkim zmieniłam siebie.
Jeżeli macie okazję i jeszcze się zastanawiacie lub z tyłu głowy kiełkuje Wam jakiś pomysł, nie zastanawiajcie się, a aplikujcie do programu She's Innovation.
That was really empowering, and the next edition of She's Innovation program is starting in September. But now let's move to another part of our online conference, and in my personal opinion, that's the best one. So it's roundtables and networking. You have two options to connect with other people. So let's talk about roundtables a little bit. First, we have 3 topics that they will be revolving around. First one is communication strategy. The second one, e-public relations, and the third one, public relations. So those bricks and mortar public relations. In order to join the roundtables, you need to go to sessions and then join the roundtable. Another option for you is the random networking, and it works pretty much like speed dating. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with that concept. So, hi, Justina. Nice to see you. So you see, it's a live event. Nothing is pre-recorded. Everyone is running around like a headless chicken in order to deliver the best experience we can. Getting back to our speed dating kind of networking. So these are random meetings with a person from the conference. You have 3 minutes to talk about anything you want. You can either talk about business or just have an off-top chat. But don't worry, once the call finishes, you still have a list of people you spoke to in your Hopin profile. So without further ado, let's network. See you.
Fantastic to be here in Warsaw and in Poland.
Microsoft and our partner ecosystem are creating artificially intelligence-infused solutions to help you make your business more intelligent. There are many examples already. The future is here today. We want to contribute to the growth of the Polish economy and for the Polish Digital Valley to become a reality.
again, I hope you enjoyed your networking experience. Remember that we are here on the chat, so anytime you have any opinions, any questions, please share in the chat section. And now we are moving forward to a Q&A session, but before that, another personal story. Well, the hardest part of being that MC is the fact that it is confusing on how to read the last names of people from all over the world. And I've already made a mistake. So this time I did my research and I know exactly how to read the name. It's Wybe Schutte. He's the head of business development in XE. He already had a presentation before, and he will be accompanied by Anjulie, Patel from the same company. So ask them any questions you feel like asking.
Welcome everyone, my name is Wybe Schutte. I'm the head of business development at XE. I'm here to answer any questions you might have around FX, risk management, risk mitigations, the FX market in general. And I'm here today with my colleague Anjulie.
Good morning, I'm Anjulie Patel. I work in the global partnership team, managing corporate partnerships. So I'll be helping Wybe ask some of the questions, and Wybe will be answering the questions that we get through from you guys. So the first question that we have in is, are there any costs involved in using FX providers like XE?
Yeah, so that's a pretty straightforward question, luckily. The good thing is that an account with XE is completely free, and there's no obligation to use it. So you can set up an account, become a client, and then basically use the platform based on the currency pair, the number of transactions, and the volume, and we'll add a very small margin to the trade. As we are also, of course, in business. In many cases, actually almost all cases, this margin is significantly lower than, for example, charged by any bank, as well as that we do not charge any transaction fees with that. And I see we also have a first question from Magnus, if we have any plans to accept cryptocurrency payments. And unfortunately, we don't yet. So that's not in the current plans of us. So yeah, we're not. We're completely focused on the currency market outside of cryptocurrencies.
Perfect. Another question is, why use an FX provider over a bank?
Yeah, the first one is that as we operate globally and due to our size and the volume that we trade in, we're able to trade at the same rate as, for example, tier 1 banks. But we do not have the huge overhead that, for example, big tier 1 banks have. And what we do is we pass these savings on to our clients. Secondly, and I think that's especially for startups, scale-ups, smaller companies is very important. They typically do not have the attention or the service from their banks. So, for example, with any FX provider, but also with XE, in most cases you will get a dedicated dealer. We will proactively reach out to you if we see any movements in the market that will affect your business. So what we try to understand your business, try to understand the risk that you have, which currency pairs that you work with, and we're available to anytime for you to give us a call. So we will be able to support you hopefully in a much more direct way than the banks will typically do with smaller companies. So we try to give you the same level of service that big, huge corporations get, also for the smaller and startup corporations. So that's definitely a benefit.
Thanks, Wybe. So we've just had a question in from Edith asking if we have a referral program. We definitely do have a referral program. So that would fall under my responsibilities, Edith. So what I will do is I'll take down your details and I'll get in touch with you directly just to go through our partnership or referral program that we offer and discuss opportunities in more details after the summit. Wybe, back to you. So another really good question, actually, and I think a lot of people will want to really understand this. So as a startup, should a startup early in their journey be looking at their FX policy or wait until the business has started to make a profit?
Yeah, of course. As an FX provider, I would say yes, but I will definitely also explain a little bit on why that is. It's not only about the profit or revenue coming in where you have an FX exposure. It's also about acquiring products, acquiring goods, acquiring services in a different currency than your own business is in. So also at the start, even from the moment that you get an investment, which could very well be an investment in a different currency, as well as acquiring goods, you already have an FX exposure. And although an FX policy directly sounds as a very big thing, it is actually pretty, could be and can be pretty straightforward. I just did a presentation earlier this morning and explained that we look at a 5-step process, which for a small company could even be done, for example, in an hour call, and we could identify a risk, support you with the best steps, and make sure that we protect your bottom line. Especially, for example, here you saw big drops with COVID-19, changes in the market from the Polish zloty and euro currency of around 8 to 9%. Yeah, and that's something, if you've ordered products in January and you're going to pay them in March, that could be a difference of 9% that you basically lose on, which shouldn't have been the case if you would have an FX policy or have a risk mitigation in place.
Great.
So I will definitely say yes.
And Maria has asked, which payment methods do we accept?
Yeah, so the acceptance of payment methods is actually, it differs a little bit per country. So it's unfortunately not that of a straightforward answer. In general, in most of the countries that we operate in, as well as Poland, we accept bank transfers as well as credit card and debit card payments. So, for example, no cash. It's all digital payments.
Perfect. Then another question: how important is the volume with foreign exchange risk?
Yeah, so if you purely look at the risk, of course, as you can understand, the bigger the volume, the bigger the risk, because basically, if the market moves against you, you can indicate that in a certain percentage. So if you have a higher volume, you have a bigger risk. When you look at your risk, it's very important to understand what type of risk you have. If it's a committed risk, for example, you signed a contract to buy those goods, so 3 months after you pay on delivery, you're receiving those goods, you have a committed risk, which is also very forecastable. But you also have different types of risk, for example, uncommitted risk. In general, the bigger the volume, the bigger the risk. So, and of course, that is we typically look at the risk on a yearly basis, and also in terms of the number of transactions that you do, and see if there are options to mitigate that risk. For example, by hedging part of it, or fully, or 100%.
Perfect. And then, what questions should companies or investors ask when finding out about what providers like XC can offer?
Yeah, so there are a number of questions that I think are important. There's always the question around security. Now, for example, with Brexit coming around, still a lot of uncertainty around Brexit. I would definitely inquire where the provider is licensed. Do they only have an FCA license, or also do they also have a license, for example, in Europe? Secondly, of course, it's around security in terms of your payments. Do they have an investment credit rating? What type of systems and protection do they use? Secondly, if you look a little bit more at your own company, it's asking about what level of service can I expect, and if they're able to actually service you with currency pairs that you work with. For example, it could very well be that you operate in certain areas or regions in the world with very exotic currencies, not every provider can accept or process each currency. And of
that
course,
might take you down to the last question that we've just had from Ben as well, in terms of how do we compete with companies like Revolut and TransferWise?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So if you look at the discussion at the moment, they're both great companies. In my view, I think TransferWise is much more focused on the consumer area and the consumer part, which is slightly the same as with Revolut. What we're trying to do, for example, what my responsibilities as well as Anjulie's responsibility is to look at the more focused on the business areas, so the corporate businesses and the high-end business in that case, where we try to provide them tailored services. So we have dedicated dealers, dedicated customer support that can help you with understanding your business, not just for the short run, but really for the long run. Provide you with supporting you with your FX policy, and understanding the business in a way that we can even proactively reach out to you and indicate, hey, the market has just moved in favor of you or against you. This might be a good time to think about certain transactions that you do, or hey, there's a potential risk in the current actions. You might want to think about taking some action.
Perfect. So we are coming towards the end of our sessions. Wybe, did you have anything to add?
No, I think that what I've mentioned in my presentation as well is that what we always say to our clients is that I see another question coming. I was sort of doing two things. That don't try to, when looking at your FX policy, don't try to have emotion or sort of greed take over how you look at your FX policy. What we believe is that doing this, looking at your FX policy, it's not about market speculation, but it's about mitigating the risk, so you have ease of mind. You can actually focus on your core business, which with a startup, you have many things to do. You don't want to lose out or lose money on worry about the specific part of your business. And so, yeah, of course, definitely you can write me or Anjulie. My email is wybe.schutte@xe.com. We also have a booth in the expo, which also have our details, have a short video. Yeah, definitely visit us at our booth. And you can, I think there's a contact us button as well on the booth, which will go directly to us. So yeah, please feel free to reach out or find me on LinkedIn. I think there are many ways of contacting.
Perfect. Thank you, Wybe. We will be available to answer any further questions, as Wybe said, in our booth under the Expo tab. So feel free to come and join us there and ask any further questions. Alternatively, LinkedIn, we're both available on LinkedIn, and our email addresses would be the same format. So firstname.lastname@exe.com. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, and indeed feel free to reach out. And we understand that any business is different, so we're more than happy to look at your specific case and indicate how and if we can support you. So yeah, please take advantage of that sort of free advice that we will be able to give you in starting up your business.
Great, thanks, Wybe.
Thanks a lot, and yeah, take care.
Take care, bye.
So the pink sofa, the surfboard, and your MC are back. But only for a moment. We're changing the scenery, and we are switching to the blue stage, hosted by Rosie. Probably you know her from dealing with the startups and investors, but I can share some other facts about her. For example, she speaks Greek, and she's a singer. But she's really the best at hosting the startup pitching contest. So please switch to the blue stage and watch the startups. See you soon.
Okay. Hi, this is Buy. It's a digital solution with white label mobile application for traditional retailers. And now is a new reality, and World Health Organization recommended all stores and supermarket use contactless payments, and customer will look for stores with contactless payments and store without keys and without staffs. We have solution for any retailers. What is the solution? When you go into store, you can take any goods, scan barcode for you from your phone, and will be paid in the application in your phone. You not stay in queue, you're not waiting, you're not contact with staff. You will be safety. In the first pattern. In the second pattern, you can choose in our application is marketplace, and you can choose make online delivery or collect to pick up in any stores, maybe in Carrefour or maybe pick up in Orlen delivery points. And now we create a B2C solution for any retailers. In Delivka, we start our application in Belarus, and we for next month will be make delivery from 5 huge grocery supermarket in Belarus. And our solution is a competitive advantage for retailers. Retailers have full digitalized solution for safe customers, for safe staffs, and provide delivery service, pickup service, marketplace, and everything. So, and we have good option for grow for any retailers. Our solution have quick implementation for any CRM and ERP, and now we launch to Microsoft Azure for quick implementation for any retailers in Europe. So, and we have very flexible business model. For example, for Belarusian supermarket will be used free implementation and charge only % from the revenue per transaction. About markets in previous years grow maybe 40%, but now these markets grow like explosion, and I think so we need customers and retailers just looking opportunity for implement solution like scan and buy. Yeah,
just
and we
letting
have,
you know that 3 minutes passed, and now we are in the Q&A session, so judges can join you. But please continue.
Okay. Okay, and yeah, we have competitors, but we combine patterns from Amazon Go and Misha Pay in one application. And now our stage, we create like Uber for retailers, like B2C solution Delivka, and starting with solution in Belarus, and we're scaling to Polish markets and European market, and next stage will be going to American market. And okay, maybe you have the questions.
So I would like to ask you a question about how competitive is your solution outside of Belarus? So have you identified your unique selling proposition?
So in European market, first of all, competitors is a Misha Pay, but we have our competitive advantage is a mix. We create a mix from Amazon Go and Misha Pay, like Instacart solution. You can buy in a store without key, and you can choose delivery, quick delivery, because we have fully automatically solution for any stores for collect any order.
And what are your target markets after Belarus?
Target markets is huge retailers, and we have research of market in UK. We know this solution will be good in local markets.
All right. If I may, I just wanted to ask, thanks for the presentation also. I just wanted to ask, what is the traction for the scan and buy right now? Because I think you mentioned for the Rivka, you want to implement more than 500 stores. How about scan and buy?
Scan and buy is a huge solution, and
yeah.
the Rivka is one product, like marketplace is a product for B2C product, is a is an application for customers, and now we launch in a few days. Next week will we launch application in App Store. Will be Belarusian supermarkets, and very easy to implement any supermarkets in our application. For example, for next month will be easy come to Polish market and implement Carrefour, Tesco, Dino, and any supermarkets.
Okay, just to clarify, I just wanted to ask, how many stores is Scan and Buy in right now? Is it already? We implement Delivka to Belarusian market, and our target for more than 500 stores in Belarus, stores and supermarkets. Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Time is up. So thanks for your presentation. If you'd like to add something, please do in the comment section. And right now we'll move to Christian. Christian Ionescu from Custom Offers. I'll prepare the clock. Probably loading right now. So just stay with us for a moment. Christian should join shortly. Okay. Hello, Christian.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me. Please hear me.
Sorry, could you repeat?
I said, please confirm that you're hearing me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, we can. Are you sharing your screen with us?
I think, yes, just a bit in a moment.
It's the third icon.
If you can see.
Not yet. Yes, it's loading, so it should be here in a moment. Okay, so I think you're ready. So good luck. 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much for having me. I'm a co-founder of Custom Offers. We are offering a B2B solution, which is targeted mainly to e-commerce companies and also to companies which are offering products or services which are subscription-based. Let's just start out with the problem. Basically, in an e-commerce business, we have the two main drivers of profitability, which is the customer acquisition cost and basket size. So we have all this money which are spent in order to acquire the traffic and bring it into our website. And what we want to do is to take advantage of that traffic, which means we want to persuade the customer into, first of all, buying, and secondly, into buying more. Now, people have different and subjective perceptions on value and prices. And whenever we are fixing a price and charging a price for a product, we are leaving money on the table in two ways. Either we are asking too much, and that means we are leaving a lot of unserved customers, or we might ask too little, which is also money left on the table because we could have had some traffic segments of customers, potential customers that could have paid more. So our proposition here is why not let the customers decide the sweet spot? Basically, what we saw is that promotions and discounts are an efficient lever to increase the conversion rate. And especially if we are talking about the end of the financial quarter, end of the year, we have all this inventory piling up that we would like to liquidate in order for the company to have larger liquidity. And basically, whenever we have a fixed budget for discounts, the question is how large the discount should be and who the discount should be offered to. This is what we want to solve, and in order to do this, we analyze the metadata about the shopper. We take all the traffic and segment it according to the traffic source, according to the type of device they are using, and according to their location they are coming from. And we are proposing personalized discounts to these segments, and we are iteratively testing their response rate and the conversion rate, and we adjust the frequency of these discounts which are offered to these various traffic segments. Yeah, and I was saying we give a custom offer. Why we're doing this? Because there's a current lack in the market with a lot of companies not doing this when they could. Secondly, the data is already there. It's just a matter of being it to put to a good use. And lastly, any e-commerce not doing this is leaving money on the table. Now, we have the product, and the product is approximately, let's say, 70% done. What we are specifically looking for now is we are three guys in the team. I'm the data scientist. I have a colleague which he's a web technology senior developer, and also a friend in charge of product management and business development. We are in a stage where we are focused on finding a partner to actually test this on real traffic. So we only test it on synthetic traffic, and we want to put it, really test it on actual traffic to see what is the customer behavior. Now, if you have any questions.
Yeah, if there are any questions, we are already in the Q&A. So who'd like to start?
I can start. Thank you very much for the presentation. Can you explain us briefly how you plan to do it? What kind of data do you use to make the customized basket for each customer? Can you go a bit in detail about how?
Sure, absolutely. So the main data that we are using is the data which is already available whenever a visitor comes onto a website. So when the visitor comes in there, the mobile device is going to send the IP, it's going to send the details about its user agent so we can identify the device, and also we know what is the source where they came from, whether it is Google, Facebook ad, and so on. So these are the main, let's say, dimensions that we are using in order to build the traffic segments. Now, depending on the use case, we can also discuss with retailers and e-commerce companies to use the data that the customers which already have an account provide. So we can go even more granular than that. But the main takeaway is that we want the product to work for all the traffic, and we are only using and planning to use for the moment this data that is available for all the traffic without personally identifying the customer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering where do you stack against your competition? Because I think even because I think that the solution is great, but even in Poland, some marketing automation suppliers, they sort of, I think, solve a part of this problem. And or am I wrong? Please correct me if I am. But how do you feel against your competition?
So in terms of competition, let me just skip through this. I identified 3 main competitors here, but we haven't really got the time to actually test their solutions. So we don't particularly know how we compare to each other for the moment. What's most important is that this personalized discount, it's kind of a shift that we are bringing into the e-commerce business. And we saw that maybe some of the customers might not be willing to test it out. So as far as we know so far, any competition is welcome because we are all together pushing this new trend forward.
All right, thank you. And just one more question, if I can build on that. Would you say that your solution is mainly, because I think that the size of the company that you need to pilot with is sort of large, and would you say that this is a large solution that is only for large e-commerce stores or for small ones as well?
Of course, the solution is going to work best if we expose it to a large traffic. Nevertheless, we planned, and the solution is horizontally scalable, so we can scale as needed in order to accommodate various number of requests coming from small and large business.
All right, thanks, Christian. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do we have time for one more question, Rosie?
Yeah, sure.
I can see here in your slide about legal constraints. How do you address them?
So basically, the legislation that we studied requires some 3 levels of transparency. So what we are planning to do is, first of all, be transparent towards the end customer, and the end customer need to know that this is happening. And we are only looking to be like straight transparent with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The time is up. So if you'd like to add something, please do it in the comment section here. You can share your website, whatever you'd like with us. And right now we'll be joined by Priya. So it's going to be the next startup. It's called Raccoon. I'm sure that Priya will tell us more. Hello.
Hello.
Are you sharing your screen with us today?
Sure, yeah. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
We can see the screen, but for now it's just,
oh, yeah, sorry.
It's not the presentation for now. All right, so I think we can start. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thanks for the judges for listening me out, hearing me out. Raccoon is a company registered in UK. I'm the founder of Raccoon. What we have realized in last couple of years is it is really easy to start up an online shop. There are loads of applications, loads of websites that you can do it. Now the problem has shifted from starting the online shop to selling the products actually. What has happened in last say 2 to 3 years is some of the shoppers, or majority of the shoppers, have moved on from going to a website, researching a product and buying it, to going to more social sites where they can interact with their peers. They can look at what their peers are buying, and based on that they make their purchases rather than just going to a website. So where we are positioning Raccoon is we are the only B2B2C platform that blends the online and in-store journey across existing and emerging social commerce. I think that is our USP, e-commerce and physical channels. So we are basically merging the journey for the shopper. It doesn't matter how they start and where they end. We are looking to solve these three big problems. I already talked about the shifting shopper behavior. I think the biggest problem here out of these three is for the retailer. It should not be about posting 3 times on Twitter and 4 times on Instagram and creating sort of social vibes. It should be more about finding the right products to sell and selling them at a profit. That should all they should be worried about. Technology is a changing landscape, and social landscape also is a very dynamic space. They should not worry about that. So we have broken down the journey into three. I think these are the three mainly ways or streams that people shop with. So it could be a discovery where they go to where they're walking around, or they look on a social site and they come across something they want to buy, and it could be via a social channel or a physical channel. Next category is intent, where they don't really need that thing, but they want to have it because something is happening. They want to go to a party, they want a particular kind of dress. So that is the intent driving the purchase. And I think the most cyclic thing that happens in shopping is the need. So you will need milk, you will need I don't know, oil and everything else, which is your necessity, and maybe clothes at a certain cycle. That's where the need comes in, and these are very interesting streams for shopping. And what we are doing is we are making sure we capture the shopper's starting journey, because once you have that, you can actually control it in a good way to give them the best offer, and also merge them with the right retailers. So I've taken already too much of time, I think.
No worries. We can move to the Q&A now.
Yeah. So yeah. So what I'll go to the solution. So this is what we are doing. We are merging both sides of the journey for the shopper as well as the retailer. We insulate the retailer from technology and social changes. They just don't need to worry about it. We use the technology. They just need to integrate with Raccoon. They might have their own social commerce. They might have their e-commerce or their physical shop. Once they integrate with Raccoon, they don't need to worry about any other technological augmentation that they need to do. So I'll stop there. Any questions?
Yes, so I was just wondering, so do you have to then integrate with both, say, Shopify and other e-commerce sort of providers, and the sort of Instagrams and all the other social medias, for example, to be in this discovery process? Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. So what we believe is, as a social landscape, Instagram is in thing right now. But TikTok is not far away. So we will take all that pain away from the retailer. We'll keep integrating with the things that are coming in so that it becomes easier for the retailer.
Okay, thank you.
And what is your business model?
Yeah, so our business model is basically subscription based. And what so we have got 4 components of revenue. One is subscription, transactional, promotional. So we are not talking about advertisement here. We're talking about targeting the right kind of shoppers at the right time with the right tool or channel. It could be a notification. It could be in your text or even a pop-up, and also custom component and consultancy. So these are our 4 main revenue models.
And at the moment, what do you have? Do you have any traction, any retailers that you're working with?
Yeah, so currently we have released our MVP, and we have seen, in the last say 2 to 3 months, what has happened is the essential retail has been under stress. I mean, they have been stretched a lot. Non-essential retail has been quiet, really quiet. So what we have seen is lots of onboarding from non-essential retails on our platform. We have released a feature or a component which will allow them to launch their website free of cost, or the app free of cost. So their 10 products are free to list on our platform. And we are already integrating with Twitter initially, but we'll go on to do it on, say, Instagram and other places. So India and US, we have seen better traction than UK at the moment.
And I would like to ask you one last question. there was some announcement from Facebook about entering this segment. How would you bear that kind of competition? What would be your value?
Yeah, no, I would say that it is a really good thing if big players are coming into this, and this is a huge market. I mean, it's around 1.23 trillion dollar market till 2023. There is a space for everybody, but I don't think Facebook is really a competitor in the sense they are coming into this market. But what we are proposing is we'll still integrate with Facebook and integrate it further on. The last mile journey is the key here. It's not the beginning of putting your inventory online. I think it is getting the shopper over that 80% of the margin where they are ready to buy stuff, and that is where we are helping the retailer. So any shop on Facebook can also be on Raccoon, where we take them forward, basically.
Any space for one last, or
sorry, say that again?
Well,
comments.
Yeah, you can ask it, but yeah, if Priya could answer in the comment section, that would be perfect, because we have to slowly move on. So yeah, please ask it.
What do you need right now? Are you looking for an investment or
yes, we are looking for investment. I'll type that in the thing, and I'll try and contact you on the LinkedIn as well. Both
Super.
of you. Thank you very much.
You can even do it here in the people tab. You can write a private message. So that's also an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, and now we'll be joined by Taras. It should be loading. Okay, Taras is from LookSize, and it looks like it's going to be the last pitch of this session. Hello, Taras.
Hello.
Are you sharing your screen with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe not the last pitch, because we will also hear from our judges. So you'll also
so should I start?
Okay. Yes, we can see it. We can see it. That's perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Feel free to start. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. My name is Taras, and I am founder and CEO of LookSize. LookSize is a fit sizing solution for online fashion retailers. Imagine you are a fashion retailer. You build your store, you have an awesome selection of products, you offer highest possible service, but there's a problem. Your customer conversion is very low, and your product returns are very high. And actually, this is a huge problem for the world. 520 billion lost in the returns estimated in 2020. Why is this happening? Well, this is happening because the brands make it hard. Not only do they have a totally different measuring system for different countries, on the top of them, they have a totally different medium of one size, could be totally different from another size. And then there is a slim fit, regular fit, loose fit, and all of this. This is a total mess. So basically what we did, we built a universal converter. We got this all information together, put it in one format, and transfer it. And it all comes to the My Size button. You press the My Size button, and it automatically selects the product that fits you perfectly. It's on the top of that, it shows you how the product fits on the particular elements on the avatar in all the sizes. And because of this, improves the user experience, and it increases the conversion by 270% and diminishes the returns by 28%. Our solution works on online clothing stores, lingerie stores, online footwear stores, and any other products that sells sizing products. The total number of retailers in the world is 650,000. We target the 260,000 with some significant revenue. And when we can reach the 20% of the market, we would get the total annual recurring revenue of 100 million. Our competition, do we have it? Of course we do. I mean, who doesn't? We have a couple of guys who are trying to do something similar, but we are way better than them because we offer the value-based pricing and 5 minutes to install instead of weeks, and we offer the one-click fit and sizing solution. Our system already is built, is working. We have 180,000, more than 100 registered users. more than 100 stores, and we already perform close to 4 million fittings. Our team is well balanced with the experience and youth, and all we are asking for you to try our system, see how it works, and give us your honest feedback about it. You can use the QR code for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Taras. Just in time to the Q&A. I'm sure there are many questions. So who'd like to start? Maybe Yasmina?
Thank you very much, Taras. I would like to understand better how do you acquire the customers? What's your sales strategy usually?
Okay, then that's a good question. Okay, the sales strategy, all our customers are the e-commerce stores. All of them are located online and can be easily located with a couple of clicks and a couple of keywords. So basically, we get together a bunch of keywords related to the retail and fashion sales, run on the Google, get the customers list, and then contact them directly with the phone, with the Google ads, with the remarketing campaigns, with the Facebook and LinkedIn and all the others. We already have the full list of the leads for Ukraine and for Britain, and we are building right now one from the United States.
You mentioned that you have already attracted certain retailers. How long does it take you to build up that list, that customer base? How long?
Okay, yeah, got it. So we started 3 years ago approximately, and it was this was a module to a marketplace that was selling the women's clothing. And once we saw that this module is working fine, we started developing as a standalone product. And basically, we had the final version of the product we had at the end of 2019. And from that on, we have been building it and acquiring customers and getting the traction and everything else. So, like, if you go for the whole, the full term that we have been working on this project for over 3 years, but the final product that we already produced, it has been on the market for 9 months now.
So the numbers that you presented about the traction are related to the previous solution and the new solution, both?
It's related to the October 19 to up to now.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Taras. Thanks, Taras, for the presentation and the Q&A. I just wanted to ask what about the cost of integration for you with the sort of brand or e-commerce, just to get this item right?
Okay, the cost of integration. So basically, the speed of integration for the customers is basically to insert one piece of JavaScript. That's all, 5 minutes. And if they want to build a My Size button, which is leading to the avatar, it's another 2 hours programming, maybe max. And in our case, it takes us approximately per store 3 to 4 hours to integrate the store on our end. So we offer a full solution. We integrate everything on our end. The store doesn't have to do anything. We keep all the measurements, all the brands, all the size charts, everything we do on our end.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. That's very impressive. And you mentioned that you just want us to go and check it out and click it and use it. Any other sort of strategic needs that you have at the moment, like investment or partnerships?
We will be raising the fund. Yes. Currently, we are being accelerated with the startup Wybe. We are starting our raising campaign in September.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Taras.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Time is almost up, so thank you very much for joining us today. Thanks a lot. If you'd like to add something, I'm sure you still can hear us. You can still hear us. You can write it in the comment section here. And right now we'll move to different kind of a pitch. So it will be from our judges. So maybe Yasmina, if you'd like to start, if you'd like to go first, I can maybe share the website here to make a better background. So feel free to tell us more about yourself, about EIT Digital as well, because there are many other startups listening as well, and would like to find out.
Thank you very much, Rosie. I hope many of the listeners today will catch up with me on LinkedIn or email. Anyhow, I'm available to share more information. I'm working as a RISE country lead covering CE region for EIT Digital. We have a lot of activities related to startups and scale-ups. Currently, we are running with Krakow Technology Park a pre-acceleration program for 6 startups that enter the program, where we invest around 15K per startup. It looks not that much, but the teams that we are working with have mainly an idea or proof of concept and their teams when they enter the program. So if any accelerators are looking for new startups to join their programs, they can take a look in our portfolio. We have supported so far around 40 startups in the past 2 years, and this year we have 33 more. So we invested around 500,000 euros this year in the new coming companies. Many of those are from Poland, so I expect that they will find their place in the quite thriving ecosystem you have. So much more information is available on the website, but if anyone is interested to know more about the venture program or the other programs that we run, they can contact me.
Super, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And now it's time for Boris, so maybe I'll switch what I'm sharing here. As you can see, Boris is from AIPC, but I'm sure that you'll tell more. The only thing that I'd like to mention is that Boris is also taking part in the panel discussion later today, so make sure to tune in to there. That will be just before announcing who's the winner. So, all right. So, Boris, if you'd like to tell us more.
Sure. Thanks, Rosie. Thanks a lot, and congratulations to all the teams that presented today. I think very, very interesting and just very, very inspiring. And yeah, as for AIPC, what we do is we invest in the sort of very, very early stage. So you could say we are sort of AIP pre-seed. That would be probably makes sense as well. Our sweet spot is sort of around 100,000 euros at the moment. And what we try to do is we try to focus on solutions that obviously can do something with 100,000 euro. We know that it's not that much, so we're sort of moving more in the consumer, maybe software as a service space rather than deep tech. And yes, and also what's really important for us, I think. And even more important, especially these days, like sort of slowdown times, etc., is to invest in startups that are sort of very aware of the VC track and that sort of want to raise more money in the future, right? So this is one of the big points that we're trying to make today. We're active. Even though the slowdown is upon us. So yes, so make sure you check out our website, and if you think like there is a fit, try to, and please do apply. Thanks.
Super, thanks a lot. Thank you for being here with me today on #4BlueStage. We had 4 startups pitching. You'll find the list here. I was trying to update you as we were going on, and so please fill out the forms to assess the startups. All right, in this case, I'll see you around during the conference. Boris, I'll see you in the judging, not the judging session, but the discussion panel later today. And Yasmina, I hope to see you around here as well. So once again, thanks a lot for joining us and assessing the startups.
Thank you, Rosie and Boris.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye, see you around.
At Wolf Summit, no matter the circumstances, we believe that the only way to go is up. That's why we prepared some workshops for you today that you can join in the sessions section. It's extremely easy. You just go there, click share audio and video, and wait until the moderator lets you in. And now I will tell you something more about the workshops that are available today. Okay, so the first one is main aspects of intellectual property rights in EU. It will be conducted by Anna Ruszkowicz and Agnieszka Śnieżko from WTS Patent Attorneys. The second workshop available, it's on married life. Interesting. How founders and investors can build successful relationships. And this one will be delivered by Katarzyna Janyszek and Andrzej Tropaczyński from Janyszek Tropaczyński Attorneys in Law. And the last workshop will be streamed on the main stage, so you are able to watch it here. You don't have to go to the sessions unless you want to attend as a participant. So the title is, so you have a startup, what's next? Tech Edition, and it's done by Tomasz from Microsoft, who was our speaker before in March. And if there are any questions after the workshop, I will be joining you on the session. So, see you soon and enjoy the workshops. Enjoy learning and growing.
fantastic to be here in Warsaw and in Poland.
And our partner ecosystem are creating artificially intelligent infused solutions to help you make your business more intelligent. There are many examples already. The future is here today. We want to contribute to the growth of the Polish economy and for the Polish digital valley to become a reality.
Good afternoon. My name is Kopacz. I work as a partner technical lead for the Chaffe. I'm primarily working with technology, showing them how they can speed up the development process and how they can utilize the microservices. During this session, we use overview of how it is possible thanks to the cloud, Anjulie, and to other concepts inside the this is really slightly technical. And I hope that you will find some useful information. One remark that many told me that you are able to ask the questions, that you are able to interrupt. So please use this at any time you need. So let's move a few steps and look at that microphone. And compact could be a large amount of different components of the world. So we need to have something to
on the cloud-based services. But as time goes, we introduce more and more components. And you need to remember one extremely important fact, because we are also the software company which use our own technology to build software for customers. Have a look at Teams or Office 365. Technically, those components are also used by our internal teams, and our product group responsible for Azure treat our business-oriented developers as a first class or normal customers who are using the cloud. So after the few years, remember Azure is almost more than 10 years old, we ended up with the overwhelming number of services which simply solving particular problems. We have no chance to cover all of them during this talk. Therefore, I decided to focus on the 4 selected scenarios and then general overview of the Azure infrastructure. So we'll start with the serverless and event-driven programming. We'll also focus a little bit on CQRS. Then we will move to the streaming data and in general, how to do the reporting on the streaming data, because this is one of the challenges which we usually have when we have a moving data and we need to capture them in certain point of time and do a beautiful report for our customers. Then we will talk a little bit, because in the background, of course, we will have a microservices concept in every place. But what if I want to have a microservices solution and low latency? Because this is sometimes hard to achieve. Then we will move to the old-fashioned microservices on Kubernetes, and as I mentioned, a few words about the infrastructure. So let's start with the serverless. In our world, serverless is called Azure Function. Technically, those components are used to run any piece of code. It can be written in C#, JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, PowerShell, Python, technically almost anything, including own containers. The key benefits from that service is that you are deploying the code to the cloud, and then the cloud itself is responsible for scaling, provisioning an environment, and simply you just building your business logic. So it's both for the microservices architecture and also for event-driven architecture. Why event? Because if you look at the current complex system, in many places we have a signals, message in the queue, that information that someone entered the particular web page, or another solution called our webhook to signal that some processes was initiated. So one of the huge benefits of inside the Azure function is the concept of bindings and triggers, where we build an abstraction over those sources or databases storage if you want to save something. And at the end, the general architecture for such a product or product based on the Azure function is as follows. Somewhere we have a classic SPA application, single page written in Angular, React, whatever. Then that application authenticates in Azure Active Directory, because let's be honest, it's 2020, so you don't have to use the username, password anywhere. So probably you are based on OpenID Connect. Either way, in our case, it's called Azure Active Directory. And then, of course, the core logic will be executed inside the Azure function, which technically either react to action from this SPA page or will process messages from the backend. When we do the decoupling and use the queue storage, and for example, user will call first function, which will enter something to the queue, and then another function will get that message and do appropriate action. This is how we can build a highly scalable solution. Usually, also, we are connecting here the NoSQL database, because Cosmos DB is quite convenient here, because from the developing perspective, you can simply write a code either in, treat the Cosmos DB as a SQL-like database, or treat this as a MongoDB or Cassandra or many others APIs, because technically it is just the container with the different service level compatible with the many additional components. With all those concepts, there is also one thing tightly connected with the idea of event-driven apps. It's called the event sourcing. Because if we look at the current state in the application, we can either save that state in the certain database and update it there, or we can build a log of events, which of course will change the state somewhere, but thanks to those events, we can, for example, replay them or undo some operation, or do many things which also can improve the scalability of our solution. It's of course not mandatory to use event sourcing together with Azure Function. It just happens to be a quite popular idea to build a solution. For the event store, So the place where we can save the information, usually we are using, technically speaking, anything. So it can be relational database, which can be NoSQL, but in majority of the cases, it's either service bus for those who prefer to have a MQP-based protocol, transactable, or if you are more with the HTTP web-based interface, then we have a beautiful event grid, which also can be used as an event store in many scenarios. And then we will have some type of the services like this. So either I call it simple application, where we have the UI, which will add information to the service bus, and then different types of the readers will do actual work, depends on the type messages, depends on the message orchestration, because in that scenario, service bus will could be treated as an enterprise service bus. So classic messaging platform, well known from the last 20 years. Or we can move to the CQRS model, where we additionally introduce the concept of commands, which will change the state and also will be the messages, and also fast query model, where we can read the actual state of the application. Think about having the view of the current set of the information inside our IT system, and that command model will update database asynchronous, and of course query model will show the current value as per update. By the way, if you are interested in that scenario, which proves that it's extremely scalable, please read the very old articles called CQRS Journey. It's a description of how we can transform existing monolith application for ticket reservation to the CQRS world. Okay, what are the functions technically speaking? So we have a piece of code. Sorry, I'm C# guy, so majority of the examples will be in C#, but I think the concepts are the same in each and every language. So inside that function, we'll have kind of the trigger, which will execute the function. That trigger could be, for example, that I have a message in the queue, that someone requests the particular URL, or I have the new entry in the relational database as well. Then we have the output, which means response. It can be also HTTP response as here, so we treat the function as a lightweight web app, or it can be that we will write the documents to the external store. And then, of course, many inputs, maybe some additional outputs. It's up to us. But this is the key concept of what is inside the function. So adding to that, we have a configuration which will tell us what is the binding. So what does it mean to save information to database? And also, what are the triggers? From the code perspective, it's not very complicated, sorry, because we have a tooling written in Node.js, which can be run anywhere, which can simply create the new function or run that function if we need to. And by the way, one very important thing. Technically, the function is also, it's a programming concept, but in the same time, it's an Azure service. But the programming concept can be used to write a simple application inside the Docker container and then run that Docker container anywhere you want to, on your own Kubernetes, on premise, or even on another cloud if needed. So if we want to create that kind of the own environment for the Azure function, we can, for example, set up the Kubernetes as a main host for that components, and then we need to add a KEDA just to have event-driven scaling engine built inside the Kubernetes. That's all. Creating the new function is quite simple, because you need to init the method. You will have the new function which appropriate trigger based on the template. In our case, we'll use service bus, and at the end we will have a Docker file, stub of the method inside the processor C#, and that's all. And then we can again, sorry. I run this again. Then, of course, for having the demo working, we need to create a few elements in service bus. So we need to create a topic when we will send the messages, and then the few subscription, because we want to build a simple routing engine based on the attributes. In our case, it will be either to write to Cosmos DB or write to the logs. Then simple function, initiate by trigger, sending the message. This is our user called function to enter message to the queue. Then we have a processor which simply log the messages. Why not? It's just the demo. Second one, which will save data to Cosmos DB. As you can see, we hide the whole complexity of saving data to the simple object model, which is object write documents to output. And then, of course, we will have a very interesting piece where we will have the trigger, which will do some actual processing. And additionally here, we will have information that for some reason, that function will not succeed for the first time. First time it will fail, throw exception, technically do nothing. But then after when we try to deliver message 3 times, we'll finally process it correctly. So, first run without debugging. So I'm starting this function locally. It's running. I have the URL when I can send my message to initiate the whole process. So I will go there, and then we have the message. And yes, you can see that I send the message. It's a HTTP request. Then I call the processor log, finished correctly, and then I have this calculation when I will have a 2 times failed attempts, but because we use queues inside, of course we will have kind of retro logic built in the whole model, and after 3rd attempt we will succeed and everything working as expected. And this is everything because of that delivery count and throwing the exception. So of course, because we are running this locally, so we can debug that, treat this as a normal execution environment. So in that case, I remove the option to save to the Cosmos DB to change anything, set up the breakpoint, and run the process again. But this time, when I simply send the message to the URI, you will see that I hit the breakpoint. I can see what is going on, what are the response, how to send the message. So really treat that as a normal execution content. And by the way, we're still not using cloud. It's just the local environment, which can also be put inside the Docker. This is the debugging of the exception in that scenario. Okay. So if we move forward, we can of course put that to the cloud. Sorry, not that. So if we want to put that inside the cloud, we need to, of course, uncomment that to have the Cosmos DB part working. We can deploy this to the Azure function. Now we are seeing the execution environment running in the cloud, and then we can see what's going on. So we can see the number of the execution. We can see what we have inside the Cosmos DB database, and of course, I can run the simple load testing to see how it's behave under heavy load. I'm using simple A/B testing from Apache Foundation. It's nothing sophisticated, but it will show you how it's behave. So as you can see, for the initial number of the events, you saw only 1 plus 100 more messages. But if I put more of them, you will see for the short period of time that some of the messages are visible still in the queue because the function didn't catch up and waiting for the process of those messages. Of course, it scales automatically, but it takes some time. Therefore, we have this kind of the message count visible on the Azure portal. So, and of course, we can see that calc01 will throw this exception. And by the way, if we increase the number of requests, you can see that time for the execution for the single function is the same, because as I said, the environment in case of using Azure function on the Azure will automatically scale out and process our request as needed. And of course, we have a full debugging for monitoring capabilities in the cloud, measure the time, see the execution of each and every function. And of course, if I switch to this calculation period, you can see that I have many errors just because, remember, I was showing the exception. And of course, I can connect also to the live environment and see how the calculation is doing in a certain point in time. Quite nice environment and easy to use. But you can say, okay, I saw the hello world-like application. What about more complex logic? So we can use two approaches here. First approach is that, of course, we can build a monolith inside the Azure function. Why not? But it's no point on doing that because we want to build a scalable application at the end. So either we are using a graphical user design where user interface where we will have the logic apps. It's another component from Azure which will call our function to execute particular logic. But if you are a developer, we can use something which is called durable function framework, which technically hide under the hood the complexity of managing queues, passing messages, and from the development perspective, we will simply call methods. So then we will have a multiple separate Azure function, and for example, we will have the orchestrator which will organize the whole process. And for example, then from the one function, I can call another activity, which technically will be a separate Azure function. And then I have a beautiful scale-out model, but now I am scaling out the function, the logic, the business logic built inside our solution. And of course, processing is also the methods. By the way, the same also working in any container-based environment if needed. And of course, if I try to run this, I have slightly different capabilities because I'm starting the workflow. So I can have a workflow ID. I can see the status of that workflow, whether it's completed or not. I can track that, or even I can run many parallel processes and see the number of execution. So again, quite convenient model, easy to use, extremely well scalable and working. But you can say, okay, but I want to build a slightly larger app. So from the architectural perspective, we simply need to add a few things because, well, we will not give direct access out from our SPA page to the Azure function. We'll go through either any web application firewall, load balancer. Those are the another services inside the Azure. Or we simply can use the CDN, which in terms of the Azure is almost it's technically free service because either we're paying for the traffic or we are paying for per CDN, and in general CDN is cheaper than classic traffic. But also we can introduce here the API management in some cases to hide the function behind that layer, and many others. Important is that technically all those components are ready to use. You only write your logic inside the Azure function, and that's all. By the way, there is also one very nice feature in almost each and every Azure service, is that if you have a service in the single place, you can clone that to another one, and then through the Azure front door, reroute the traffic based on geo-distribution. So, for example, Asia customer to that data center, US based to that one, and the European one staying in the Poland or Dublin, whatever. So in general, it's quite easy to scale out, replicate, and use them. Okay, it was the first example. So what we have? We have the events. We have the microservices approach. Events treated as a source to trigger the Azure function, and then of course the whole environment to run this as something which will scale out automatically. But please remember, if you want to host Azure function on your own, please check if you really have a KEDA installed on your Kubernetes cluster. It's done by automatically, but if you tweak the configuration, you can, for example, disable that, and then you will have no auto-scaling capabilities on premise with the Kubernetes. Okay. So let's move to another topic called streaming data, and then we will talk about a slightly different topic. Because in general, if everyone is thinking about the IoT world, they are thinking about the device sending telemetry or getting commands from another part of the application. In general, it's true, but remember that, for example, if you are building solution to track user on the web page, for you, the telemetry signal is the user who click on the button, enter something in the text field, or move to another page. So, of course, IoT is tightly connected with the devices, but in general, concepts are valid for many additional ideas as well. So what we have from that for that in the cloud, we have the IoT hub, which is responsible for the receiving messages, registering devices, and processing telemetry, getting telemetry from outside world, storing them for the short period of time, and then passing them later. And that later can be function. Okay, IoT hub can be entered for the Azure function, so we can execute function for each messages if needed. Then we have a stream analysis for the fast processing. We can debug that because we have a time series insight which will allow us to see what's going on inside the stream of data. And then, of course, we can do the batch processing on Synapse, Databricks, Data Explorer, or anything like that. But in general, this is the key those are the key components used in the IoT scenario on the Azure. And remember that sometimes we also connect those IoT parts to some kind of the reporting engine, where we, for example, can use this batch processing again to provide some extra functionality. Okay, so how we can work with that? We have a IoT hub where we will have register or all devices. Each device will have a separate key, separate identity, so we can detect who is sending messages to us. And then those messages from IoT hub will be sent to the stream analytics in our example. And as you can see, some messages will be malformed because of some errors on the wire or because the device is working not well. In general, inside the stream analytics, you can do a simple SQL-like query, but you need to remember that you are working on the window of messages which is moving along with the time. And then, of course, you can add function. As I said, you can build a function in JavaScript additionally. You can also use AI here, by the way. And interesting as well, you can do the custom aggregates, quite unique capabilities. If you, for example, want to do the custom grouping of messages based on additional criteria, if needed. As for the debugging, it's extremely hard, but we have the time series insight, which simply attach to the stream of the messages and will present them. We can, of course, see the only portion of data. We can dig into the particular value. We can do the correlation between the different source of the signals. So we can see how they are related. Quite convenient, especially during the development process. And by the way, time series insight, that one is used as also in the model kind of the pay-as-you-go. So it's tightly related to the amount of data which are processed through that engine. So it's extremely cost-effective service. Okay, then we can say that output of that stream analytics will be saved to the blob storage for Synapse, or can be also saved to another output, Cosmos DB, Classic SQL, or directly to the Power BI. And if we save that directly to the Power BI, then we can, for example, run the reports where we will have the virtual table in Power BI, which will be filled by stream analytics from IoT Hub, and then the same messages which you saw before on the inside the time series inside, you can see on the Power BI dashboard, dig in, build a beautiful diagram. I'm not a UX designer, so I don't know how to build beautiful diagrams, but I think that you get the idea. The concept is that you have the IoT Hub, IoT Hub, which will send messages to the Stream Insight, Stream Analytics. Stream Analytics will do the processing, aggregation, maybe join some messages together. Then, as an output of Stream Analytics, we'll get the table, which will behave as a normal table for the Power BI. So quite convenient. As I said at the beginning, it's not only IoT scenario, it's marketing automation, this web clicking, it's a Forex, it's general activities from the business operation. Those are also valid signals. In few cases also, if we don't need to distinguish particular devices, instead of IoT Hub, we are using Event Hub. And by the way, inside the Event Hub, we have a Kafka API if needed. So, okay, wonderful. This queue concept, auto-scaling is wonderful, but what if I want to have a solution which will have extremely low latency? So I need to introduce you one additional service called Azure Service Fabric. This is, by the way, Service Fabric is right now used internally inside the Azure to host other Azure services. So if you are using SQLDB, you are using technically part of Service Fabric, which is responsible for high availability of that service. In general, Service Fabric is a hosting platform. It's neutral in terms of the language or what you want to do. It will provide lifecycle monitoring, scaling, updates, and of course, always on availability. In general, the key things for the Service Fabric is that you are writing a single piece of code which can be run in any place where Service Fabric can run. So either on the Azure or in another cloud or even on premise, physically the same package. You only need to upload the service. The key benefit, what you will get, that you can have almost 100 SLA for your code because of the replication. We'll go there in a moment. And then you can balance between the throughput of updates. So imagine CQRS writing to the backend service, or time for reading information from the Service Fabric store, because Service Fabric is in fact also kind of the data store for your application. And in the same situation, of course, we have the management updates, live updates, and everything like this. And as I said, this is used in many scenarios inside the Azure, and here we have a few examples of technology which are using the Service Fabric. From the API and programming model, we have 4 general categories. First one is, okay, please run that. That run can be, because Service Fabric is also for Linux and for Windows, of course, bring anything which can run on particular platform. It can be container as well, but also can be executable in terms of the Windows. So Windows Service, for example. Then we have a stateless service, which is simply web page which will provide us treat that as a web host, kind of. It's not commonly used in that scenario, but it's technically possible. It's a stateless service, which means it's not using state from the Service Fabric. And then we have a reliable service where we have the state which will be replicated between the nodes. So technically what you have under the hood, that your piece of code will run on parallel on multiple nodes, and if anything happens, we'll switch between the nodes. And then of course more advanced programming model called reliable actor, which is using reliable services to provide basic functionality. Okay, so have a look at the very initial example of the Service Fabric application, where we have 3 target replicas, 2 replicas to have a quorum, and then very simple solution where we are using transactable memory and adding values to the dictionary. So we are creating transaction, trying to read value from the state, then update the value inside the state, and then randomly either commit the changes, as I said, transactable memory, or rollback means do nothing. And we will run this again on the local environment. So as you can see, we have a counter values growing and everything working as expected. And of course, primary node is the nodes where the users are connected. And imagine that this primary node with primary replica will fail, and see what will happen with the state. As I said, this is the replicated memory. So we have a synchronized 3 nodes here, because we assume that we have a 3 nodes at least. And then when something is wrong, automatically the primary node will be moved to one of the secondary replica, new replica will be created, and then after a short period of time, we'll have again the 3 replicas of the whole our whole system. Therefore, I said at the beginning that technically you can build here a solution with almost 100 SLA for your code in general, that your logic will run all the time. And it's not very complicated. As for the actor programming model, I have no time to dig into that, but in general, we have the simple method of creating instance of that actor on another node, call it as normal method. So it's, to some extent, it's similar to the durable function, but instead of using tables, queues, and other technology between the layers, here it's everything will be done inside the memory, so it's extremely fast. So here we have a slightly more complicated environment, but our solution will have an extremely low latency. Okay. No, and that's another part of the implementation of the actors. And of course, if I run that, we can run this on the cloud as well. We can see our application running here, and we can run a very simple load test to prove that it's running. So we have the simple web UI, which will initiate the process and then do the calculation on the actor model. And then, of course, beautiful monitoring and everything working as expected. So Kubernetes, I said that it's kind of the traditional approach to the microservices, because remember, till now, we spoke about the programming models. Right now, we move slightly to the infrastructure, because technically, what is the Kubernetes? It's an orchestrator for the containers. From our perspective, means Microsoft, it's something which is called Azure Kubernetes Services, AKS, and technically this is a managed service which will provide the endpoint compatible with the Kubernetes, end of the story. Under the hood, you will have, of course, the features like auto-scaling, and auto-scaling in both kind of the scenarios. First is a horizontal pod autoscaler, normal way, so we can increase the number of pods, copies of your containers if needed. Then we can have a cluster autoscaler, which is usually initiated by horizontal pod autoscaler, telling that, okay, I am running out of the resources and they have no place to provide to run additional pod, because I am running out of memory, CPU, or whatever. Then we can have, of course, the KEDA, which I mentioned when I spoke about the Azure function, and Osiris, which is in general similar mechanism to KEDA, but for the HTTP-based workload. What is also additional kind of the nice features from the AKS perspective is the concept of the virtual nodes, which, because usually when we provision the managed service, under the hood, you will have the kind of infrastructure which provides you the VMs on which you can run the pods. But we have a service in Azure called Azure Container Instances, which is simply service to run any containers. So we can connect this ACI to the Kubernetes as a virtual node and then run pods on that. So then we have kind of the serverless Kubernetes, which simply allocate additional resources on the external Azure Container instances. By the way, the same concept applied to the virtual kubelet, where we can merge together in the AKS, for example, external Kubernetes nodes and span the cluster between on-prem, on cloud, or even, but it's more for the demo or self-upskilling experience, run the virtual kubelet on Raspberry Pi and connect Raspberry Pi to AKS and merge the two different workloads in the one single place. So this is how we can host the whole. Additionally to that, we did a very nice feature called DevSpace, which help us to debug the Kubernetes solution. It's very simple concept, because it's simply when you have a microservices solution and you want to change only one microservices, you can say that that particular part will run on my machine, and please redirect the traffic to my machine. I will run what is needed and respond, of course, to the next step inside the AKS. Quite convenient, because you don't have to play with the whole deploying the whole application in a single place. Of course, GPU enabled node, identity and security. I have no time to focus on that. And of course, if you want to, we can run Windows Server containers. By the way, why? Imagine that you have the mixed workload, Windows and Linux, and of course you can stay with the Windows VMs as needed, but in some cases it's more convenient to use Kubernetes to achieve the same goal. So from the user perspective, user means developer perspective, the Kubernetes behave like something where you are sending YAML file and you are having your application ready and running. Nothing more complicated. Everything is hidden under the hood. Automatic upgrading, automatic provisioning of additional nodes, as I mentioned. So you don't care about that. You are just using the Kubernetes infrastructure API to do things. And by the way, this is quite interesting, because I steal that slide from the Scott Guthrie. He told about how the teams are built, because due to the recent issues in the world, we saw the really enormous growth in the Teams consumption, and under the hood, under the Teams, we really have many different services. So we use Cosmos DB, we use Kubernetes, we use media services, we use Service Fabric as well. So please take into account that all the technology which I mentioned are fine, are great, but it's not like that you need to choose one. Please think a little bit what is the best for the particular part of your solution, and focus on that, and then use another service if needed. Because of course, sometimes is AKS more convenient, sometimes is Service Fabric better, sometimes are the Azure function quite nice for a particular scenario. Really, this depends on your. Very short demo of AKS. Simple, creating the cluster. This is of course the recording. A little bit I speed it up because I don't want you to wait for the provisioning of the new cluster. But as you can see, normal cluster. I can get credential. I can upload the YAML file there. I can see the pods. I can do the query for the looking what's going on inside, so I have the full monitoring. Or I can use Prometheus for that as well, or connect Prometheus to the monitor in Azure, and then of course I can scale up manually, automatically as I want to. I can see number of pods. Then I can see that, of course, everything working as expected. I can change a little bit the code and deploy this solution again. And then, as you can see, the pods are replaced, and now I have a different question in the moment. You know, it's not something sophisticated. I just show it because it's no difference. It's from the development perspective, it's normal Kubernetes. Everything else is hidden somewhere behind the scene. It's just working. Nothing more. Other few things which are connected to the AKS. First, a few projects where we are heavily involved. First one is Draft, which is tool to automatically build a container based on the folder and file structure. So it simply detects with the probability, of course, what language was used in the particular folder, and based on that, you will get a Docker file. End of the story. Then again, because as I said, Kubernetes is used as an infra kind of component, so we need to have a package manager on top of that. So we invest heavily in Helm, which is technically speaking a Kubernetes package manager. So you can build around your YAML file or around many pods additional layer where you can see, okay, for that particular solution, I need to deploy the Envoy, Redis, and few other components, and together this package will be called A or whatever. So it's quite convenient, working quite well. We'll have an agent locally, we'll have agent in the case. No problem. By the way, for those who are a fan of the Red Hat, we also provide the support for the Red Hat OpenShift if needed. And for those who wants to learn more this kind of the traditional approach to the microservices, please have a look on this eShop on containers, because this is a simple not simple. It's kind of standard microservices based application, but with the different types of the deployment. So you can deploy almost the same code as a web app and Azure function, as a service fabric application, or as a Kubernetes. So you can see that one thing is how you build application, another one is how you will decide to host it. Quite convenient. It's written in the note. Okay, a small peek in the future. What I will tell you about, it's really preview, entry level, because we realized that majority of the microservices application share similar pain points. So those pain points are quite obvious. Okay, how to do the state management, how to call one service from another, so how to do the service discovery, how to build an actor model, how to build an abstraction layer over the storage, because sometimes I want to run this on premise and I will have, I don't know, locally running my SQL database, and the next day I will have the same code running in the Azure when I need to use MySQL as a service, or different type of database because I decided to go with Progress. How to hide that from the development kind of layer. So we are building something which is called Dapr, and this is a set of the services running as a sidecar architecture, which will provide certain function through the gRPC locally, if you run sidecar on the same machine, to the main code inside another container. So in general, the architecture will look like that. That we have the one service which will use the Dapr API, another service which will use the Dapr API, and then those services can use the different kind of the external sources. And by the way, this concept is again neutral from the technical point of view, means that of course it can run anywhere when you can run the containers, and of course our tests are on another clouds as well, and use another solutions as well. Okay, another randomly chosen components, because look, as I said at the beginning, Azure is a platform for developers where you can build your solution faster, and of course we have many additional things which can be used to speed up building process. So manage database, NoSQL or SQL. If you want to do the Spark analytics, feel free. We have HD Insight, Databricks, or Azure Sentinel. In each of those places, you can run your Spark job. If you prefer relational warehouse, of course we have Azure Sentinel, and for those who are fan of the OLAP-like workloads, we have analysis service. Time series analysis, but larger than I mentioned here, we have a Data Explorer. You want to build your own YouTube-like service, feel free, we have a media services. Authorization, I mentioned that before, but we have the Azure Active Directory and Azure Active Directory B2C. The primary difference is that inside the Azure Active Directory you have the more business users. And by the way, this service is free up to 500,000 objects. And inside the Azure Active Directory B2C, we also provide an endpoint which can accept, I don't know, Google ID or Windows account or Twitter accounts as a for the customers to authenticate themselves, and then we map those accounts to the Azure Active Directory object. If you want to go into the blockchain, feel free. Many ready-to-use blockchain services, generally based on Ethereum or Corda, with the nice features like mapping and replicating the ledger structure inside the database. Why? Because it's simpler to query the database than to have the ledgers, classic CQRS approach. Web apps, of course, I didn't have time to mention that, but it's obvious we have the service to host the websites. Monitoring, text search, AI. Remember, on AI, one remark here, we have two types of the services. One, which are ready to use, called cognitive services. By the way, recently we are supporting the translation from Polish language from the speech to another language. And those cognitive services are fit for the many scenarios. You need to understand their capabilities and simply use them as a part of your solution. And by the way, cognitive services can be run as a REST API in the cloud, or again as a Docker container which you run wherever you want to. It's primarily used again in the IoT scenario when you need to have a low latency for image recognition, so for example. And second type of the AI services is meant to be used by, I call that professional data scientists, because it will provide MLOps capabilities, it will give you the workflow around your experiments, data preparation, data engineering, and then you are free to build whatever you want to. And this is also important. Azure also provides you with the marketplace. Inside the marketplace, you will add any technical services which you build, or use technical service from another partner as well. So, moving next to the last part of that talk, to the infrastructure, have a look at the few examples how that Azure infrastructure look like. This is the Virginia data center from 2014, and that is the same data center but 2017. The previous one, data center, you can see on in the upper part of the screen. This is how we grow in the few years. If you look at the Azure globally, we are not only the infrastructure provider and technology provider, but we also provide the cables, because the traffic inside Azure or between the Azure data center will be the package will run inside our own backbone network. So we have a fiber channels. Sometimes we provide the new fiber channels, building them together with other companies. But in general, the goal is to have a globally available wide area network to be sure that the traffic, for example, from the US-based data center to European one will not leave the Microsoft own cables. Simple as that. And then, of course, we are providing additional regions in Africa, in the India, in Asia, so as other does. From the VM perspective, because PaaS services and all components are nice, but at the end you have the infra below. A few interesting numbers. So first of all, we can have up to around 416 CPU inside the one VM with 11 terabytes of RAM, a general SAP workload, or really large in-memory databases. Well, again, low latency. But for the general kind of the usage, because this requires a special kind of, it's not about the permission, it's just that we need to give you access to those machines. They are not limited, but you need to ask for them. But for general, up to the 96 CPU and half of terabytes of RAM is kind of the standard. Disk, of course, we provide the disks. Important. If you are saving anything on the disk in Azure, you will have at least 3 copies of that, or you will have a free copies in one region and additional one in another. And this is kind of the interesting one, because of course SLA for the single VM is 99.9, for two VMs is 99.95 if you have a zone redundancy. So we have a two data centers, and between them we have a large enough distance. We have a 99.99. But practically, we are measuring the VM uptime. In September 2019, we have 99.998, and in February 2020, we have 99.999% of the time when Azure VM was available. How it was done? Oh, because we did a lot of work on the virtualization layer and on the OS layer, in short, to apply updates without closing the VM. Simple as that. Of course, we have FPGA. Those FPGA can be used either as networking components, because, for example, we can offload the network management to the FPGA. We can do the network security groups there as well. Or those FPGA can be used as a place where you will execute your AI model. Up to you. Of course, connectivity with on-premise between the different regions. Inside, you can split the workload inside the different VNets. We have the virtual machine scale set, which are simply the virtual machine with the number of copies which needs to be executed. And then, of course, ARM templates to provide you the scripting language to describe the service topology. By the way, Terraform is supported as well. On the opposite side, because on the one hand, we have this kind of the high availability and durability of the services. On the other hand, we sometimes need to have a low latency services, and then we can have something which is called the proximity placement group. When we put on top of Azure information, please keep those two services as close as possible, just because they are talking between themselves too much, and we want to have low latency here. Or even we can have a dedicated host and then tell, okay, please run all those VM on that physical one things. But in that case, please have at least two dedicated hosts, just in case. For the disks, maybe one remarks here. We have a different tiers of the disks. We have a standard disk which are used for the workload when we don't have to work with the I/O too much. Then we have, of course, SSD disk, and then we have something which is called ultra disk, when you can independently scale the number of IOPS and in the same throughput, and decide for what you want to pay. Simple as that. Depends, of course, of your technical scenario. Under the hood, the storage of the storage architecture in Azure is really a topic for the 1 week conference. It's quite complicated, but from the user perspective, as I said, you have at least 3 copies, and you can have the copies in the different another region if needed as well. And of course, caching architecture, many additional aspects. Therefore, I mentioned this 1 week conference. Okay, last thing. If you think about and you want to use a simple infrastructure from Azure, of course you can. Why not? But then you are simply using a slightly different components, which are used, by the way, by many PaaS services as well. So we have, for example, the classic N-tier architecture, where we have the web tier, virtual machine scale set with load balancer on front, business tier, the same. Then we have a classic SQL server, not managed one, which can be run as a cluster SQL server always on, with asynchronous replication to another region. It's doable as well, but usually it's much simpler to use PaaS services. And by the way, we have many of those diagrams, concepts, best practices shared inside the something which is called Architecture Center on Microsoft Docs. And please go there if you want to build anything on top of Azure, because probably you will get a quite good guidance and you don't need to rediscover the wheel again. It's kind of the generic those are the generic architectures, but valuable and experienced architects can build on top of that quite fast your solution. Kind of the summary, I will give up, because remember, if we are talking about the Azure, the number of services is really huge. So first, I would recommend you, if you have to run something on VM, please check, maybe we will have ready-to-use service somewhere. And maybe that service, because remember, we are talking about managed services, so probably you will have some limitation, so you need to check that. But at the end, you don't have to do anything else. And if you are building from scratch, for sure, stay with the all PaaS services if needed. Okay, so that's all from my side. In general, do you have any questions? So I will do something like this, and I will wait for the questions. You can either unmute yourself or type or anything like this. I will wait a few minutes. If no, okay, thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to ping me. Probably the presentation will be available for you, and inside you will have the email address. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
again, it's me and the ping sofa and the surfboard. And this time we're not changing the scenery drastically because I will switch you to the ping stage. But before that, I would like to tell you something more about the 100 Wolves pitching contest experience so far. I have been enjoying the event a lot, but I'm really curious about your opinions. So please go to the chat and write, like, how do you like it? How is the experience so far for you? I'm dying to find out. And now about the host of the ping stage. It is the Vice President of Wolf Summit himself, known as the Big Bad Wolf or the most eligible bachelor of the CEE. Just kidding. Okay, so let's switch to the pink stage because he's not the star. The stars are the startups. It's the celebration of entrepreneurship and creativity, so celebrate with us on the pink stage.
The air quality issue in the mobility world. People spend more and more time in heavy traffic. The most polluted place in the US, also in Europe, and basically in every country where you have good air quality, it's always the worst place is always the highways, where you have a lot of cars with an high level of pollution. And the main problem is most of this pollution is entering into the cabin of the car and doesn't get out. And you don't see a lot of solution today in the market, except from a solution from Tesla. And but if you look at the home and office market, you already see that it's a $5 billion market, very diverse with a lot of different solutions for monitoring and filtration. But the other issue that we are now tackling is not only air quality in terms of pollution, but also air quality in terms of the user experience. So we now have a customer, Zipcar, and the Avis group. The number one complaint in Zipcar is bad odor. So they get 3,000 complaints every month regarding bad odor, and most of the time, 90+% of this time, it's because of smoking. A user smoking in the car and then return it, and then the next user suffer from bad odors. So they get cancellation, refunds, credits, lower customer satisfaction score, and they also can't put a fine on the smoker because they don't have a proof for that. The loss of income from them is around $3 million because of this, and they have also operation expense of $1 million, and the low NPS and customer satisfaction score it's a damage of around $15 million from their calculation. We give them Crispify system. It costs $1.5 million for the whole fleet per year, and we give them a 12x ROI per year with our system. So what we are doing, and we have also future direction from other industries. So just to give you a glimpse of what we are doing, we have basically like an IoT device. You plug it into the car battery and install it in the rear view mirror in the car. And we give them air quality monitoring and real-time smoking alerts. We know when you light up the cigarette, when you finish it, and then just bad odor. And we give the data to the fleet managers in Zipcar through a dashboard, an online dashboard, and also through an API. So every customer that already have a dashboard can use our API and to integrate the data.
Okay, Adam, I need to cut you short there because that was your time up. So
yeah, I can't see the clock. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay.
Okay, we'll go to the judges for Q&As.
I'm sorry, I just connected a couple of minutes ago, so I wasn't able to hear the whole presentation, but I just heard the part on the IoT device that you plug it in the car, and it does what?
It does, yeah, air quality monitoring, and also things like real-time smoking alert monitoring and odor monitoring for the in-cabin environment. And we are now targeting car sharing fleets and car rental fleets.
Okay, so what's the idea, what's the added value that the car sharing company has from your device?
So today, just to give an example, Zipcar has 16,000 cars globally, and they have 3,000 complaints every month about bad odors in the cabin. Okay. This is a $19 million damage a year for them, and we give them a solution for $1.5 million. So it's a great ROI for them.
Okay. So it detects odor smoke that is made by the root client, that is not abiding to the rules of driving a licensed car, as I understand.
If I understand the question correctly, but basically we have our own algorithms that know how to detect different kind of harmful gases or pollution. So we know when it's cigarette smoke, when it's just pollution, when maybe a fire that you drove by, things like that.
And what is your business model? How you can earn money out of that? Is it a monthly rate?
Yeah, we charge a monthly fee of $10 per vehicle per month, and we give 20% discount for a yearly subscription.
Okay. Are you bootstrapping or developing an investor now?
No, we raise.
Looking for investor.
Yeah, so we raised until today we raised $300,000 from VCs and
300K, 300,000, yeah?
Yes, and we are now raising again a second round. We already have a commitment from a US VC, and we want to add more investors to the pool.
Okay.
I want to ask you, because Zipcar has many different cars. There are both like Ford Focus or much bigger cars. Does your solution like can work across all the fleet of their cars, or you're specializing in smaller cars, or how does it work?
So yeah, we can work in every car. Basically, it's one system per car up to the size of an SUV. So for a bus, we need more sensors. But yeah, for Zipcar, it's one system for all.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit more about the solutions that are currently in use? Because I assume a lot of automotive companies are having their own solutions to the problem of odors and toxin.
Yeah, so there's no really an aftermarket solution like us that know how to give full IoT support with the dashboard and everything. There are solutions for the home and office space from Bosch and other companies.
Thank you.
Great, and that brings us nicely to a close. Thank you very much, Adam, for your presentation. Next up, we have Nika Siradze from iScoot. So we're just waiting for Nika to join. Hi, Nika. Great to have you today. Very good, thanks. Yeah, we can see you perfectly fine. So if you'd like to share your screen.
Yes, I'll do. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll begin the 3-minute countdown now.
Yep. Let's begin. Let's start. Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nika Siradze. I'm founder of iScoot, which is going to be the first electric moped sharing service in Tbilisi, Georgia. Like many big cities in the world, in Tbilisi, we have same problems. Which problems are traffic jams, parking problems, gas and taxi high prices, overcrowded public transport, and air pollution. That's why we got an idea that creates some solution which will help city to fix all of these problems. Our beachhead market is young urban professionals in Tbilisi. Around the world, scoot shares rides are around 2 million, and market size projected by 2024 it will increase by $22 billion, and this is one of the fast growing business in the world. Our product is very easy mobile application. It's very easy to download. You can find, reserve the nearest scooter, pick up and drop off anywhere. Our deal is 20-minute iScoot ride for $2.5, which is around 80 cents. Why us? Why our product is better when others? We have direct competitor kick scooter sharing service in Georgia, but our product is 3 times cheaper than kick scooter and 2 times faster. Also 3 times cheaper when taxi and much more comfortable in the traffics. And it's faster when and comfortable when public transport. We are first on market and our product is full eco-friendly. That's why Georgian government is very supporting green businesses. Our initial investment value is 5,000 Georgian lari, and we are waiting revenue after 12 months, 5,000 Georgian lari. Our team are Nikki Breguadze, IT Development Manager, Larry Narcia, he's Alternative Transportation Manager in BMW San Francisco, and myself, I'm Business Development Manager at the International Relations Center. Our dream is to create alternative, cheap and fast transportation for young urban professionals. Thank you for your attention.
Super. Thank you very much, Nika.
You're welcome.
Now we
hand over. Question: what are the competitors in Georgia?
Competitors. I don't have direct competitor, but 1 month ago in Georgia came Bird's franchise, which name is Crawl, but it's kick scooter sharing service, not moped. And we are first on market, and after Corona, it's got very big popularity in Georgia, this kick scooter sharing service. But unfortunately, we don't have infrastructure for it. Kick scooter need own roads, for example, bicycle road. But my product don't need any specific road. That's why it's more safer. It's 3 times cheaper and minimum 2 times faster.
Okay.
Any questions?
I would like to ask you about legal regulation, because like electric scooters probably don't need any like regulations from the users, but how it is with mopeds?
Yeah, it's a very good question. When you download a mobile application and you should to register by your driving license. It's because that we don't want to use this transport underage people and who does not have a driving license, and that's why to avoid some problems we are asking it's must to register by driving license, and you should to have A1 minimum or B class driving license. It does not need a driving license, this scooter, because it's under 50 cc.
Okay, and I know that Tbilisi is pretty much the only major size in Georgia, comparing to Kutaisi and other bigger cities. How do you see scaling outside of the capital city, or you're for now focusing just on Tbilisi?
For now, our first step is to enter into Tbilisi market, because Tbilisi is capital of Georgia and it's a very famous touristic place also. That's why we make decision to start from Tbilisi and increase to Batumi. Second city will be Batumi, if you know, it's seaside city, and we want for sure to develop our business, and we want to go to the region like Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Eastern European countries, because these products is getting very popularity every year. And every year statistic is changing. For example, when 2018 researchers show us that we are weighted around 22 billion market size by 2024, it's changed and it's increased already.
another question. How many mopeds do you have already on the streets? Secondly, how do you fix them if something is broken? Do you have kind of a mobile fixing tools?
Yeah, all scooter has insurance. All scooter has GPS, and we thought about it that somebody will broke, somebody will damage. It's happened in another countries like these cases. That's why all scooter will be insured.
How many of them?
We are planning to enter market from 100 scooter. It's not very big quantity, but for Tbilisi, it's enough for starting and for first step. This program, this project already passed acceleration program in Georgia. We have Business Accelerator Spark, and we won professional business plan from BDO Georgia.
So you have government money to start the business, as I understand. You have government money to start the business.
I did not get any fundraising yet.
Yep,
we are looking.
But the starting fund, the seed fund, comes from the government, as I understand, because this is an acceleration fund.
Yeah. This acceleration program is a European Union and Tbilisi City Mall mutual project.
Okay, thank you, Nika. That draws us to a close. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, we're welcoming Laurie Luke from Kopacz.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, welcome, Laurie.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'll try to now share my screen.
Yep, super.
Okay, I need to make it. Do you see it now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, I'm ready if you are ready.
Okay, I'll start the clock now.
Hi, this is Kopacz from Estonia. My name is Lauri. I'm CTO. We have a strong team. Marek is our CEO and Christopher is our product engineer. Our throwaway society has caused a global problem with plastic waste. Fortunately, European Union bans single-use plastics by 2021, and many countries have already started to phase out. Society's pressure on being green is growing. Big companies are forced to follow that. And all the businesses who have been using single-use plastic packages so far are now facing a challenge. Reusable deposit packages are the best alternative to single-use, and many businesses have already started to use them. For example, FIFA football tournaments. So it's a trend. But how to return reusable packages without having to wait in a long queue, and how to quickly and conveniently refund deposit? Well, Kopacz has a solution. We help companies to switch from single-use plastics to reusable RFID tag packages cost-effectively and conveniently. Let's say a client buys a drink. She gets an RFID tag cup, which is scanned at the selling point, and pays the deposit. When done, she returns it up to our collection robot. Robot reads up to 10 cups in a second and refunds the deposit contactlessly onto her NFC bank card. This payment solution is unique and patentable because it's made instantly and even when the deposit was paid in cash. All the collected packages will go into washing and then stored and reused at the next event. These actions are performed by the service provider. Kopacz is a technology provider. Our revenue comes from the fee per scan when the cup is sold and from the sale of robots. We start with outdoor machines and malls. On the next stage, there will be stadiums, gas stations, coffee shops, and smart city solutions. When major public events will return, and they will return, we will be ready to serve these as well. Our first clients are Eesti Pandipakend and Patel, to whom we are developing first robots. We start from the Baltics, and then move on to UK, Germany, and France, where reusability is becoming a major trend. The European Union uses 200 billion single-use plastic packages each year, so the market potential is huge. We believe in the future where there is no plastic waste, but couple of robots. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, fantastic timing there, Laurie.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'll hand it over to the judges and 4 minutes of Q&As.
I would like to ask you about those robots that you said. You would be like manufacturing them yourselves, or you have like a partnership with other companies that you will be buying them from?
Yes, we have done the first prototypes by ourselves, but we have a manufacturing partner, Onesco Auto, in Estonia. So the first 100 robots will be done in Estonia. But of course, in the future, we are looking for some cheaper manufacturers. But yes, first 100 will be done in Estonia.
But you are owner of like a patent for the robots, or design for them?
Yes,
well?
we have done all the designs and all the mechanical parts and mechatronical parts, as well as the software, of course. And we have already started the patenting process for the software, which is actually the reversal payment software, which communicates RFID readers and bank terminals. So this is the first thing we are getting patent. Of course, hardware is hard to patent because we know that there are like several companies from different countries who are trying to like do their own thing and look what you are doing. So it's tough, but we are trying to patent as much as possible. But of course, yeah, design is also something that we can patent, and some mechanical parts as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you said that you can manufacture 100 of these robots and probably deploy 100 of them. So what's the number of robots that you expect to receive as much income that will cover your costs? I mean, the break-even point somehow in the future. What's the number? 1,000 or 10,000?
So we are planning to get break-even in the beginning of 2023. So those first 100 robots, well, as I said, our business model consists of two parts. One is selling the robot, but the main part is fee per scan. So this is the major part, and we are trying to get, as I had on the screen, if I may, from 2022 and in the beginning of 2023 to get like about 50 million scans. So we have calculated that the break-even point could be at the end of 2022 or in the beginning of 2023.
Okay. Are you looking for an investor, or you have your own money, you are bootstrapping? What's the idea of expansion?
We have got a grant from Estonian Environmental Center, 88,000 euros, and we have also completed first pre-seed round loan contribution for the Environmental Center grant. So now we are developing first robot for our first clients, and we are looking for the second round to raise 300 to 400K, and then we can add additional 400K from Archimedes Foundation. We have already written the project, but we have to find our own contribution. So therefore, we are looking for the 300 to 400K investor money to develop the smart city solution machines. Right now, we are developing machines for the outdoor and for the malls.
Okay. So your clients are the institutions, like, let's say, banks or shopping centers, not the companies that collect trash bins from the streets or communities.
Yeah, actually, we are doing our first client is Eesti Pandipakend. This is company who is responsible for all the recycled packages in Estonia so far, all the bottles. So they are ordered us to prepare machines for the outdoor events. But as coronavirus came, we had to adapt. So we are still developing those outdoor machines for them, but we got new partner as well, Petco, and Petco is developing or asking us to develop machines for the malls. And we are starting from Hope, Estonia, with the best event at this September.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurie. That brings us to a close.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Next up, we're going to have Sławomir Schutte again, who's going to appears to have solved his problems with screen sharing. So we'll welcome Sławomir back. Hi
Hello,
again,
gentlemen. Okay, I hope this time works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's try again. I try to share my screen. Well, but looks the same. The screen, probably you can't see my screen. Can you?
No, it's so at the bottom of the panel you have a monitor symbol. You simply click on it, then
I click the icon.
Mm-hmm.
I look, and sorry.
And then you should have options to share the whole screen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm clicking the option to share entire screen, but apparently does not work. I really don't know what's going on. It's actually when we did the exercise, I tried.
Yeah. Are you using Google Chrome?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's strange. Let me. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Sławomir. So, what I'll do, I'll bring on Wojciech now, who can present his business, and we can maybe try and. I'll ask Elena to give you a call and see if we can remedy the situation.
Okay. Well, thanks, sorry, gentlemen. So it's
no, it's yeah, no worries. Thanks, Sławomir.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Wojciech.
Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you guys. So hopefully I will manage to share my screen. Okay, let's do it. So could you tell me as well as to Sławomir how to do it, because I was.
So you see the monitor symbol at the bottom.
Yeah.
You click on that.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. So I see the window of the application. So should I open it on the card on the Chrome?
So wherever your presentation is, you know, if you've got it open in a Chrome tab, you can share from the tab.
Just give me just 1 second, please. Okay. So the question is, could you see it?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Should I drop the presentation and put it to the window?
No, you simply click on the button and then choose to share the whole screen or a Chrome tab or application window, and then click on share.
Yeah, once again. So let's do it like here. Okay, I guess it's gonna be good now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, wonderful. So
okay,
there you go. You got
to the beginning. Okay, so I have 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, off you go.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Wojtek. I work for Bini company, which we produce smart waste bins. In the beginning, I'd like to tell you something about recycling, about the problem. There is a big problem in the recycling because only in a few minutes, next few minutes, people all over the world will produce over 10,000 tons of waste. Only 30% of it is recycled, and the rest goes to the oceans, landfills, deserts, and forests, because there is no right infrastructure to segregate the waste. So The problem with proper waste sorting touches every stage of the chain: final customers, facility management companies, and also waste management companies. Our solution is to easily saying like segregating the waste automatically. So this is the way that we have created Bini, the device that using AI-based artificial intelligence lets the machine segregate the waste with and recognize the waste with more than 90% of accuracy. So Bini recognizes the type of waste automatically, sorts it to the right chamber, compresses it, and also communicates with its users. We also offer customization. So, for example, for every client's needs and requests, we can customize our on the client's machine for the different colors, for the bins inside, for the hands-free version, for the super silent version, and also for the bigger cables, smaller cable, and etc. etc. We also offer at Bini application that lets to control whole the process by the customer and to have the better access to the technical diagnostics, to the full and field level control, and also to the statistics. Bini is a perfect solution for all public places where people are in a rush and don't have a time to segregate their waste because, as I said in the beginning, there's no right infrastructure to do it. So we are talking about the offices, rail stations, hospitals, shopping malls, airports, and in our next few years, in our next version, also we're talking about all outdoor places like parks, stadiums, etc. Our business roadmap is in progress. So for now, we have delivered our machines to almost each European Union countries, and we are also about to conquer on next continent. So we are talking about 2020 to go to the Ukraine, Singapore, and also in 2021 we are about to go exhibit situation with the coronavirus. Let's to the USA, India, Pacific, Asia, and Middle East. In the recent weeks, we used the break or just slowing business to improve our machine to the next version, which is hands-free version featuring automatically opening flap. So basically saying when the user approach hands to the machine, device opens automatically. So this is a perfect response for COVID-19 situation. So just for the end, my call to action word is join the world of Bini, save the planet. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wojciech, and passing over to the judges for 4 minutes of Q&As.
Okay, well, I'm rather skeptical about that because what's the idea let's say, if I am a shop owner or let's say an institution and I have to segregate waste, and you are proposing me to put a machine which is much larger than these colored bags for each type of trash. So what's the idea behind? Except for this is a very smart gadget.
Okay, this is
the real added value would be if I could have let's say a can of trash, let's say plastic or bio waste or let's say glass mixed together, and I could put that into the machine, and the machine does the sorting.
Okay.
But I believe it doesn't do that.
Okay, this is an objection that we have plenty of times. This is a question that we need to respond. So, okay, so answering from the end of your question, the multi-sorting version will be ready in 2 years because this is like R&D stuff, and we need also the budget to create that kind of version. In the current version that we implemented into the markets, and we are not we are now selling that kind of version. As you mentioned, this is like to put the piece by piece into the throwing flap. And for example, now the machine is not intended to the household. When you would like to put all basket to the device, and it would recognize and sort it by itself. Now this is intended for usually for the offices, and for example for the shopping malls, where people, for example, are passing the corridor just with the with the coffee cup or just the paper. So it is always the problem with people are running, people are in the rush, for example on the train station, and they carry like one or two pieces of waste. So usually in shopping centers, customers doesn't go with the basket, with the whole basket. So this is what we sell now. But as you said, like multi sorting, yeah, we have it on the mind, and in I guess 2 years we'll be ready to implement that kind of version.
You were pointing out offices, shopping malls. So, like, can you tell us a little bit more? Because I can see that you're already scaling beyond Poland, and you're planning beyond Europe. So, tell me a little bit more how you're approaching those offices, how you're trying to convince people to use your solution.
Okay, so our business model is, of course, to work with distributors, and sometimes there are non-exclusive, sometimes there are exclusive. For example, in Poland, we work with non-exclusive distributor, but also we work directly to the facility management companies, which they propose our solution and our product to their tenants, to their clients, and they are convinced that it is a perfect solution to segregate their waste without wasting time.
Thank you. And I could see, like, I disagree a little bit with Daniel, because I could see that it would be very good solution for like a large scale places like football fields or something, when there's like a 20,000-30,000 people, and they're like carrying all their waste, and they usually don't look where they will throw it away.
The idea is that there is much cheaper alternative, just to put glass to the red one, plastic to the blue one, or whatever, and you don't need that smart machine.
Yeah, but if there are sometimes contaminated the waste items, or sometimes, for example, different regulations. If you have a box after drinking the juice, people just don't want, is it a paper or is it a plastic? So this is about our machine learning, and if more pieces are thrown away into our devices, the whole system is smarter and smarter, because, as I mentioned, this is like artificial intelligence that is learning itself. So if the recycling could be so easy, we wouldn't be saying about 30% of accuracy when we do it manually. It is only 30%, and it is not always because people don't like to do it, but people don't know how to recycle the waste. So we help with them. We can say that we make people lazier, but this is the same about, we are talking about every machine, every device that are making our life more convenient.
Great, thanks a lot, Wojtek.
Thank you very much, guys.
Best of luck. Okay, it's great. So that brings us to the end of the of this session. Thank you, Daniel and Adrian. Have you got any insights you'd like to share with the audience, or anything to?
What about Gate?
Yeah, so unfortunately, no, he's having trouble with his he's having trouble presenting. So he's going to forward us his pitch deck, and we'll send it on to you, to the judges.
Well, they're pretty well, these guys. They were. I'm probably myself much more impressed by iScooter. No, this guy that has these robots that scans the bags with a certain trash. I believe this is something that is of something of a catch in that, because people are much more aware of the ecological attitudes that are prevailing now. So, in my opinion, that might bring profit from the point of view of the companies that collect trash, that might reward the people that are trying to, are trying not to cheat the system, because it is all about cheating the system if you put glass with plastic or bio waste with something else. So that might help people to behave according to the rules.
Yeah.
So if this is combined with some kind of an incentive that you can earn some points, or or even cash, small cash, for the behavior that is required by the law, so that might help to catch with this business, not only because of the attitude, but also by the incentive that people are prompted to do that. So
Absolutely.
I argue this is the best startup in this slot.
Yeah, I believe so. I was impressed, and I'd be curious to see just how long it would take his algorithm to be getting a very high accuracy level.
I would like to point out something different. It's like we had a couple of startups here from all of clean tech, and it only shows how it's just the tip of the iceberg where we are with clean tech as well. Because like there was like five startups, and each one of them had completely different idea and different approach to clean tech. So I'm really interested how the scene will look like in couple years when those very specialized startups will start to expand a little bit, and they will start merging and buying out their competitors. So that's really interesting to see how all of this market will be changing in the next 10-15 years, because let's be honest, we have to focus on that more and more every single year. So that will be really cool to see.
Okay, great stuff. All right, well, thank you very much for your assistance today, guys. And if I can ask you to please complete the feedback and appraisal forms for the startups, would be fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you.
How to fundraise in the post-COVID world? Who knows? Well, actually, we know a person who knows. When I spoke to startups, I asked them, who is the one person that you would ask for advice, that you would ask for mentoring? And most of them pointed this person. It's Paweł Bochniarz from MIT Enterprise Forum CEE. We had a pleasure to have him during our conferences and also during the workshops he delivered for our startups. And one of the startups I spoke to said that after advice that they got from Paweł and the actionable steps they implemented into their pitching, they actually secured a deal with investors. So I think it pretty much sums up everything. Say a warm welcome to Paweł Bochniarz.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paweł Bochniarz. I'm chairman of and co-founder of MIT Enterprise Forum, Central Eastern Europe. So if you haven't met us yet, we are one of the deep tech accelerators in Poland, based in Warsaw, Poland, but we are also working with startups from across Central and Eastern Europe. So Thank you, the Wolf Summit team, for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. It's great to be again able to meet the Wolf Summit startup community. I heard you've gathered quite a crowd, so thank you again, and I'm enjoying it. I was asked to give a very short presentation, and actually this presentation relates more to my personal experience as an entrepreneur than my current role at MITF. But I hope I'm going to cover a topic that is relevant to many of you, because the topic is how to raise capital in this new situation we are in this new economy where we cannot meet face-to-face so much, we cannot travel as much as we used to. We are in the midst of a pandemic and the resulting economic recession. So what I will do is I will give you a little bit of background on what is exactly happening in the economy and what we should be looking at, what sort of trends, what facts, and what we should be analyzing to find out the impact of this current situation on our startups. And then I will also share with you a personal story that comes back to the year 2000, when I was an aspiring entrepreneur, actually for the first time pitching my startup idea to one of the very few VC funds that existed back then in Poland. And actually it was in the middle of the so-called internet bubble, a big crisis that came up in the year 2000, 2001, that resulted in the first recession in our region after the economic transition in 1989. So I will show you that I will share that story with you, and I will also then try to give you some hints in terms of how to prepare for fundraising, successful fundraising in current times. What can you expect, and how can you let's say rethink your pitch to be more successful. Okay, so to kick off, let me say, we are all I think traveling in mist. I mean, what we see is we see quite fundamental changes happening around us. We see a lot of changes in consumer behaviors. I think you, as well as me, we don't travel to the office quite as much as we used to. We have changed our consumption patterns. Most people tend to save more money, and if we spend it, we're spending it on basic goods. We are definitely not looking at buying any luxury services or products. We are socially distancing from each other. We are not traveling that much. We are not using public transportation quite as much. We have moved a lot of our shopping activities, consumption activities online, so on and so forth. These are major changes on the consumer side, but these changes will impact industries, will impact the whole sectors. So what I'm trying to say is that the impact of the current crisis will be felt differently depending on where your startup is actually located, not just geographically, but what sector of the economy you are in. And I will, in a moment, I will talk about it a little bit more extensively. But let me say that at this point, we are still sort of shrouded in uncertainty. We really don't know what we don't know. We have no idea how long the pandemic will last. We have no idea how big the recession will be, when the economies will actually start picking up. We get a lot of conflicting messages from different economic indicators and so on and so forth. And one thing that can be said about uncertainty is that investors hate it. Investors investors try to avoid uncertainty, and of course, if we have that uncertainty as investors, and I'm apart from say being involved in MITF, I'm also running a VC fund, so I'm in that position myself. We try to get rid of this uncertainty as much as we can. We try to mitigate it. So will this increased uncertainty influence investors? Of course. And judging from the previous crisis, 2000, even earlier, 1987, 2000, 2008, what we see is that the investment pace is slowing. It's going to slow. We have no idea if it will be a small blip or a bigger dent in investments. But three things will happen. First of all, valuations will fall. There are different estimations, but perhaps 20 to 30% is quite rational to expect that. Due diligence will take longer, so you can expect your negotiations with VC funds to last longer. You have to adjust for that. And the third thing that will happen for sure is VCs will become much more selective. At this point, and I'm referring to a recent report from Deal Room and Sifted, in Europe in general, 20-25% startups that were seed funded actually get promoted to next rounds and get financed. So 1 out of 4, maybe 1 out of 5, depending on geography, depending on the sector. You can expect these ratios to be more punishing. So, some people say the bar will be higher. Some people will say the funnel will become narrower, and you will have to make it. So you will have to scramble more for sure. But it can be done. And let me just give you a very short story that I hope will be somehow inspirational, although it ended in a failure. So in the year 2000, I was an entrepreneur with already some experience. I had set up 2 companies, a recruitment company, one of the first in Poland, one of the first training firms as well. I exited the first company after 2 years quite successfully, gathered some money, and in the year 2000, I had this brilliant idea. Since I worked quite a bit with HR departments or people management departments, they're often now called, let's set up the first marketplace for HR departments. Knowing what I knew about HR departments, I knew that they were one of the big spenders on the corporate side, and they buy training, education, benefits, all sorts of things for employees. And we wanted to set up a marketplace for it. It seemed like a brilliant idea at the time. The internet revolution was happening. So I actually, I funded this project on my own, also with some support from my friends and family. We produced the prototype of that portal, and I pitched to one of the few VCs that existed at that time, and then the crisis happened. Then the internet bubble burst. So what happened to my idea? They stopped picking up phones from me. The negotiations basically lasted longer and longer. And at a certain point, they told me, listen, in the midst of this crisis, we're not going to fund your startup. We're sorry. And in fact, a couple of months later, I found that nobody was willing to give me money for the startup, and I had to close it. It wasn't pleasant. I had to say sorry to many people that I worked with, some people that invested, initial capital with me. But unfortunately, I had to admit it was a failure. So you can expect these situations to happen right now as well, but you can prepare for it. And I think the first thing that you should ask yourself is your business coronavirus proof, COVID proof? What do I mean by it? And first of all, look at the sector that you're in. Is your technology, is your startup aimed at a sector like travel, hospitality, transportation, traditional retail, luxury goods? If so, you might find it difficult to raise money right now. On the other hand, if you're working, in an industry that can flourish and grow in current times, of course, you are much better positioned. Second question you can ask yourself is, are you solving a big problem for your clients, or is that a really acute problem, or not? Because companies will tend to invest only in technologies that have huge impact, that can produce real savings, that can eliminate the biggest problem they are dealing with. Third thing that you can do to make yourself more attractive to funds at this point is to look at your budgets. And first of all, don't wait with cutting costs that are discretionary, things that you can live without. Find out whether you can extend your runway, whether if sales process takes longer, if the revenues don't come in at the same rate that you expected, if things basically slow down, are you able to accommodate that, to adjust to that by lowering costs? And do it fast. Don't wait too long, because the sooner you do it, the less painful it will be. The last thing is protect your people. Protect your people, but don't be overprotective. So if you have a great team of co-founders, if you have great people on board you want to continue with, make sure that you address this together. Don't shelter them from what's happening outside. That's not your role as a founder, but try to see whether you can somehow share the pain, share the burden, share the challenge together. This way, I think, if you can demonstrate that you can do these things, then I think you will have a better chance of catching investors' attention. So I actually produced here a failure story, but it's not all doom and gloom. And I want to actually close with 4 positive points that you can look at. The first one is that at the same time I was speaking with that VC in the year 2000, in the next room to me, there was another entrepreneur pitching an idea. His name was Przemek Gacek, and the startup he set up was Pracuj, and actually he got funded. Today his startup is worth over 100 million euro. I'm not actually closely following it, but it's very successful. It's the biggest online recruitment portal in this part of Europe. They got funded, and many great startups got funded in crisis times. Spotify, WhatsApp, Uber, they were all set up in times of crisis. So don't be discouraged. Second good point, second reason for optimism is that if your startup is located in CE, then you're in the right spot, because VC markets in our part of Europe is expanding at twice the pace as in the rest of the Europe. So hopefully this will bring some light into your thinking. Don't get discouraged. Great ideas still get funded. Many funds believe that this is actually the right time to invest. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you found it interesting. Let me just close off with the last positive point. My fund, ValueTech, is still looking for great ideas. If you look at if you're in advanced manufacturing, robotics, if you have great transformative technologies for traditional sectors, feel free to drop me a mail and I'll be happy to speak with you. So good luck to all of you.
That was a great presentation. Thank you once again, Paweł. And now it's time for networking and roundtables. And I know I've already said that before, but just in case you have missed that, I will repeat. So we have 2 options for networking today. You can either join one of the roundtables, and I will tell you about the topics. It's advertising tools for offline solutions and advertising tools online solutions, and marketing strategy. So if any of these topics are interesting for you, please join the roundtables, brainstorm your ideas, maybe find potential partners. Another option for you is one-on-one networking, and it's completely random and absolutely fun. You just join the networking and then you talk to a random stranger for 3 minutes. But don't worry, your contacts will not disappear after the call. You have a list of them in your Hopin profile, so you can always get back there and make sure to prepare your Hopin profile in an adequate fashion, put your details there, put your website, and it will be much easier to connect with others. Okay, so what can I say? Happy networking.
Fantastic to be here in Warsaw and in Poland.
Microsoft and our partner ecosystem are creating artificially intelligent infused solutions to help you make your business more intelligent. There are many examples already. The future is here today. We want to contribute to the growth of the Polish economy and for the Polish digital valley to become a reality.
again, it's time for our keynote speaker. And if I was to sum up all of his achievements in a short bio, it would be like 300 pages. So unfortunately, I will have to pick up the list, but it's a very prominent figure in the startup ecosystem. He founded 14 startup accelerators in less than 8 years, and he works in the industries like cybersecurity, IT, adtech, retail, drones, homeland security, and many more. And I'm talking about Mr. Tal Catran. He's also a busy keynote speaker, a TEDx speaker. Well, at the moment, he actually gained the title Accelerators Guru and Webinar Guru, and he's sharing his toolbox around the world. Well, I think it's time to listen to what does he have to say.
Hi everyone, so glad to be here with you today in Wolf Summit. I'm sure it was an amazing day. From what I saw between the booth, it was very busy. I think first of all, it's very important that all of you have shown up today. I'm sure for most of you, it was a good practice, a good exercise, and probably you have learned a few things and you will improve for next time. I think that your involvement and your participation is important not just for the prize itself, but for the actual exposure for so many potential investors worldwide and getting some, as I said, more experience. I'm speaking to you right now from Israel, and I want to share with you in the 30 minutes that I have right now some of my insights about what Corona really made for us. We know that unemployment is skyrocketing. We know that the number of infected people is now nearing 10 million, and sadly, 500,000 dead. And it seems that we are also in the opening of second wave. God forbid, but that's how it looks. I think we can all agree right now that Corona can be called the big equalizer, meaning it's not really important if you're rich or you're poor. It doesn't really matter if you have a private jet or you're flying coach. It doesn't really matter if you have a Ferrari or you're driving a Fiat Panda. The thing is now we are almost all the same. We can fly anywhere. Some of us are still quarantined. We cannot leave home. So it doesn't really matter what is parking in your driveway or what kind of plane you can afford. But Corona is also a big opportunity, and I want to discuss a little bit about that. For sure, we see that health systems around the world have now learned a few things, and for sure will improve in the coming months even more. We see that telemedicine is now skyrocketing, the ability to remote sense and remote monitor people for infection. And we see that applications all about to know if we're sick, where we at, if we've been in the vicinity of someone with Corona, and robots. We see the dominance of remote controlling and monitoring now building up. As we see now, life is going back to normal, as we say now, the new normal. It goes slowly, but it is happening. It's happening in a pace of trial and error. But we know also the economy is very influential on the fact that we will have to learn and live with Corona on a day-to-day. Most of us have stopped and calculated the new course, maybe in life, maybe in work, for sure in our technology, in our startups. We now feel more isolated in a way. We have social distancing. We're not flying anywhere. And we learned, I think, to do with less. Things are now less accessible for us. Supply times are now longer. We see the consumption culture, like how we used to consume things, is now a little bit different. We can work now from everywhere. I think now we know we can work from everywhere. We can learn from everywhere. but it also affects our private life. By the way, you are now in my living room, you're in my house. I understand that maybe there are 100 of you, or maybe I hope thousands of you viewing this interview, this speech right now, and welcome to my home. So now we are welcoming everyone. Doesn't matter if we know you or don't know you, you are welcome to our home. We are now also a bit still secluded, although people are a social animal. We are already returning to shaking hands and hugging because this is who we are. But in another way, we are still enclosed. And if you think about it in a way, well, most of what I've described is startup life. So for startups, nothing really changed if you think about it. The fact that we work from home or from our garage is the same. We don't really calculate how many hours. We just want to see the input. That's the important side now. What did we deliver? Startups don't count hours of work, just delivery. We see response time. We need to act accordingly. We are less frontal, meaning face-to-face. We are more digital. By the way, since I conduct these webinars worldwide, the one thing that everyone agrees is that we found out that actually working from home made us all work much harder. We work much harder, longer hours. Well, to begin with, suddenly there is no taking the car, driving to work, looking for parking spots, taking the elevator, preparing coffee and all this. This is gone from our lives. We find ourselves hours on end sitting in front of Zooms, of webinars, and working endlessly. Maybe in a way, we also feel pressured. By the way, when I speak to the large companies or with CEOs, especially from international companies, they tell me, Tal, for sure, we are not going back to being in office 5 days a week. That will never be again. We will work from home. We will also work from office. We all know that Twitter said no more office time. You work from home. But the effect is not just about working from home. The fact, or the hard fact, is that we know at least 20% of unemployment or unemployed workers right now. And by the way, also startups had to lay off or tell their workers stay at home. 20% will not go back to work. This is probably what will happen. And by the way, the ones that will return might find themselves having to reduce their salary. They will earn less. I would imagine about 15% less, at least. I think that workers needs to show that they are still loyal. They need to stay in touch with their companies, with their startups. Things need to continue. We need to find ourselves in a kind of a routine. I mean, going out of bed at noon and not practicing and eating all day doesn't do much good. And it seems, as I just said, this will stick on with us. I see people stop talking on the phone. It's all about video right now. So if I want to talk to you, I cannot even schedule a phone call right now. Let's schedule Zoom. I want to see you in video. It's like people think they're on an island all of a sudden, and I don't know what happened to humanity. We don't see so many people, again, because of lockdown or because of social distancing. So video now is becoming the new king, and this is how we communicate right now. As I said about startups, so if you just think about the fact that, well, we're a bit remote, secluded, garage, there is a lot of uncertainty. What will tomorrow hold for us? What will happen tomorrow? Will I have a job? Will I have customers? Will all this uncertainty? Well, in a way, we are fighting we live in a kind of a survival mode. Well, welcome to startup life. This is how startups live their day-to-day. So nothing really changed much for startups. They're very accustomed to working from remote, working from home. They can do now meeting with customers by Zoom, not by shaking hands. By the way, a fairy tale tells that Intel just acquired Movit, the Israeli company. for a large amount of money, and the deal was struck, they say, over Zoom. I don't know if you believe it or not, but this is how it was. So we need to adjust ourselves for the new normal. We need to be agile, we need to be receptive and quick. We cannot stay fast and rugged and not act according to the situation. Probably we need to pivot. We need to pivot to something more relevant, something more accustomed to our time right now. I know that we are all running after customers and we are running after raising funds. Well, this is for sure gonna be much more difficult. To begin with, when you turn to companies and say, I want to sell you my product, the answer is, listen, I need to cut expenses. I can't waste more money. I need to cut on expenses. Well, how can we sell? Well, it's pretty problematic right now, okay? Sales. So we need to pivot. We need to do something else. I will speak about this later. And raising funds. Well, every startup does it on a daily basis. The one thing that you do after you finish the round and you have the hangover of the party, you wake up the next morning and yes, you restart raising funds. More difficult right now because investors are a little bit more reluctant. When there is uncertainty, money disappears. On the other hand, there are those investors who see a great opportunity in the current situation. For sure, no doubt, everyone is looking for opportunities. Everyone. So what we are left with is marketing, and I will speak about it some more. VCs, well, some of the VCs have raised their money before Corona, so they have money to invest. Others will probably keep on sustaining their current portfolio for sure. So just to speak a little bit about the technologies that we see are now dropping. So it's no secret that travel tech is in a very bad situation right now. Airlines, travel agencies, hotel, restaurants, resort parks, all these are suffering a lot. The loss of this industry is currently estimated at about $250 billion. That's a lot of money. By the way, if we thought about low cost, well, we can forget about low cost flights for now, probably for the near future. We are starting flights, I hear in Israel, we speak about August. Probably it will not happen in August because Israel is actually now speaking about second wave of Corona. We don't know how long this will last. So the effect probably is still here to stay. We used to complain about the length of security checks before going on a plane. Forget. Add to the security now Corona. Add to the Corona the insurance of Corona. So all this is going to make flights much more expensive, much more problematic. God knows what will happen. We will not be served food. We probably will not be sitting next to someone. Air condition needs to change. A lot of change is coming. But again, every time we hear about the catastrophe, we hear about change, we need to speak about the opportunity. And the opportunity is definitely there. We see now, since we are now much more on the online, and we all agree that the digital technology has flown ahead light years. Now it is very common. Think about the times when you had to explain to your potential customer that, well, deploying your technology, yes, will not need to take weeks or months. And your customer says, come on, don't sell me this. I know how it's to get a new technology into my company. It will take a long time. Well, Corona was here to show those companies or those, let's say, IT admins and maybe CISOs that, well, if you need something really bad, you can do that in 2 days or in 1 week. We need to remember it. We need to remember that in every catastrophe, there is also opportunity. We just need to play the cards right. So we see robots now coming into our lives. There is no doubt about it. Meaning, we see not just robots, we see also bots. So everything that will now be transmitted in remote, everything that will now stand between us and the next person probably is going to be robots. And again, it's going to be all around us. Robots now will be more human, more empathic, okay? Because we're going to be remote examined, we're going to keep on remote education. As a fact, everything will be done much more remote, much more cloud, less on-premise. Again, we need to adapt to this. We need now maybe to invest more in the product itself, but on the product, on what it depicts, what it helps, what it makes people feel about our product. What is the, let's say, adventure? What is the experience that customers get from trying our product? Our product needs to be more personalized, more to the person. Everyone now wants it in his perfect fit wherever he is online all the time. We need to adapt. As I said, we move from the on-prem to the remote, from the physical to the digital, from the from central to more cloudish. By the way, virtual reality is a good example. We are all stuck at home in the same environment week after week. We want to go somewhere, and when we want to go somewhere, we just put our virtual reality, and hopefully we are going somewhere. For sure, also the medical, as I explained, probably will also change quite a bit. When we speak about startups, so during the Corona, there was a very significant research done by Startup Genome. And this research actually approached 1,000 startups worldwide. It was conducted during March and April of this year, during the Corona time, in 6 continents, in 50 countries. And they really wanted to check what is the situation of startups right now. And I can tell you, I think you feel it all on yourselves, is that the situation is quite bad. I mean, startups are running out of money. This is for no doubt. Again, because raising money currently is super difficult in some cases. And I just want to say something about this raising funds, because we are all the time, all of us are running after this money. Well, first of all, the money is there. Money did not disappear. What is now maybe more difficult is to persuade, to convince the investor, private investor, corporate, or VC that you should give me the money. And you know, right now, if you have an amazing team, and startups, believe me, startups is all about the team, then the technology. Team is always number one. People forget it. When people say startups, they think technology. No, you know, because your startups is about people. So if you have the right people in place, and if you know how to pitch the right way, you're not talking nonsense, you're not, I know, speeding a kind of a presentation, you speak to the point. You came prepared. You know who is the investor. You know what you want. You're not surprised when he says to you, well, how much would you like to raise? And you go, really? No, really. Yes. Put yourself there. Self-consciousness. Get into the room knowing that you want to raise money. Believe that you're going to raise money, and you're going to raise money. Lucky for us, it's between people. The investors are not from Mars. It's people. They have families. They're right. They're exactly like you. They're people. VCs. They're people. Same as startups are people. And when you think to yourself, hey, in a way, I'm speaking to another person. Well, the only difference between us and them, that they have the money, but we have the technology. We have the genius. We have the idea. We can realize the dream. We can make the technology. And this is amazing, because some people can and some people don't, but we do. And this is why we are here today. Not just for me to encourage you and tell you what you already know, that you're very capable. It's the fact that this is what investors look for. This is what they want to see. They want to see delivery, not promises, not nice presentations. They want to see a person that tells them, yes, I will deliver, and delivers. Don't rush with your presentations to see investors, particularly not this time. Have something, your MVP, make it work. Even if it does just a simple action from the entire idea, just show that you have the ability to do that. Don't ever forget it. So yes, finding funds is difficult, but when you find the money and the only thing that you're looking for is to take this money, again, I don't think you do it the right way. I think better than going and saying, hey, I want your money, is to say, hey, I want your advice, especially at this time, especially now. Yes, I want a good advice because the situation is not simple. This is not a simple situation right now. This is a global crisis. So I want to see and I want to hear your advice. And by the way, if you're brilliant and your investor is really into the technology that, by the way, you're developing, for sure he will ask you about the funding. Only difference is he was the one offering, hopefully offering it to you. Be self-conscious. Get yourself into the room. Take hold of what you have. Your assets right now really is your little MVP, your amazing team, and your capability to persuade whomever sits behind in front of you is that you're the real thing and you will deliver on your word. This is how important this is, and you need to refresh it, and you need to put everything inside when you get into the room and get yourself in there. So yes, raising funds is difficult, not impossible. How do I know? Well, as a fact, during Corona, and I will not say maybe March, but maybe from the beginning of this year, 2020, Israeli startups already raised near $1 billion. $1 billion during Corona. So I know it is doable. Now, Israelis, well, we're known to be, I don't know, maybe not the nicest people in the world, but we are professionals. We do what we mean and we do what we say. Not all of us, okay? We are not Supermans. Still, Israel is called the startup nation just because per quota, per 1 million, okay? We have the most startups in the world. Excuse me if the Americans here, maybe we're second to America. Let's not fight on that. But forget the number. It's about character. It's about culture. It's about the fact that I know that at least 20 of the startups from my accelerators have joined Wolf Summit. It is that important for them to take every opportunity and do their utmost. By the way, some of them were not accepted, and they're on my WhatsApp right now saying, Tal, what happened? Why were we not accepted? And you tell them, listen, there are other opportunities. No, we want this one. Because we take every opportunity and we try and make it gold. I recommend everyone to do the same. Yes, we fail. Yes, we also fail. But we see it as a good sign. Failing or failure is a great, great teacher. It's an essential milestone in the way, on your path to success. Yes, you need to fail, and it is okay to fail. You're not a loser, you're a winner. If you stand up again and you talk the right way and you tweak it a bit, I think you're going places, no doubt. So yes, rounds, some of more, let's say, I don't know, half of the rounds of money right now have stopped. Sales reduced. Yes, there are a lot of people that had to go home, you know, layoffs. This is how it is. What can you do? You need to survive, and you do whatever is needed to survive. As I have my last minutes now, I want to share with you my recommendations. Some of let's try and be a little bit more optimistic. So first of all, please stay optimistic. Stay optimistic because you are the ones that can make the change. You are the ones that bring the new technology, the new future. Okay, you bring hope in a way. You by I don't know, finding problems that no one is dealing with, making lives easier, better. You're those Leonardo da Vinci's. You're those Galileo Galilei. You're a different breed of people. Embrace it. Smile. Go home and say to your mom and dad, hey, you know what? I'm Galileo Galilei. I'm Columbus. I'm finding things people did not know even existed, did not believe they will ever find them. I found them. Me and my team. Stay optimistic. I'm saying dare. Dare. Take the risk. Risk taking in startups, that's your second nature. Failure is okay. Take risks is super fine. So adapt yourself to the situation. Understand tomorrow will be different, no doubt. The only question is, how do you monetize on it? How are you pivoting, twisting, tweaking your technology to go head on with Corona? How are you riding this wave? How are you getting yourself into this matrix and saying, I'm Neo, I'm the one? I'm saying this era of Corona, well, you know what? I think we're lucky ones. I think we're lucky ones, especially if you have a startup right now and your startup probably started before Corona and you're now in Corona. And really, I believe in you all that you will last after Corona. You or we are the ones, the lucky ones that can tell for generation on that we were the ones who succeeded going through Corona and making it alive. So if you're sitting right now and saying, oh my God, this is so difficult. No, this is such an exciting opportunity to go through this hard time and staying in your face of your customers, staying in the face of your potential investors, showing your investors that yes, it is difficult. Yes, I know he closed shop, he was fired, but we stuck to the plan. We tweak it a bit according to Corona, and we are here to last. Just think how impressive it is to find people that had startups during Corona and made it alive, made it to money, made it deployed with customers during the Corona. Not before, not after, found customers during Corona. I think this is a great example and a great proof on yourself how capable you all are. And I have no doubt that you are. I think you need to show how versatile, how resilient you are with even more, less resources, less money, less everything. Still, you made it. So I believe in all of you. If you ask me, I'm voting for you all. Some of us will need to find new jobs, no doubt about it. So I'm saying also refresh your CVs. It's part of life what to do, but you need to be ready for this as well. Don't stick your head into the sand. Nothing is going on underground. You need to face on, look straight and see the opportunity, but also have a strategic plan on what you need to do. I say to startup right now, since I mentioned that sales and raising funds is difficult, take the time and deal a little bit with marketing. I think what you're doing today, your participation in Wolf Summit, is a great example of how you keep yourself out there, exposed. People see you, people know about you. It is very important. I say keep on that. Expenses. Cut your expenses in every way possible. There are no sacred cows. Whatever you need to put aside, you put aside today, not tomorrow, today. Cut your expenses, whatever it means right now. Salaries, offices, whatnot. Go back home, go back to your garage. No one will judge you for that. No one. They'll only be impressed by the way that you thought, the decision that you took. So for all of this, from me, first of all, I hope you enjoyed. I hope I was not too harsh. I get excited from all this, from this great opportunity to speak to you all. I really want to thank the team of Wolf Summit for giving this opportunity, this invitation to share some of my experience with you. I invite you all also to reach out to me if I can help you by mentoring, fundraising, investment. I'm totally there. Not all of you, but some of you, if I can, of course, I will help. I want to congratulate you all for participating. I'm going to wish you great success for the finals that's going to be very soon. And of course, great congratulations for the winner, whomever that would be. Let me see if I'm on time. We don't have any questions. Oh, I have 5 minutes to end. I can use the 5 minutes if you want and speak a little more about how I think that once you're getting yourself into the room, how you should act. So I was speaking about getting ready. And when I'm speaking about getting ready, I'm returning to the self-consciousness of understanding when you're stepping into the room and sitting with your investors, with your potential customers, with your partners. Get yourself into the room. Concentrate, prepare. You don't just pick up a phone call to an investor without being prepared, before knowing who he is, what he invests in, having your pen and paper ready. Same as when you get yourself into the room with them. You don't need to control them. You need to show respect. You need to respect their time, their attention, get their experience. Startups have this nature of speaking, like me, speaking, showing the presentation, running after. Enough. Don't get your laptop from your briefcase to show the presentation. If you cannot present like this, if you see, I don't have a presentation, no need. I'm the presentation, same as you are. You are the presentation. This is what investors like to see. Investors invest in the people. You're the ones signing the contract with them. You're the eligible ones, not your technology. So when you get into the room, start the conversation like this. Be persuasive, but be attentive. If any investor can offer you his experience, take it with 2 hands, swallow it deep, understand, digest it, and do something with it. Money is there. Don't run after the money. Sometimes the advice is much more valuable than any money anyone can give you. Find your team. Remember your team. This is a difficult time right now. You need to be very attentive to your team. Get your team up. Push them. Go running after your marketing materials. Now, arrange your LinkedIn, arrange your website, arrange your CVs. Get everything organized right now and think every minute that you can, how do I make a lemonade from the lemons that Corona brought me? What is the real opportunity that I can take now for myself to do it better, to do it different, to do it relevant? By the way, a lot of conferences, a lot of newspapers, a lot of websites would like to talk to you if you say to them, listen, I have something related to Corona, okay? So for all of this, I say to you, take a deep breath. Stay optimistic. Stay agile. Stay attentive. I have absolute confidence that you will make it. Again, I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me. I want to thank the Wolf Summit team for hosting me, and I wish you all great success. Shalom from Israel. Thank you.
Hello again, and it's the last time you see me today. I would like to invite you to a panel discussion about working with early stage startups, and some of the jury members from today will share their experience about it. The panel will be moderated by the so-called Big Bad Wolf, Michael Chaffe, the Vice President of Wolf Summit, and the judges who will take part in the discussion are Mary Alcantara from FinTech Lab, Boris Kocot from AIP Seed, and Diana Kujarska from Smog VC. So I'm really interested in their experience. Let's listen to what do they have to say. Okay, sorry guys, I was just too excited and a little bit sad that it was my last appearance. So now we don't have the panel discussion. Now we have the finals. So the 8 best startups will compete to win 100 Wolves pitching contest and then the panel discussion. So I will get back to you later. Now keep your fingers crossed for the startups and we will see who's the big winner.
You should go to the main stage, but of course, Tomasz, Mikołaj, Angelo, and the rest of the pitching startups should stay here. Just stay here with me for one moment because we need to switch to the main stage. All right, so I think that we are ready to start the finals of 100 Wolves. So shortly, I will be joined by our judges. So let's just hang in for a second. Also, I will share my screen because this way we will know how much time a startup has left. Every startup has 3 minutes to pitch, followed by 4 minutes of Q&A from the judges. So the setup is the same like in the semifinals. Hello, Mikołaj.
Hi, Rosie.
How are you?
Fine. That's my 5th online event today. So.
Oh, really? Hi,
Yeah.
Tomasz. Hi. Okay, so the judges are here. Angelo, if only you could join us also visually, that would be perfect. Okay, and we have the hello, and we have the first startup. So, hi, Serban. Are you sharing your screen?
Hi, everybody. Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, Rosie. One
Yeah.
question. Shall we use the same forms as in the previous sessions, or?
No need to use the forms. Maybe if they will help you, but you know the decision has to be made anyway. So we will not need to count the votes. You will make the decision yourselves. So,
Okay,
so no
thank
need. All right. Can you try sharing again because we lost it, Serban? We lost the presentation.
Okay. It shows me as sharing now. Yes.
Okay. Yes, we can see it. So so we can start. Maybe if you want to go full screen, maybe that's better. Anyway, I'm starting the clock right now. All right. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It's great to have the chance to present eyewear again. So my name is Serban. I'm a co-founder, and eyewear is a Swiss startup that develops proprietary eye tracking technology. And our vision is to enable more natural connections with our devices. So think about ourselves as humans. We developed to be social beings. We evolved to interact with each other. We listen to each other. We wave to each other, and we look into each other's eyes to build trust and develop relationships. So think about the artificial companions that we're building today, like Siri, Alexa, Cortana. We want to pass the same abilities to them. So we're developing corresponding technologies like emotion analysis, voice recognition, gesture tracking. So this is where we see that there's a key component that is missing. It is the ability to understand the vast amount of information that comes through our eyes and to understand our attention, engagement, interest. So this is what we call attention sensing. And this is where eyewear comes in with our technology that is able to understand the information from our eyes. So we've developed proprietary technology with computer vision and deep learning that uses 3D sensors. And compared to existing technology for eye tracking, we can now track multiple people in a much wider area and go beyond the screen without the need for calibration. Our solution is 100% software for devices that have a 3D sensor, like the iPhone and others, and cars and so on. So we now bring this ability to observe and analyze our attention to the devices around us. So in the consumer electronic space, we're working on human-computer interaction solutions that will change the way we interact with our computers and phones and tablets. And applications include, for example, gaming, assistive technology, and ergonomics. Similarly, in automotive, we're collaborating closely with sensor manufacturers to demonstrate the 3D sensing solutions that we have for advanced driver monitoring. We've also demonstrating this already in the CES 2019 and 2020. So we see this as a very high growth market that is opened also by our technical advantage, especially for the consumer applications, that is expected to grow over 1 billion in the next 5 years. A little bit about ourselves and our team. We've raised 2 million seed round in January 2019, and we grew the team to 20 people in 3 countries, in Switzerland, Romania, and Portugal. To circle back to where we started, we want to make the interaction with machines natural, the way we interact with each other. So our vision is for artificial systems to understand us in a natural way. So my name is Serban. I'm co-founder of Eyewear. We're currently raising 5 million, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot. Now our judges can join us. Are there any questions? Tomasz, maybe you have questions for Serban?
Yes. So what are the primary fields you would like to use this technology? So what is your roadmap at the right moment for the near future? So what are the industries you would like to hit with this new technology?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Maybe to say that eyewear is, we're positioned as a technology enabler. We have a core technology that can be applied in multiple fields. So we have a software development kit that can be integrated in laptops and cars and so on. In terms of priority right now, we're focused on the consumer electronics space, so in laptops mainly, to get this technology integrated, for example, in the next generation of laptops. So we're business-to-business model that we integrate directly with OEMs. And we also see a big market opportunity and traction in the automotive space, but that is likely to be much slower in terms of B2B adoption. So that's probably 3 to 4 years down the line.
Okay, thank you. So it's entertainment industry first, if I understood well.
It's not only entertainment. So I'm saying laptops. So the industry would be laptops, yes, for gaming mainly as a use case. But it can also be just a regular, for example, collaborative tools and interaction tools that you would use normally as a laptop user.
Serban, it's clear that how much things you can do with this technology. My question is mainly about what is your plan to go for an industry. So I would be interested more in your plans, not about the capability of the technology, because definitely it's wide. So yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. So again, to be specific on that, our plan is to integrate with laptop OEMs as the first target.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question about the security and the privacy. So how you're, let's say, enabling that your technology is safe when it's installed in different devices for the customers.
Sure. Right now, so our technology is real time, and we do all we don't store any images and videos of people. It's all processed in memory by our computer vision algorithms. So there's no concern in that way. Of course, it does access the camera. So, but we are also mainly targeting offline uses. So our technology doesn't have an internet connection by itself, just from the SDK. So I would say that there's no or very limited privacy concerns in that. Not much more than you would have using your webcam, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Angela, do you have any questions for Serban?
Oh, yes, Sedo. Thanks, Rosie. Serban, I was curious about one thing because I haven't seen you discussing this much, but I believe that could be something interesting to explore. So I will ask you if you have considered to use or also maybe to deploy this kind of technology in the field of customer behavior analysis and data collection connected to it. And what is the plan? If the answer is yes, what is the plan that you have about this?
Yes, I think that is a very interesting use case. We definitely explored in retail for example, for shopper behavior, for tracking people that look at products on the shelf and getting data, real-time data analytics and real-world data analytics. We position ourselves as the technology enabler, as I mentioned. So we would work with integrators that would take our technology and build a solution for that market.
Thank you, Serban. We need to move on with the competition, so we'll be shortly joined by the next startup pitching. It will be Looksize and Taras. Okay, it should be loading. Okay. Okay. Patience is key. Hello, Taras. Are you sharing your screen with us?
Yes, I am.
Super.
Okay. Are you able to see it?
Yes. So you can start. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Taras, and I am founder and CEO of Looksize. Looksize is the fit and sizing solution for online fashion retailers. Imagine you're a fashion retailer and you build your beautiful store, you got the finest merchandise, and you offer exceptional service. But again, your customer conversion is very low and your product returns are very high. And this is a huge problem. I mean, estimated numbers, it's 520 billions in losses in 2020. Why is this happening? Well, this is happening because the brands make it hard. Not only do they have totally different systems, European, American, Asian, and so on, but also they have the medium on one brand could be totally different from another brand. And on the top of that, they have the slim fit, regular fit, loose fit, and so on. So it's a total mess. So what we did, we basically combined all this mess and used a universal converter and got pretty much to this step, one single button, the My Size button. All you need to click this button and it will automatically select the clothing that fits you perfectly. Not only that, it also shows you on the avatar how it exactly fits in every single asset. And because of that, the customer's conversion increases to 170 to 300%, and the returns diminish by 28 to 35%. Our solution can work on online clothing stores, lingerie, footwear, any other stores that requires measurements. What about the market? The market is huge. There are in total number of 650,000 retailers in the world, 260,000 with some significant revenue. And if we can get 20% of the market, we would reach a total ARR of 100 million. And we are planning to do it in 5 years. Already, do we have a competition? Of course we do. I mean, who doesn't? Unlike our competition, we offer a value-based pricing. We offer 5 minutes installation instead of weeks, and our solution works in a single click. Our solution is already built and working. It has more than 100,000 users. We have more than 100 stores, and we already performed 4 million fittings. Our team consists of youth and experience and very well balanced. and we are looking right now to expand to European markets. All we are asking you to try our system and give us your honest feedback. Thank you.
We can jump straight to Q&A. Are there any questions from our judges?
Just a quick one. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Taras, thanks for the presentation. So I want to understand, so who is your client? Is this, let's say, a retailer or let's say individual customer that is using this as a personalized, let's say add-on to, for instance, a web browser when going to different online shops?
Our customers are online retailers and our users are the buyers.
Okay, so I understand that the license will be purchased by the retailer and this will be offered to the clients. Okay, so this is the...
Yeah, so it's basically they insert a piece of JavaScript, the same they do with the Google Analytics, and it will work on their website 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question. So, what is your USP compared to the other competitors already on the market?
Absolutely. Okay. Comparing to other competitors, it takes weeks to install in case of the competition, and we take it 5 minutes to install. All the maintenance is done on the store's website for the competition. They do the integration, they do the maintenance, we do everything on our end. And we offer a much greater precision because we use different measuring systems and different ways of entering the measurements, and they use approximation using only the weight and the height, which is not good enough for most of the clothing, but good enough for some of the clothing. In our case, we use, depending on the clothing that you use, you can enter your measurements with the using the measuring tape. You can enter using other brands and the approximation from the other brands, or you can use the measuring based on your weight and height, the same like the competition does. So we are much more flexible than they are.
Yes, actually, that would be my question, sir. Just a really quick one, as a second one. So, as we all know, so weight and height is not. I mean, you know, the small itchy things are the most dependent from the fitting of a clothes. So so many similar solutions in the past, and usually that was the bottleneck. So how can you solve this issue out? I mean, if I have a plus, you know, fat pillow in my side, how can you model it with just knowing height and weight?
Yeah, so basically we take the measurements, the physical measurements with the centimeters, with the measuring tape, exactly measurements for the most of the clothing.
Okay.
And we don't use we use the approximation only in the case that you don't have the measuring tape or are not able to gain it and not able to measure yourself. But the standard procedure, measure yourself once with the tape, it will be stored on our system and it will be used, this measuring, on all the sites that our solution is there.
Okay.
And this gives the most accuracy in our case and the closest, because the competitors they make it easy for you, sort of easy, you know, you enter your weight and the height, but the precision is not very accurate. And you can, you might as well just know that you're 3XL or 2XL and something and do a guess. But it's important point to get very precise, especially if you're buying some women clothing, which is like very tight and it's not stretchable. And our system takes into account the factors like stretchability, the type of the material that's used, and also the type of the garment that is being applied to. So it has a sort of a huge matrix inside, which depending on the type of the garment tells you, okay, this one will fit and this one will not. And it shows on the avatar exactly how it will fit, and whether it's a green zone, which is safe, go ahead, or it's a yellow zone, pay attention to it, see how it fits, depending on the particular garment.
Thank you, Taras.
Thank you.
Thank you. So time is up. Thank you very much. And we will shortly be joined by Hyperion Robotics and Fernando pitching. So let me prepare everything.
Hello.
Hello, Fernando. Are you sharing your screen with us?
Let me share it very quickly.
Super. All right, we can see it. So good luck. 3 minutes starting now.
All right, thanks. My name is Fernando, and I'm the CEO of Hyperion Robotics. And we're accelerating the transition to sustainable and automated construction. The problem we're solving is that, first, construction is the least automated industry. And the way concrete elements are being produced today require formwork and metal installation of rebar, which is a very labor-intensive and complex process. It's also very time-consuming, as you can see in this example. Also, the transportation. So today, big complex logistics need to be done to take elements to the site, when with our technology, we can take it just a robot and build locally. So our solution are 3D printing robots. So we have developed a system that can automatically 3D print reinforced concrete structures. Our technology is based on industrial robots, and we have developed a special printing head, which we also use a third-party concrete pump and our software, which controls the entire system. Why is Hyperion better? So process is more productive. We don't need any formwork or manual installation of rebar. It's more profitable because we can reduce labor by 80%. High precision. There's almost no human error. Also, we don't need molds to create very unique elements. There's less exposure of people, which makes the process safer and more sustainable because we can use recycled concrete and there's almost zero waste. We have also developed an eco-friendly mix, which is suitable for 3D printing. And we have revenue. So we have sold one of our systems to a Finnish university for 60,000 euros. We've been named one of the 50 top Nordic impact companies of 2020. We have a pilot project with a building company in Estonia. And we have an upcoming project with a famous architect in Croatia. We're in a pretty big market. It's a 1.5 trillion market only in Europe. As you see, it's been evolving pretty big from small concepts to large buildings being 3D printed. We have a competition. There's a few companies out there, but the way we differentiate is that we have developed a unique method for automated reinforcement, which nobody else has. Also, we have algorithms that allow us to create very high quality structures, plus our material, which is eco-friendly, and we can use recycled components for it. We have a team. We are 2 co-founders, and we have 8 years of experience in 3D printing and more than 10 years of experience in construction. The way our business model is that we're renting our robots and also providing the materials. Within 6 months, we recoup the cost of our robots. And we're also developing projects to be able to generate revenue and gain exposure for further clients. Here's one use case where we can see for the production of concrete elements, we save our clients 28%, and we can make up to 70% in profits. Very quickly, these are our partners, academic and industrial. And we're raising 500K to be able to take our product to the next level and be able to commercialize it, but patent our technology, and then continue generating revenue. So that's it for us.
Super. Fernando, just letting you know we're already in the Q&A. Okay. So if judges want to join us, it's the time. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Just a really quick question. So in one of your recent slides, there is the cost on the traditional method with a question mark. And it's also reflecting to my original question, which is, it's a fine fact that 80% of the labor cost can be saved. But what about the total cost of a cubic meter of concrete? So can you compare it in the standard and with your method? So how is it in proportionally?
Yeah, so it's not exactly the way you should compare it because the design also changes. The design will be optimized for 3D printing. If we compare it just in a volume way, it would be approximately 20 to 50% more expensive. But because we are able to optimize the structures, in the end, the process is cheaper.
I see. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Fernando. How do static parameters compare between normal kind of production and the production that you do. And I'm talking about things like yield strength, for example. And yeah, if those are comparable, better or worse, if you can give us an understanding of this.
Yeah, for example, the concrete that we use can reach high compressive strengths of up to more than 50 megapascals. And again, really depending on the application that we're looking to do, we can adapt the design, we can adapt the material mix, plus add the necessary reinforcement needed to reach these levels. So in the end, we're using concrete. It's just a different method to put it together. So we can reach these properties without a problem.
Mm-hmm. So there are no static limitations that can be, the technology can be swapped with no issue. Because, for example, for yield strength, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that this kind of production technology could be a little bit problematic for that.
Again, it goes back to the application that we are trying to achieve. For example, in certain cases, if we talk about reinforcement, we would do a combination of our technology with, let's say, post-tensed technology. So we would do a hybrid in that sense, right?
Okay, understand. Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you.
And just a really last question. Oh, sorry, Nikolai, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question. So where does all business leads to? So are you going to partner with one of the, let's say, worldwide, let's say, the construction materials producers, or you want to just simply scale? And if so, how you want to scale? By building more machines? I mean, exploring to the other countries. So how scalable?
Yeah, so first, we're already discussing with the large construction material companies. And then we are also looking into a distribution model with local distributors to be able to rent them locally in different countries around the world.
Thank you, Fernando. Time is up.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thanks very much for your presentation. And now we'll be joined by Bit of Property and Carl, who will soon join us here. Just a few seconds more. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Carl.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. Are you sharing your screen with us?
Yes, wait a second. And share. Okay,
All
it
right.
should be
I
on.
think you're ready.
Yes.
Take it away. Good luck.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Carl. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bit of Property. Bit of Property is a real estate investment platform that enables people to buy and sell shares in existing real estate and earn rental income on a monthly basis. The challenges that we are tackling are that there are actually very few or none equity investment options for properties that provide stable returns. Also, investing in real estate itself is capital intensive. And usually when you're investing in real estate, you're stuck in for a couple of years, maybe even a decade. So what we built is a solution where people can diversify their portfolio by choosing different properties that they want to invest in. They can start from €50 or less, enjoy monthly rental income, and sell their shares whenever they wish to other investors if they wish to exit. So there are two key value points what our current customers have told us. Number one is the stability. So having stable returns every month coming to your bank account. The other is diversification. So being able to diversify your portfolio with slightly different and lower risk level asset classes is something that they truly value. We're already on the market and we have some traction. So our weekly retention rate is about 3.70%, and we've grown our unique investor base 173% for the past 12 months. And we have about 430,000 euros in total investments on the platform. So we are operating currently with two products. We have the platform for investors where they can make the investments and track their portfolio. And the other is for property owners, these are the real estate companies that can list their assets there, manage their pool of investors and properties, so that essentially they can use the platform as a tool. So the properties are actually also trading on, or we are tokenizing all the assets, so everything is clearly visible in Etherscan, so people can check everything from there. And we've so far been operating with 4 properties, all of them from Tallinn, Estonia. There is currently great momentum in real estate crowdfunding as it exceeds the overall crowdfunding growth rate by almost 2% with compounding annual growth rates. And with this, we're expecting to get to 18 billion euros in market size by 2025. The revenue model is quite straightforward for us, as we're charging 1% assets under management and 1% from the sell transactions from the property investor, and from the property owners or companies who are using the platform as a tool, we're charging 99 euros a month and 0.3% from the money raised using our platform. We're currently a team of 4 people. As I mentioned, I'm the CEO and co-founder. We have a tech lead from Iran and another front-end developer from Iran as well, and a UI UX designer from Brazil. We're already backed by 2 investors. We did an incubation in Singapore with Space Ventures, the local venture capitalist company, and a strategic investor from Japan called Lifeful. They're the biggest real estate portal in Japan and one of the biggest real estate data aggregators in the world. We are soon partnering with Change. We have the MOU signed and hopefully can start listing our tokens on their platform as well and start getting crypto investors in, which would be a great opportunity for us to get more exposure to the asset itself. And what we're currently after is we're looking for investment for 150,000 euro. That should help us get to a revenue of 44,000 euros this year, and onboard 7 companies as clients. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hear your questions.
Yeah, we are already in the Q&A. We have 3 minutes left. No worries, it's okay. So who'd like to start? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was great. Just a quick question. You were talking about passive income in case of co-owning or co-hosting, let's say, the property. What did you think about exactly, and how? I mean, of course, more or less, I know what do you think about. I would be interested how the passive, without having any interaction with the property, is happening. So, what's your view on that?
Can you please repeat? You were slightly I couldn't hear the question as the connection wasn't that good.
Yeah,
no worries, I'll stop the clock.
Yeah, so my question was about the passive income you mentioned in one of your slides. And of course, more or less, I know what you mean, but I would be interested that without having any additional action with the property itself, as you're a owner, how can you reach out that passive type of income?
Okay, so essentially, the passive income in our case, it's as all the properties are existing properties and we are renting them out. So all this passive income comes from actually the rent that the properties are generating. And previously we did the management ourselves, but now we also gave the management to a third-party company called Boots and Red. They're in the management business for the past 14 years. So they have the experience in that area. So essentially the owners or investors in this property, they don't have to worry at all as everything is taken care for them. And every month they just receive, the income to their wallet or the platform account, and they can then either reinvest or use it for personal expenses as they wish. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so this service is the organic part of your general service. So you are making the property rented. Let's say.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Hi, Carl.
Hey.
Hey there. I'm interested to understand how many investors do you currently have, and what are the common complaints that you receive, if any?
So who are the main investors, and have we received any complaints?
How many investors you currently have in your portfolio?
Okay. So we have a little less than 200 investors on the platform, active investors, with about 600 verified accounts, people who have done the KYC, right? And yeah, and what was the other question?
The other question was more about the complaints. If you have received any complaints for anyone of those.
Well, that's a good question, actually. Well, usually it's about the features or something with what is on the platform. For example, that we're still at the moment adding, for example, tax report features and stuff like that. But other than that, on the operational side, or there has been no complaints. That I can remember like this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're out of time now. So thanks a lot, Carl.
Yeah, welcome. Thank
you. Okay. Now we'll be joined by the startup Ramp Medical. Hi, it's Helene, not Alejandra, just for everyone to know. Hi there. Yeah, I can see that you're sharing your screen. That's perfect. Super. So if you're ready, you can start.
So hi, Nikolai, hello again, and the others, hello for the first time. I'm Helene, I'm the CEO and one of the founders of Ramp Medical. We provide a tool for doctors that helps them make the right treatment decision, as wrong treatment is a common problem. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 10 patients does not receive the right treatment. And it's not that we don't have amazing doctors, it's really quite the contrary. And the challenge is just that there is so much research coming out every single year. It's simply impossible for any doctor to stay up to date with all of this research. And it happened to me and my family when my aunt died very young because of a wrong treatment. And I'm from a family of doctors, so this can happen to everybody. And we tested this with diabetes specialists, and we found that in 29% of the cases, these specialists chose a therapy that the European Medical Agency labels as dangerous, meaning that this could potentially kill the patient. And we tested where they used RAMP as support, and here they found the optimal treatment almost every time. So this is us, Jacques and I, we founded the company because we saw how difficult it is for doctors to make the right treatment decision. So Jacques is a great scientist. He received the Marie Curie Fellowship twice, worked in medical research at the Helmholtz Center in Munich. I've been in the industry for about 15 years now. And Alejandra joined a little later the project, and she had already founded another company that is still alive. So then we could engage the leading hospitals in Germany and Switzerland. And since recently, Siemens is supporting us with sales and integration. And you see some of the great advisors that helped us get where we are now. And among them, head doctors of university hospitals in Germany and Switzerland. So our business model is simple. We sell to individual doctors through doctors' trade associations, and in a longer sales cycle to hospitals in revenue sharing sales corporations with practice and hospital software providers. So we founded the company 5 years ago. We built up a unique IP. We validated the concept and the technology. We received a medical device certification, and we intend to achieve a break even by the beginning of 2022. And you see, we also received some awards just recently for our coronavirus version. So we target around 32,000 hospitals with our 3 products in Europe, MENA, South Africa, Canada, and India, and an over 2 billion euro market. This is our products. You see it's available as an app and a desktop version. It's very easy to use for doctors. We need the patient data in the software, and then the doctor chooses one of the recommended treatments. So we're happy about every support that we can get, and everybody joining us on this journey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Helene. Are there any questions from our judges who'd like to start?
I would, if you don't mind. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. You have a really impressive background, but I would love to see the business side of your company. So who is taking care of business? Because your medical background is pretty solid and impressive. But yeah, let's see the other side of the coin.
I'm basically the business part in the company. So I started working in my father's clinic in management very young. That got me to a great position then. And as I was the partner to the pharma companies and also medtech company, at some point I changed to a medtech company and I worked in international sales and business development for a small medtech company. And at some point I traveled so much and after 5 years, it was really enough and they changed to pharma marketing then.
Okay, I see. So, but in this case, you are the person who would take care of sales, marketing, key account management, or just account management in general. So how do you see yourself in this, let's say, at least dual position? So is it something you can...
I think it's fine. Like I see a lot of startups struggling, particularly in the healthcare market, but it was really my job for many years. So it's a long sales cycle. You have a lot of shareholders in a hospital. And what I also know is that every healthcare market is so different. And I work closely in every market with some expert from that particular market.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thanks. Angelo, do you have any questions for Helene?
Yeah, I do have one. Actually, a couple. And it's technology related. So I would like to understand, how do you ensure the quality of the decision guiding that your product is actually giving? And if you have validated the artificial intelligence algorithm in terms of validation models.
So we use different technologies. If you relate to AI, probably you relate to NLP. That's most spread. We also, like, it's very medical. It's a very medical IP that we created. So we also use QSA, that's basically making predictions based on the molecular structure. And we use a bunch of algorithms also to verify that everything is correct. NLP we basically use to verify that the rest of our predictions is also correct, and all the machine learning and data extraction scripts, then we have another NLP script that goes again, crosses everything. And also in the end, we have our medical advisory board of head doctors. They all go through everything again to check really the quality. You're right, that's a very important point in our field. I agree. That's a important point.
Thanks.
15 seconds left. Do you have anything?
Yeah. So Ellen, maybe you can just give us a really short intro. What do you do in this COVID project?
Okay. So there are like 2 handfuls of problems, I think, in this whole coronavirus crisis. And we cover like antiviral predictions, as there are so few information. Also the super infection. I don't know if like it's kind of deep statistics. I don't know. So our first feature that we added was that a little bit more than half of the people dying of the coronavirus die actually because there's a super infection coming on top of the coronavirus. And so we made a version to help manage the super infection.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the time is up. So thank you so much for your presentation. And now we'll be joined by Amanda. Amanda from Redactable. Probably should take a few seconds. So I'll prepare everything for Amanda. Hello.
Hello. Sharing my screen.
Super.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. So good luck. 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amanda LeVay, and I'm the founder of Redactable, redaction software that really works. First and foremost, what is redaction? Redaction is when you remove confidential data from your document and replace it with black boxes. I used to be a loan consultant, and during that time, I would get tons of confidential data sent to me. And I wanted a way to protect that data from third-party brokers. But I realized there wasn't anything on the market that worked well. And I researched this and found that major companies, even law firms and government agencies, were having the same issue. And therein lies the real problem. Companies are not redacting their files properly. PDF editing tools give a false sense of security. Just because you draw a white or black box over your content does not mean you're truly redacting it, and desktop applications that exist are outdated and they just don't work well. So the solution is Redactable. Our patent-pending web application redacts your files permanently. We utilize machine learning, so we're automating the redaction process. We are file type agnostic, so you can redact more than just your PDFs, and we are fully web and cloud-based. You can access Redactable right from your browser. Redactable is very easy to use. Our redaction wizard guides you through the entire redaction process because we want you to feel comfortable when you're redacting all of that confidential information. With us, you can redact with confidence because our proprietary software ensures that your data is truly eradicated. We keep your file native so that we don't have to convert it and you don't lose any of the quality. And even if you upload it into another software, those redactions will still be in place. As you can see, this is me redacting an Excel file. So the initial focus has been legal, and legal is defined as both law firms and corporate legal departments. We've got $16 billion of TAM just in the US alone, and law firms and corporate legal departments are spending over $450 million per year just on compliance software, and that's the category that Redactable falls into. We utilize a SaaS model, so we start at $49 per month per seat, and we also have on-premise container solutions for enterprises. Currently, I'm raising $700,000 as a convertible note. I recently just graduated from a fintech accelerator here in the US, and since demo day about 3 weeks ago, I already have $200,000 in commitments, and I'm looking to add more to the round. So if you're interested in Redactable, please reach out to me. My name is Amanda LeVay. This is Redactable. Thank you for watching.
Thanks so much. So we can go straight to the Q&A. So who'd like to start? Maybe Mikołaj this time.
Yeah, Amanda, thanks for the presentation. Very clear. But I have a more detailed question regarding, let's say, your clients, your customers. So you mentioned legal departments, but are there any specific sectors that you would like to start with? I mean, you were talking about the legal compliance, but are there any specific sectors that, let's say, would be, let's say, low-hanging fruit for you when it comes to your clients, customers?
Really good question. So law firms and corporate legal departments is very broad. Initially, we see a lot of interest within lawsuits, bankruptcy, etc. We do see also a lot of interest within insurance as well as in finance. And so because of COVID, there's an increase in insurance claims. There's an increase in things like employment law. And there's also an increase in medical records and for HIPAA. And those things actually have to be redacted by law.
Thank you.
Any other questions here? Angelo, do you have any questions for Amanda?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that if while the document is being redacted, are the original information somehow stored?
So it works very similar to DocuSign in the terms that you're uploading your document. The document remains editable because they have to constantly go back to the document to refine it, to redact more information. Currently today, there isn't any redaction workflow product because we actually manage the entire workflow process of redaction with collaborators, with permissions, with hierarchies, etc.
Understood. Thanks.
We still have 2 minutes. Tomasz, maybe you. Do you have any questions for Amanda?
Actually, no. Whenever you mention DocuSign, everything is pretty much clear for me then.
Okay.
Maybe, Amanda, I have another question for you. What is that drives you to participate to this European event coming from US?
Well, I saw something about it on my Twitter, and I saw like an advertisement about it, and I was looking into it. And I had a phone call with Wolves, and they said that US companies are allowed. So I said, okay, I think the exposure is good, especially I'm in the middle of my fundraise of 700,000. And so more is better. I also have seen that because of things like GDPR, in the EU, there's a lot of restrictions about data privacy, and the infractions for that are very high. So I think it's a really good market to go into.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Nope. Wow, Amanda. Well, what can we say? Well, thanks a lot in this case. We will move on. So thank you very much for your pitch and for explaining everything so clearly that there are no further questions. So right now we'll be joined by Maris. So just let me prepare everything. Okay. Maris with Fairterex. Sorry for the clock that it's still going on. Maybe I'll just adjust it this way. Okay. A few more seconds of patience, and Maris should be here with us. That or some good old refreshing is needed. That's also an option.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
It's good. Hi. Hi, Maris. Are you sharing your screen with us today?
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay. We could see it for a moment, but then we lost it. So if you could try again. Is everything okay? Or there's some sort of an error? How can I help?
Can you see?
Not yet.
I don't know.
Yet. But you clicked.
Not yet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to share again. Oh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it worked earlier, right, Maris? Yeah, when you were pitching in the semifinals. So it should.
No.
Well.
Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sharing again. So you should see.
Now we can see it. So I think you're ready. So we can start now. 3 minutes for you.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Maris, CEO and founder of Fairterex. We are helping in you know this. What is it? It's sperm. It's male sperm, most critical component in creation of new generation of life. But did you know there are 1 in 5 men has low sperm quality, and it becomes worse with time? Did you also know there are up to 100 million infertile couples struggling to have a baby, and half of the problem is men? They're spending a lot of money in IVI clinics. Global infertility market reach up to 20 billions, and it's basically for in vitro fertilization. If to look in Google Trends, we can see that people are looking for problem male infertility double as for women infertility. So they need solution. Why we have such big problem? There are different reasons affecting sperm quality. The chart shows just the pollution with plastics, but also our modern lifestyle. Our problem is a hardware device, Ferterex. It's photobiomodulation therapy, patented, and man just has to sit on it twice a week for 10-minute sessions, and it improves sperm quality. We did our pilot with Riga Stradiņš University, and what we have reached, we reached very good in just in couple of months increase for 11% for sperm motility, how it moves, sperm morphology plus 50%, normal forms versus abnormal, and sperm count plus 28. A part of it, we also did our testosterone study, and it also boosts testosterone level, what is good for not just for sexual but also for general health. Competitors, we do not have direct competitor, but in general, average one couple spending in Europe 20,000 euro for several sites, and if some couples using our device could avoid such a big expenses, it's already could be good gain for them. Right now we are raising 300K to reach our to launch our for market launch, and our targets are to reach 15 million turnover in 5 years. The team of us both. Also, I am specialist in photo laser therapy, and also I have developed one device which is already on the market and sold. And Juris, he is gynecologist, and he is also quite big player in pharma industry, responsible for several countries in non-pharma companies. So he is responsible more for marketing. Basically, that was me. I'm 50 years old. My little boy is just 2 years old. So you see, Ferterex works. But to be seriously, a part of our study, one guy had really bad sperm quality, and he improved it. And now they have also babies. So we have a real success case with our device. And so thank you very much for listening. And I'm ready for answers.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah. Now we are in the Q&A. We have over 3 minutes. So who'd like to start?
If you don't, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's really working prototype.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you for showing us.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question that business-wise, where are you heading to? So whenever, of course, so you're now in a prototype, working prototype in your hands, and definitely you would love to go and conquer some of the regions, at least in Europe. I don't know what's your plan. So that would be my first question. That what's your beachhead market? So what's your target at the right moment?
Right now, we just gonna focus on Baltic countries. Right now, we have already not assembled yet, but already 50 items we have, and we're gonna next month to start to give our local clinics to get more success stories, doctors' experience, and our plan is afterward to get more doctors' credibility and to approach professional associations. We believe that's also our experience from my partners' pharma markets, that we have to move to go together with gynecologist associations, with embryologist associations, and that could be a way. Of course, problem is to get a CE mark for medical device. So that's also, we need this test market with treatment protocols, with results to submit for CE mark, and it could take a couple of years to be on real market. this is situation. But actually we are ready to supply our clinics with devices.
Thank you very much. And if I may have a second one, just where are you with the IP? So are you protected? I mean the solution, of course.
A part of design pattern what we have submitted, we have a patent in Latvia already confirmed. Those claims are causes ergonomic design, localization of light sources, and there are those LEDs are a little bit elevated out of surface. So we got for it patent. Also, we submitted for the European Patent Board search, and we got positive answer for European Patent search. But and now we are going to submit for European Patent as well. So, but Latvian patent we have already. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
And trade name, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, there are 5 seconds left, so so I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, and now we'll move on to the last pitch of the finals. So thank you very much, Maurice. So shortly we'll be joined by Nerve Technology, and I'll prepare the clock. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
All good.
Can you hear
All
me
good.
okay?
Yes. Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I just started sharing my screen. I think
Super.
you can
We
see
can
it.
see it. Yes. Just choose the
Fantastic.
right. Yeah. Okay. So I think you're ready. Good luck.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. I'm pretty sure someone over here has been in this position before. You're sitting next to a loved one after a surgery and you're concerned about them and their recovery. Not sure if they're recovering well or suffering from a complication that we're all completely blind to. And this is how the standard of care looks like today. When a surgery happens and if a complication develops, we usually have this 2 to 3 day window between when the complication arises and when treatments can begin. And sometimes this can mean the difference between life and death for some patients. For those that end up surviving the complication, their quality of life goes down and costs can start to spiral out of control. So in short, it's a delayed and reactive way to handling post-operative care. We decided to initially focus on general surgeries and one particular complication known as anastomotic leakage, where in these procedures, they would usually remove portions of the GI tract to excise a tumor or treat a disease and then reconnect it with staples and sutures. Unfortunately, that staple line can sometimes get cut open and content from within can leak into the abdominal cavity. So at Nerve, we've developed sensors that augment an existing tool that is used today known as the wound drain in order to analyze the nature of the fluid that is leaking and based on that determine if a leak is happening in a timely manner. To better understand how this works, the drain itself gets placed near the surgical site and by simply squeezing the reservoir, the negative pressure forces the fluid to come to the outside, which goes across our sensors, gets uploaded to the cloud and presented live in front of the post-op care team for analysis. Now, different companies have been looking at the problem from different angles, and we decided to focus on the post-operative space where we are the first and only company right now that is developing a continuous monitoring solution in order to identify these leaks in a timely manner. And the market opportunity is immense. Initially, we are focused on a beachhead market of 1.7 million surgeries that we believe we'd have the most impact on right away. So far, we've developed our core sensing technology, which has been tested in animal models where we were able to detect leaks within 3 minutes. And we just recently started our clinical studies, which will lead up to regulatory submissions towards the end of this year and a hospital pilot towards the end of 2021. Currently, we are closing up on a seed round of $2.5 million, where we actually have 100% of the amount committed. And that will lead up to a Series A for $10 million in order to commercialize the technology. We're selling the device for $600 a unit directly to hospitals, and we anticipate to generate a gross revenue of just under $1 million per hospital per year. And these are just some of the institutions that we have lined up as part of our clinical studies and will be our early adopters. This is my second family and the team that encompasses the right skill sets in order to take this medical device to market. Recently, I'm proud to say that we have letters of intent from institutions and partners on board that have a vested interest in order to see this company come to life. More recently, I'm proud to announce that we came first at the first ever Entrepreneurship World Cup, coming ahead of more than 100,000 companies from 100 different countries around the world, and closing off 2019 by winning the J-Labs at the Texas Medical Center Breakthrough Medical Technologies Awards. I'm Amr Abdul Jawad, we are Nerve, and we will not stop until post-operative complications are a problem of the past. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now we can move to the questions. We are already in the Q&A. Any questions from our judges?
Hi, this is Nikolai speaking. So can you tell us, I mean, you're at the pitching competition in Europe, so are you also planning to expand beyond North America to the other locations? If so, how will you deal with the, let's say, fragmented healthcare systems in this part of the world with your solution?
Yeah, as we mentioned, we are focused on the North American market, specifically the US to begin with, but we also have investors on board who are from the Middle East who will allow us to tap into the Middle Eastern market and even Southeast Asia. The only missing piece for us at this point is the European market, which is one market that we are very interested in because surgeons over there are advocates for the usage of drains, which is the tool that we initially will hook onto. By working with strategic partners as well on board, we're hoping to be able to enter into that market. We are in very close contact with companies such as Medtronic and Ethicon that we're hoping to work with in order to distribute and expand into that market into the future. However, the onus is on us as a company to be able to engage those physicians at a much earlier stage, which is an area that we still need to work on.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Yeah, I got one question actually. Yeah, if you have explored what are the obstacles of using the kind of solution in hospital or private clinics in Europe, for example, where from a security perspective, the environment is highly regulated, and in many instances, cloud solutions are not allowed because everything is working on premises in those environments. So
yeah.
What is the standpoint?
So security is obviously an issue, and it's something that we are tackling and we're looking into. At the moment, our device is actually going to be HIPAA compliant and will abide by the necessary security protocols. To be completely frank, as part of the European market, I don't have enough experience in understanding how exactly cloud systems work, but I'm pretty sure that is an issue that could be tackled in the future, especially if we can tackle it here in North America. It definitely can be dealt with in Europe, and we're seeing everyone's moving to cloud-based solutions anyways.
Quick question connected to the first question. So as Europe is one of your target markets further on, are you also looking for professional cooperatives? I mean, I get the point that you are now looking for further investment, and you already have some strategic partners who can help you in the soft landing in Europe. But are you looking for cooperatives, pilot users, etc. in Europe currently, or this is something which is a part of a longer term plan?
It's definitely part of our long-term play. We do have institutions already lined up between the US, Canada, and even Saudi Arabia as part of our early pilot sites. However, if we can get actually access to some of pilot sites in Europe, that would make a lot of sense for us as we start looking into that long-term vision.
Got it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, there are 20 seconds left. If you'd like to share something else, it's still your stage time, so.
Well, for the last 10 seconds, I'd just like to say that we do have the round open for the next 10 days. If anyone is interested in participating, you can reach me through LinkedIn. I believe that's probably the easiest medium. Amr Abdul Jawad from Nerve. Thank you so much.
Sure, that's a good medium, but also here in the People tab, you can search for a person and schedule a video call or write them directly, so that's also possible. Thank you very much. Thanks for your pitch. This brings us to an end of the finals. So big thanks to our judges, Angela Burgarello from AI Startup Incubator, sponsor of the main prize today. So soon we will know who's the winner. And also there will be a MedTech prize here from Tomasz and Mikołaj Gurda from EIT Health. So we are are looking forward to finding out who's the winner. So right now you'll have a chance to deliberate. So I'll meet you there, Mikołaj and Tomasz, and I'll speak also separately with Angela. So thank you very much. Is there anything else? We still have 1 minute left that you'd like to add?
Just a quick one, Rosie. A technical question: where we are meeting now with you? So
I will send you an email. No worries.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Cool. Okay, that's cool.
maybe that's easier. Yeah. So after the finals now, there will be a panel discussion, but in the meantime, you'll deliberate, and the panel will be about working with early stage startups. Yeah, with Diana Koziarska, Boris Kocet, and Mary Alcantara. So yeah, that's just to let the others know who are.
Hello again, and this time is really last time today. And before I announce, or actually re-announce this panel again, I would really like to thank all of the speakers, the judges, and startups for the participation. That was a great day. So now let's get back to the panel that I have already announced, but just in case you missed it. It's a panel discussion about working with the early age startups. It will be moderated by the Vice President of Wolf Summit, Michael Chaffe, and panelists are Mary Alcantara from FinTech Lab, Boris Kocet from AIP Seed, and Diana Koziarska from Smog VC. So over to you guys.
Hi, everybody, and thank you very much for being with us all of today. It has been a slightly longer day than usual. We come to our final panel discussion of the day, and this is working with early stage startups. We're very lucky to welcome Diana Koziarska of Smok Ventures from Warsaw. We also have Mary Alcantara of MKB FinTech Lab, as well as Boris Kocet of AIP Seed. Good evening, everybody. How are you all?
Hi everyone. Thanks for having us. Great to be here.
Wonderful. So if Diana, if you'd like to kick it off with a brief intro about yourself and Smok, and then we'll hand it over to Mary, followed by Boris. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. So hi everyone, I'm Diana. I'm a partner at Smok Ventures. Smok is a Polish US fund, and we're investing in early stage startups. We focus mainly on software and gaming companies, and we best like working with entrepreneurs who have like a global vision to build the global leaders. And previously, before Smok, I was running acceleration program Reactor X. That's all.
Okay, on to Mary.
Hi everyone, my name is Mary Alcantara. I'm a American-Hungarian based here in Budapest, Hungary, representing the MKB FinTech Lab today. We are a early stage fintech accelerator, startup partner, and design studio that's owned and operated by MKB Bank, a top 5 bank here in Hungary. Yeah, I'm happy to be here today. I've run our accelerator program for the last 3 batches, and recently we revamped our program to focus a bit more on the startup partnership collaborations with our bank. So I'm happy to share a little bit more about that as the panel discussion gets going. So thanks for letting me be here.
Super. And thank you for being a gentleman, Boris. And you're up finally.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks. And hello, everyone. So my name is Boris, and thanks, Mike, again for correctly pronouncing my surname, which is a rare occurrence. That's Kocet. And then, exactly. So, and then for AIP Seed, what we do is we, well, as the name says, we invest on the seed stage. And our sort of sweet spot is actually very early seed. I would say 100,000 euros is where we want to get involved. And then it's sector agnostic, and we're most happy to work with startups that sort of have this vision, maybe as Diana said, global vision, but also a strict vision of going down the road with the sort of VC route and just raising more rounds and having this expansion mode on. So that would be that.
Wonderful. So as we were discussing backstage before the stream, I think it's quite a poignant question on how the current circumstances has affected how exactly you're working with early stage startups and any difficulties that you've faced without, in the absence of being able to meet them in person, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so maybe I can start. We've been quite active as SMOC actually, but it's also because we look at the cooperation between fund and founders as a building of relationships. So most of the deals we've done during the COVID, it's into the founders we've known before, or we just met once or twice just before the COVID. So we've done, I think we signed two investment agreements, done 2 transfers and 3 another term sheets. So we try to be, not to stop. And I think the most risky thing for us was looking at our existing companies and what's been happening with them. But as we invest in gaming, for gaming, it's been only for the better right now, because people spend time at home, they play more and more games. So for in that, looking at the gaming area, it's getting better. I think we had some work to do with Smart Hotel. It's a great company, and it's app which helps hotels to connect with their customers. So at the beginning, we're like, okay, hotels are closing, so what will happen with the company? But the founder Maciej, he's really actively like pivoting with the company, and he focused on the product, and he focused on how he can actually manage the crisis. And I think after the COVID, they will actually be stronger, because it will help the hotels and the customers see that there is a need for their product, because all of the changes that the COVID will create in how the hotels work, they will manage that with the Smart Hotel. So this is the way how the founders actually can work during the crisis.
Yeah, and I remember reading one of Boris Michałek's posts about Smart Hotels. So maybe if you could tell the audience the changes that they've implemented post-COVID. That's for me, it was very exciting what they've what they're aiming to do. Okay,
so basically what the Smart Hotel does is that you have like a chatbot, and you can talk with the hotel instead of going to reception or calling or any like interacting person to person. So before the COVID, it was like a nice like benefit of going to the hotel who has a Smart Hotel. But after the COVID, it actually, for me, it will be like a requirement. Like the hotels will be expected to have such offer for the customers. So what they've done, they created an offer for hotels to use them for free right now during the COVID to help the hotels and to help them implement that into the process. And they focused at the beginning, they focused also on creating the sales model because Maciej used to spend a lot of time in Africa where he is selling the Smart Hotels. So he implemented the process of selling like online, remotely. Yeah.
Super. Really, yeah. Brilliant. And so from yourself, Mary, have you any insights you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So we haven't been actively investing in this period, but we made that decision actually before the crisis. And some of our portfolio companies, our current portfolio companies, have received investment. And so I can definitely echo what Diana is saying about the existing relationships being super important. So I think it's definitely still possible to get funding. It's maybe a little trickier if you are just starting out a relationship with the VC. But in our case, yeah, we're looking to resume making some investments this fall and have a pipeline already for that. For us, instead, I would say just kind of to echo on some of these trends. I think worldwide, we're seeing a huge kind of wave of support and momentum around digital transformation just in general, and especially being in banking, kind of a legacy industry to begin with, ripe for innovation. So for us, we've tried to capitalize on that, and really it's given us some increased support, within the bank, within the organization to kind of push through some of these ideas. Even just the switch from going to home office from one day to the next was really revolutionary. And we actually were able to implement our fastest startup pilot ever during this period. So we had a solution. It was a company we were talking to before the crisis, but because of the situation escalating so quickly, we actually got some buy-in from the CEO of the bank who said, okay, and it's a company called Linistry. They have a digital queuing solution that lets you basically request an appointment time remotely or come in and stand in line virtually, and then you get an SMS notification when it's your turn to go into the bank branch. So that automatically had a very clear, strong value proposition to protect customers in this time of lockdown and social distancing. So that actually gave us a boost to get that project off the ground, and we were able to implement that on a pilot basis in 4 branches in 2 weeks' time. And we've since rolled that out to an additional 12 branches, and it's really going really well. So that's been it's really helped us get some more speed and really get some new ideas off the ground. So I think that's some of my initial thoughts on that. And I hope that we continue to see, not just our bank, but banks across the world are, devoting attention and kind of making some of these nice changes that help improve the lives of their customers too.
Okay, and Boris, from AIP's standpoint, what's been your observations and takeaways?
Yeah, so for us, we actually haven't invested during this period either. And to be fair, we've had 2 projects in the pipeline right before the pandemic started, and one of them was related to restaurant tech, and the other one was related to sort of traditional sports. So both of them heavily impacted, and then so we had to sort of just to be fair, stand on sidelines and see where things are going, because we especially at the start, we didn't really sort of know what to expect or wanted to make a better informed guess of how the world would look like post-pandemic, because these 2 industries in particular were obviously would be very different, and we're seeing that right now, I guess. So that's one thing. And then, as Diana said, on the portfolio management side, which we therefore focused on, I think we have a similar observation that actually I think most of our portfolio companies are going to emerge stronger after the pandemic. And that is, I think, in part because we've seen a lot of refocus from the founders, for example, on the sort of core business, on the unit economics, on making this a healthy business, and we find that very, very important. And especially AIP Seed has had plenty of investments. We've got more than 50 companies in the startups in the portfolio right now, and in some of them, as time passed, founders, got a little distracted, tried experimenting, etc., and didn't always sort of keep up the pace that they wanted or that they have set in the first place. And now we've seen them refocus and sort of achieve these KPIs and maybe just, emerge very strong and focus. So that was a very important point for us.
Yeah, and bearing in mind, obviously, AIP looks to companies who are, pre-seed and at their first revenue stage. Have you noticed like a slightly longer time frame for them to hit those first KPIs and first revenue?
So actually, for us, the latest investment that we've made was it's a company called Plenty. We've made that in January this year, and this is an electronics rental platform, which actually has, I think, benefited strongly from the trends during the pandemic. So for them, it has been, I don't want to say easier, because I don't want to take all the praise from the founder, because the whole team did a great job. But I think they actually benefited from that. And then our sort of earlier investments, I think, obviously, since we just invest in a range of verticals, it has been very different. We've got telemedicine on board, so so that's obviously been very strong. And then others have not necessarily fared that well. But so I would say it's a mixed bag.
Okay, and obviously Mary, you're obviously in Hungary, but both Diana and Boris here, based in Poland as well. PFR Ventures released a great report a few months ago, and last year, 2019, was a record-breaking year in terms of early-stage capital that went into businesses. So, what's your perspectives on, do you think we're going to match or surpass that figure, or do you imagine it's going to be slightly lower for 2020?
It's a hard question, to be honest. I think
it is, yeah.
I think it might be slightly lower. However, looking at the funds backed by the PFR, I expect the same results because we haven't slowed down and all of us are actively investing. But looking at the funds altogether, there are funds like some of, I think I've heard about CVC fund or others who are sometimes pausing or slowing down their investments. But I don't think it's a large figure. But I think all of us are looking more like, what's the word, like looking twice before investing, and yeah, we are being much more careful towards all of investments.
Yeah, and Marie, in Hungary, do public bodies and institutions play a large role in the early stage financing landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have quite a few different government organizations that are providing funding for various early stage activities. So I would say that's definitely strong. I was thinking about the answer to the same question here. I would say maybe we'd see a bit of a dip in terms of, you know, private investments, but you know, there's a few different programs, you know, providing additional stimulus kind of funding for early stage startups at pretty favorable terms that were put together by one of the biggest kind of, you know, early stage investors, High Ventures here in Hungary. So I think there's maybe been a rise in alternative financing, so outside of the VC world. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I think, you know, I can definitely, you know, say similarly. I mean, even before the crisis, I would say it's a bit more of a founders market here in Hungary in terms of, you know, the top companies, you know, the VCs have to do the reverse pitch. So it's usually, you know, the ones that got away a little bit. And I think that's maybe only been increased by the pandemic. So the companies that are doing well, who got a boost, now are in an even better position to negotiate. So I think it's going to be an interesting next few years as, you know, we have a lot of these funds, especially the government funds, have mandates to, you know, spend their money in a certain time frame. And I think it's gotten, you know, the ecosystem's got a little bit even more compacted. But, you know, I'm sure there will be new innovations coming out of that. Yeah, especially in the early stage, I think it's always an exciting time. You know, any idea can pop up and really, you know, become something in a very short amount of time. So I'm looking forward to being surprised by some of the innovations that we'll see in the coming 6 months or so.
Absolutely. And we've just noticed a question from a member of the audience, which is perfect timing, actually. Thank you, Marek, because I was just about to announce that if anybody does have questions, please just pop them in the event chat on Hopin. So Marek, apologies for this, so I won't pronounce your surname because I will get it wrong. So Marek has asked, why are VCs so afraid of hardware investments? And maybe this is his subjective opinion, but maybe it's a valid question. I'll leave it to you guys.
Yes, well, Boris?
No,
I can
go
just
ahead.
say, okay. Well, I can say one sentence because, okay, yeah, we are not investing in hardware, and if I get a hardware deck, I just send it to another VCs who I know invest in hardware. I think as Smoke, we know nothing about that, so that's why we are not investing. And I think with hardware, it's also maybe it's harder to scale than just plain software.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that there is a problem with competence. I think that you need this very, very specific competence for this sort of, you know, for hardware projects in general. But then for us, there are two more things actually at the IPC. I think one thing is, and since the topic is obviously early stage, so it's like super early stage like us, there's a problem with doing something significant in hardware with 100,000 euros. It's just generally hard to pilot, hard to sort of prototype, test, etc. I mean, you probably can, but it's a lot easier for software companies to show some KPIs, show us some traction, and then they can sort of go on and actually make something meaningful with the money that we can give them within this ticket. So that would be our perspective. So like Diana, we would just forward it to some experts in that area.
But you know, a hardware startup can show you very strong KPIs in how much money they've spent to get to the point they're at. Yeah, have you got any input you'd like to make here, Mary?
Yeah, just kind of, I think those are both great answers. I was going to say something similar about the competence side. So as somebody who has worked on some hardware projects in the past, I think it's just an extra risk factor that makes it a tougher investment, because things can go wrong in hardware. And, you know, if the software inside the hardware doesn't tell you what's going on, you really have no idea. So it's a lot harder to troubleshoot, just speaking from experience. So I think it requires, you know, that extra amount of experience and competence to really feel like you can make a bet there.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we talk about the, you know, in your experience from working with startups over the last few months, what's the general, you know, feel of the market you've been receiving from founders? Are they upbeat and really taking this pandemic as a challenge, or is there an element of disillusionment? You know, what's your perspectives on the state of mind, for example?
I'm not sure if that was to somebody in particular or to, yeah, go ahead, Diana.
No, actually, someone else can start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what we have found, I think in June, they've started to smile a little bit more, I would say. The teams and the founders, they are, especially those that are focused here on the CE and in particular in Poland. For us, it's been a much better month. I think May was the worst, and people were sort of thinking about how long can this drag on. And then again, April was this time where a lot of founders, at least for us, they've made these hard decisions, but they sort of, you know, rolled up their sleeves and they really focused and, you know, just started doing stuff. So I would say it was very dynamic, I would say, during these 3 months.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is that with obviously the social distancing and the inability to visit events, there was almost like a nice community network. You know, take for example the Reactor, you know, the house out on the outskirts of Warsaw that Smok's involved in. You know, I went there a few times, and there's always familiar faces, and they're very supportive to each other. So without
it's empty now.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, the startup ecosystem, there's such a huge amount of the social element to it that all of that has sort of, you know, you can't replicate it online, you know, to any extent. So
yeah, I would say what we've seen is kind of two camps. So one is sort of the founders that I think we've talked about a bit, that kind of rolled up their sleeves and figured this out, either made the tough decisions or, you know, found, you know, capitalized on a unique opportunity. So we saw a lot of startups coming together with you know, a cool special offer during this period, or a marketing campaign that really showcased, you know, a kind of COVID related aspect of whatever they were doing, and a lot of creativity there in trying to kind of align with this. So I think we also saw a lot of noise really about the whole situation. And then the other camp is unfortunately, you know, the one where, okay, you know, their sector was really hit hard, and there's, you know, a little bit of a wait and see, and okay, let's see if we can drum up some revenue from some other, you know, side hustles to stay afloat and, you know, get past this. But yeah, I think it's been an interesting time for sure, and it does feel like we're coming around. I say this cautiously. I hope that we don't, you know, I'm sure there will be dips back in other countries as well. But I think in Hungary and in Poland, it sounds like very similar situation where it's almost starting to feel like a normal summer. So hopefully that there's some kind of a boost back to the ecosystem as things start to open up and we get to see each other face to face a bit more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are all social creatures in the startup ecosystem, and that's why we are in this area of work, to also work with people.
Yeah, it's always better. It's always a better feeling solving a problem as a team, you know, as opposed to locked in your basement and isolating from your co-founders and team. Yeah. And so, bearing in mind, we've got about 6 minutes left in the panel. So I'd like to ask each of you what your top say top 3 tips would be for founders for the rest of this year. So who would like to answer first? So maybe Boris, if you. So I tell you what, we can do it one tip at a time. So my first tip to founders in this climate is start looking at fundraising much earlier than you would traditionally, because you need to be very mindful of your cash runway. I spoke to a huge VC from Ireland a few days ago, and their opinion is that by Q4, if startups haven't secured funding, there's gonna be a huge number that are running out of cash. So that's my tip, just to secure cash as early as possible. Boris, maybe one of your tips.
Yes, I would say if you can sort of make a tough decision in your cap table and clear it up during this time, this is the best time you're gonna have probably for a while. So do that and just capitalize on that.
Okay.
I have one, I guess. You put us on the spot here, Mike, but we're I would say, don't underestimate the reach that you can have. Now more than ever, I think with Zoom and Hopin and these kinds of platforms, you realize we love the face-to-face, but we actually can get pretty far up until that point with some of these virtual platforms. And I would say, don't forget that now that things are starting to open back up in some geographies, I think there's been overall a huge openness to connecting and try to leverage that. Like some of the startups that you mentioned, I think Boris, and Diana, turning your sales online and trying to, do things virtually as much as possible. Keep those lessons from those hard-earned lessons from this time period and try to build those into your companies so that you can, leverage some of those automation and, doing things virtually and not have to spend so much on travel. I think that's going to be something that sticks with us post-crisis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can add that recently I was at the webinar, and I don't remember who said that, but they said that let's not waste a good crisis. And this is one of my favorite catchphrases recently. And I think the important thing is not to dwell on the things that are going bad, but see the opportunities. Because I think the COVID time is like the time of the wartime CEO. So it's the best time for the best CEOs, and they can show what they can achieve. And yeah.
Absolutely. I believe the quote is never let a good crisis go to waste. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a very, very accurate and poignant quote for the times we live in. Okay, and so from my perspective as obviously an event organizer and having switched to virtual for the last few months, what's your guys' thoughts on in-person events during this year or into 2021? So specifically, if I said to you, okay guys, in October we've got the Wolf Summit event, subject to restrictions by Polish authorities, it may be 250, 500 people. Would you be happy to attend as VCs and with your colleagues?
This is a risky question. I would say I will see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's obviously that's our line of thinking. There's so many that's the biggest problem, is the uncertainty. It's very hard to plan in such a dynamic and fluid situation.
Yeah.
I would say I've been I haven't been to a Wolf Summit before, but this is my second one of these virtual events. So it's been really a privilege for me to get access to this ecosystem and this community from the comfort of my own terrace. So I've really been enjoying that aspect of the virtual events. I know that it makes it tough for event organizers because it's a lot harder, to get a margin when a lot of the things that you're doing, don't require that kind of extra investment of people, showing up and being there. I feel like the hardest thing to replace is really the actual in-person networking. I think you can get pretty far with some, my LinkedIn is just blowing up every time I come to one of these, which is great. But then it's a lot of extra effort to schedule even just half-hour intros with everybody that you meet. It's a lot more organic and dynamic to have that. So to me, it's really helped me understand more what I'm looking for in an event, and when I'm, willing to make that investment to actually travel, whether it's, to a new country or even just leaving my house. So it kind of has helped me clarify that that is a real need and something that's worth, prioritizing in the future.
Super. And okay, we've got one last question that's just come in from Zurab Tudberitz. So how do VCs choose which OSS fund, and how is it different between OSS and pre-seed startup from a risk point of view? So yeah, I'm a bit. Zurab, if you're watching, can you just clarify what you mean by OSS, please?
Maybe one-stop shop.
I think I just googled that because, to be honest, I heard that for the first time. It's, I think, open source software.
Oh,
okay. Thank you, Diana. Okay, we've got 1 minute. So how it opens pre-seed. Okay, sorry, Zurab, we'll have to come back to that question in the chat as we've reached the end of our panel discussion. Guys, great insights. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and yeah, have a great remainder of the evening.
Thank you, everyone.
See you. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you all. Bye-bye.
To be here in Warsaw and in Poland.
Microsoft and our partner ecosystem are creating artificially intelligent infused solutions to help you make your business more intelligent. There are many examples already. The future is here today. We want to contribute to the growth of the Polish economy and for the Polish digital valley to become a reality.
Hi everybody, Martin Ring here from Wolves Summit. So it gives me, I've got the great pleasure of announcing the winners of the events, of the awards, I should say, this evening. But before I do that, I'd just like to congratulate all 100 Wolves, tremendous pitches, well done to everybody, but a special congratulations to the 8 finalists. So to our main award, which was sponsored by AI Startup Incubator, and they get the winners will get the opportunity to pitch directly in front of AI Startup Incubator's Investment Board Committee with a chance to get €50,000 in funding. So that's a tremendous prize, and the winners are Eyewear. So congratulations, Eyewear. Congratulations. Let's give them a warm virtual applause, please. Okay, so we also have a special MedTech prize this evening, and that's sponsored by EIT Health. And before I announce the winner, they wanted to make a special mention for Nerve Technology. They liked their pitch a lot, and they said that they really believe this is a really great company and product. So well done, Nerve Technology. In terms of the winner of this special MedTech award, EIT Health is awarding Startup from Latvia Ferterex with the Mentoring and Coaching Network voucher with a value of €2,000. And they wanted to just say that we strongly believe, that's EIT Health, that the company has promising product and ability to scale. In order to transform EU healthcare market, startups need proper business knowledge. Thus, we decided to allow Fertrex to join EIT Health community and be exposed to top business mentors. So congratulations to Fertrex on winning the special award. So this brings us to a close of this particular event. On behalf of the Wolves Summit team, we'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. It's been quite a long day. We hope that you've found it to be interesting, positive, and a successful experience. Before we officially close, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, our partners and our patrons, and a special thanks to the wonderful Wolves Summit team who just worked tirelessly to make this event happen today. They do great work. So guys, well done, guys. So we're going to be taking a break during the traditional holiday period, July and August, and we'll be coming back later in September with a prelude to our annual October event, which is going to take place on the 6th to the 8th of October. So this is going to be a really big event. We're really looking forward to this. It's going to be a very special event, a hybrid of virtual and in-person. We'll be limiting it in numbers to ensure that the most promising startups participate and that the leading investors and corporations are also participating. So this will obviously be subject to any restrictions, formal restrictions that are in place, but we're really looking forward to welcoming you back in September and get those dates 6th to 8th of October into your calendar. In the meantime, if you manage to get some break, some holiday, we really wish you a great holiday. Hopefully we might, in the meantime, either see some of you virtually or meet up with you in person. But that's it from us here this evening. We look forward to welcoming you back in 2 months' time. Take care, look after yourselves. All the best. Thank you, and take care.